Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight represents the last chance to qualify for the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. 4 Brawl Stars teams already punched their tickets in Split 1. Now, 4 more invites are on the line tonight, and there are 8 teams fighting for them.
Now, there's a lot of players that you're going to recognize for sure in this event, but there's only one team that's continuing from the last time around, and that's West Coast.
That's right, F-Dot. In the Split 1 Open Finals, West Coast went 1-2, getting eliminated by STMN Esports. But tonight, they are coming in with momentum on their side because they took first place in the last cup of Split 2.
But standing in their way are the juggernauts of Chasmac Gaming. Led by Patchy, this squad is coming into the night with the first seed with 445 points. Can anyone stand in their way?
All right, everyone, buckle up because it's going to be an exciting night of Brawl Stars action. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Live from Burbank, California, hello and welcome everyone to the Mobile Open Finals for Brawl Stars. 4 more teams will make it to the challenge today, and we will be walking you through all of that action today. I, of course, am your host, Glitter Explosion, joined today by F-Dot and Ash. And F-Dot, you get to be casting today. Are you excited?
This is the original spot for me, so I'm feeling good.
Ash,
Yeah.
welcome back.
Second integration of the Snapdragon Pro Series. We've got 8 more of the best teams in North America facing right now. We're going to get 4 more teams into the next phase. Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day of Brawl Stars. And speaking of those 4 teams, I know we've done this once before, but in case you're new here and you don't know how it works, let's take a second to walk everybody through how the teams got here and then where they're going from here.
Well, of course, stage 1 is the classic everybody loves esports situation. Open bracket, baby. And then we take all those people and we boil it down to 4. And then we do it again. And that's what we're doing here. We're in the final part of Split 2, trying to find those 4.
Yep, and from that part of Split 2, we're going to get those 4 teams in a round-robin challenge format where they're going to head into the next phase, which is
the challenge finals. That's where we take the 4 teams up on top, whittle it down to 2, and then whittle it down to 1. Now that's per region, so when we have the winner from this region, it's going to join the others.
Yep, and get the best team for each of these regions, fighting it off in this Masters Championship tournament to cap it off. Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be super fun. And so if you are just joining us, this is a snapshot of what the league looks like. Chasmac up on top, 445. They are looking cute, feeling cute. No other way to say it, folks. CMG is absolutely vibing right now. But there's a number of teams here in the middle, Ash, that I think can really make a move today.
Yeah, definitely looking at Vanguard. They're, number 3 in the BSC, right? Their rivals, Chasmac. And then we got West Coast. This is a team that, made waves in the previous Snapdragon series. And now coming back here. And then we got the real ones, another very competent team in the North American region. Glad to see them here for the first time. Nando lovers, Iztapalapa, Fuego.
Iztapalapa. We'll get you there,
Oh my
Ash.
goodness. Iztapalapa. There we go. And then we got Obey Alliance and Outlaws.
A lot of fun teams here. We're going to get a chance to see all of them play, and we have a double elimination bracket. So if your favorite team loses, don't worry. They have an extra life. Now, just to let y'all know, we're going to be focusing on the upper bracket here. So we're going to show a little bit of the quarterfinals and then a little bit of the lower bracket. But then it's all upper, baby. We're pushing on semis, and then, of course, we're going to show you the finals. Don't worry. We're going to bring you the whole enchilada here. Definitely all the good Brawl Stars stuff that you want to see.
Great job, guys. Okay, now that everybody in chat knows how all of this works, let's start deep diving what we have going on today here. Specifically, this is my favorite part where I get to pick your guys' brains a little bit. F-Dot, I'm going to start with you, and I want to know which team you're keeping your eyes on here today.
I'm looking, well, all of them, to be honest with you, but I'm focusing on West Coast. I like these guys. I think they come through with a good attitude, but of course I like what they do on the field as well. Alec, Charles, Jack Sheppo, and Shine are making up West Coast, and this is a squad of long-time grinders. Alec and Chepo have been playing on different teams here and there, flirting with the BSC, but absolutely no fun in games when they hit the field. Here, we get a chance to see them up against Chasmac Gaming, who's one of the stronger teams in this bracket, and they're still able to hang. You can see all the fun stuff that they do on the field, but as I said, it's off the field stuff that I'm just as excited about. They're able to kind of take themselves a little bit seriously enough to wind up here, but like Charles says, listen, we ain't got no rivals. Everyone is equally bad in my eyes. And I think that's a perfect just chef's kiss. That's the way to describe West Coast, the team. It might be the way to describe West Coast, the place. We are here in California. I kind of get that vibe around here. But real talk, I think that this is the type of squad that like succeeds in this type of atmosphere.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how they end up shaking out play-wise today, because I like that pick. I think that's a good way to start off the day. But of course, Ash, that means I have to ask the same question of you this time around. Which team are you keeping your eyes on?
I'm keeping my eyes on Chasmac Gaming, newest team in the Snapdragon Pro Series. We've got Patchy, Fade, Min Wung, Toast. These guys have been killing it. #1 in the leaderboards. And a lot of it has to do with their newest acquisition of Patchy. He's just recently hit the age requirement to play in the competitive. And as we know, he's one of the best players in North America. These guys have such great synergy already as a new team. Toast, their leader, the mid player. They got Min Wung, the control guy. They got Fade and Patchy, both playing at a very aggressive style. They've got a perfect chemistry team here. Just look at that, just sliding it through.
That was Chepo, by the way. He's on my team, I'm just saying.
And their biggest rival, as Fade here, is a Vanguard. You know, they're fighting at Vanguard for that third qualifying spot in the Brawl Stars Championship. That's going to be great.
All right. I like it. Little bit of a rivalry kind of being started there. We'll have to see how that plays out throughout the day as well. I'm very excited to get into all of it. Now, of course, that means it's time to start talking about our first matchup, because that is right around the corner. And the first matchup we're going to be keeping our eyes on, at least, is going to be the matchup between East Tapalapa and West Coast. Now, we already got a chance to hear a little bit about West Coast, so now let's deep dive East Tapalapa Fuego.
There's a strong team here coming out, Counter, Relax, and Baki Hanma. So they are an all-Mexican team. Fun fact, most of the players in our open finals are Mexican, so very, very cool. And their team name, it's Tapalapa Fuego, that reps their location there in Mexico City. So they're the ones that are going to be flying the flag high and mighty, and they're going to be playing, it feels like, not just for like what's going on here, but also a little bit of local pride. Listen, I'm from a city, and I kind of know how that it feels to like rep the neighborhood, and I think that's their mentality.
Yeah, definitely. This is definitely a new team I haven't seen before, so I'm so excited to see them perform here, especially against a powerful team such as West Coast. You know, you got some seasoned players in Alec, Shine, Charles, and Jack Chepo versus this new team. Relax, Counter, Baki. I mean, I've seen these guys. I played against these guys on the leaderboards, on Power League. So I'm kind of excited. I'm actually really excited knowing these guys. How are they going to be able to perform in this stage?
Well, it's cool about like looking at these teams, these bubble squads here that make it over to the open finals, is that you've got a world of meta and established gameplay in Brawl Stars, but the game is so open. Every month we get more additions and more complications, and seeing these bubble squads, there isn't a hard set rule like there is in some other games. You can bring out your Siege Mortis and succeed. We've seen that happen once upon a time, so maybe there's a secret pocket strat that we don't know about. You got to watch to find out.
See, I feel like that sounds like you're hoping for there to be some secret or something new, kind of shake things up, and even catch you guys off guard while you're casting, because it makes it that much more fun, at least even for me watching you guys cast, to kind of have a surprise thrown your way.
Absolutely. Listen, I am the Johnny up, down, left, right, all the way home. Give me the weird stuff. I want to see you win creatively. Yeah, sure, you can play the Byron Mid and I'll give you a thumbs up. But if you play something weird, I'm your fan immediately. Like, yeah.
No,
Ash?
I agree 100%. That's what I came to see here today. I want to see some, inventive comps, some new strategies. The best part is, we just got the meta shifting just recently. We got new balance changes. Carl's really strong right now. I'm excited to see him more often right now. Penny probably. Maybe we'll see her. Maybe she's going to get banned a lot, though. But we'll see, right?
Oh, I feel like we have a little bit of a super fan.
Little bit. I mean, they buffed the turret character. What can I say?
That's it. The hard period at the end of that. I think that's also what this series is so good for. I mean, obviously, not only is it an opportunity for this established teams and the established players that we know to kind of show up and show why they have been succeeding for so long, but it is also an opportunity for newer squads, newer players to take advantage of a meta shift going into an event where they might have been at a disadvantage and then use those opportunities to create a name for themselves. And there are not a whole lot of series that allow teams to do that.
Yeah, definitely. Perfect. You said it perfectly right there. With this new meta shift right now, there's so many things in store, right? This is a perfect opportunity for these, bubble teams to get out there, get their names out there, make a name. Because it's the first time I've seen this team. Is top Alapha. I'm still trying to pronounce
that was great. You got it.
You did it.
You did it.
You got there. We've been working for hours.
Oh, man.
He got there.
It's top Alapha, Fuego.
Crushing it.
Twice in a row.
Crushing it.
Yeah, we're all set, man. We're good to go.
Absolutely crushing it. And chat, just so you guys know, we are experiencing a little bit of a technical difficulty getting those lobbies set up. So we're working on it. Don't worry, it's gonna happen. We're gonna be just fine. But while we're kind of sitting here waiting for that to get started, let's take the opportunity to start talking about some of the other teams that we're also going to be seeing throughout the day. And I think we're gonna start with the real ones. We're gonna talk about them a little bit.
Slash Tooney, Lukey Bear with Coach Z. These are also names that we know, we've seen before do their thing. Lukey Bear, is that Dynamite guy?
Yeah, man. He's got the world record with Dynamite. He's so good with throwers. Not just that, he's not a one-trick player. He can play it all, actually. But a lot of people actually have that misconception of him. And you're going to see it today. These guys have been playing together for so long, since the start of beta for over 4 years.
Oh, yeah.
So,
just cool guys, Slash and Tooney. I mean, this is where I get to pull my boomer card and tell you I've been casting it since forever.
Right.
And I've been casting these guys since then. So, like you said, a staple of the NA scene, whether they're playing in the big leagues or not. These are the players that are in the chats, on Twitter, interacting. If you know Brawl Stars, you know these guys, and getting a chance to see them hit the ground running is always a cool opportunity.
Yeah, I fully agree with all of that. This tournament is full of so many good teams. At first, I was like, hey, this is the second, number 2 Snapdragon Pro Series, right? And I didn't think we'd have this many great teams left over, but I've been wrong. We have so many great teams, so many great players in the North American region that have so much experience. These guys have been playing competitively for so long. They've been in monthlies for Brawl Stars Championships often, and it's going to be a blast today.
And you have to think that obviously that level of experience in this game is one of the huge advantages that the newer teams don't have. So there are so many kind of pros and cons, some give and take when it comes to figuring out your spot in today's lineup. And it's going to be very difficult because, like you were just saying, Ash, this is the second one. There is no next opportunity after this. If you're not qualifying through in this one, you're not making it to challenge. We already have the 4 selected. There's only 4 spots left, and there's 8 teams battling it out. If you can do quick math, that means only 50% of the squads are making it through today. Pretty sure that's right. And that's not that high. And we saw in the format how much is at stake, because it's not just challenge. You continue on from challenge. So it's just make today count, okay? I know you guys can see me. Make today count, because there is some really cool stuff on the line here today. Now, we still have a little bit more time. And this is, I have a thing. If you guys have been here for just anything within the Snapdragon Pro Series, I have a thing for creative names when it comes to the teams that are in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So I actually want to take a second to talk about Nando lovers here. I don't know if have you ever had Nando's?
Chicken Nando's.
The little cheeky Nandos. We need to talk about this team because I love the name.
I mean, it's kind of wild. Nando's is a UK. I don't think there's a single Nando's in North America.
East Coast.
Okay, all right. Listen,
They're starting. It's coming.
Oh, yes. That's what I thought. They're not here yet. Come on, painted me like I don't know my own coast over here. But Nando lovers coming out of Mexico here. Angel U, Javier, and Togi. Ash, what can you tell us about Nando lovers?
These guys are legit. Like, I've been seeing them compete in North American region for a while now. Ever since, you know, we've been doing, I can't even remember, like, in D-Live, I was casting so many of these major tournaments for North America. And these guys were always consistent. They've been very consistent. I've seen them on multiple occasions beat many of the top teams in North America. They've been pulling upsets. So I would not be surprised today if they can pull that upset today against the real ones.
I've seen Togi. I recognize the names here and there, and I largely stick to the BSC, but seeing a lot of these, you know, you catch the Queso Cups, you catch all these other tournaments, and you start to recognize these names. You start to see the same stuff over and over again, and you don't get to these tournaments just because, like, you're cool or you post a lot. So if you see the same names over and over again, I mean, something's working. You're clearly doing something right.
Absolutely, which is why, you know, we're so hyped to see how the competition today goes, because it's going to be a close one. And now getting back to our match that is getting set up and right around the corner, in case you forgot, because we did talk about a lot of teams now, it's Iztapalapa, Fuego versus West Coast. All right, now we've talked about both of those teams. Let's take a look at their head-to-head record, though. See if that gives us any more insight. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's not enough, which I love because that keeps things interesting, Ash.
Yeah, definitely. But you know what? I feel like I'm gonna favor West Coast here, mainly because of that experience level, the accolades all of these players have on the West Coast is just, you know, it just topples Iztapalapa by a lot, right? Like, I've been seeing this new team performing in that high, you know, regard, right? So like, it's tough for me to like choose Iztapalapa here.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for sure. I think, like you said, you've got the consistency that we've seen out of West Coast. They've been around the block. Hard to go the other way.
Yeah.
You also did pick them as your team to watch, so you can't go back on that now. You have committed to your choice. But I want to know what y'all in chat have to say about this one, okay? First matchup of the day that you guys will be able to see. Do you think it will be Iztapalapa Fuego, or do you think it will be West Coast coming out on top? Let us know in that poll down below in Twitch chat, okay? Cast your prediction because we love to hear what you guys have to say. Oh, I'm excited to see if Chad agrees with you or if they're going for that underdog story, because I myself am a fan of the underdog story. It provides a good start to a tournament as well.
I think it depends on who's in chat. When we see these open finals, it really is just you want to root for your home squad. You want to root for the homies, you know. And like, listen, I've seen Alex stream. I know there's a lot of people out there that are a big fan of what he does, and so you're definitely going to have a lot of fans going hard in the chat over there. But like I said, I mean, Iztapalapa Fuego, they're repping the hometown. Yeah. They're repping their city. They're repping their borough of Mexico City. So it's rough.
Absolutely. All right, chat, the wait is over. Our first matchup is ready to go. F-Dot and Ash, let's kick this thing off.
All right, let's do just that. We're going to kick it off, but I'm going to sit down and not use my feet. So right up here, Super Beach is going to be our first map. It's going to be Brawl Wall, and then we'll hit Shooting Star, Double Swoosh, Split, and Flaring Phoenix if we need it. And the bans are in.
Yeah, West Coast banning Janet, no surprise there, one of the strongest brawlers in the meta. Penny, no surprise. Surged, that's an interesting one. And then Carl, Bonnie, and Mr. P on the other side. We got Iztapalapa choosing Eve with their first pick. It's a very safe pick. Eve's not as dominant as she was, but at the same time, she doesn't really have many counters. She's a very safe pick. I like it. Great mid-brawler on this map. Could also opt to using lane depending on what West Coast decides to go here.
Been waiting for the answer from West Coast here, and I think we mentioned that I would like to see the Penny, but she's gonna be banned out. So see you later. Get used to it, folks. Just get used to it. So Squeak selected here, and to pair up, where do you think?
I feel like you gotta go mid here. It would be like a safe option to go a mid. If you go another lane, the other team can pick the next two brawlers to counter both your lanes, which it
Right.
would put you in a disadvantage. So if you're West Coast right here, you're most likely thinking, let's go with something mid, and that's what they do. They
Yep.
go with the Gene, with the mid here to couple the Squeak. Interesting combo right there. Now this team, Squeak and Gene, not very good against tanks though.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling East Tapalapa could capitalize on this. Go with the tank heavy comp. You know, maybe go like a Ashes on the table here.
That could be
Right.
the trap though.
Hmm.
You go tank heavy, and then I lock in Shelly or something, and just like murder the tanks, right? So like that's something that like East Tapalapa have to think about. Do they full invest? I think the bow
Wow.
is a good choice here. That stun, 2 seconds is an eternity, and so gotta watch out for that. I think bow has been really, really effective, really an attractive choice here.
Yeah, but definitely on, Super Beach as your map. If you're gonna go bow, you want to definitely have him as the mid here, and that's gonna move Eve to the lane here, most likely against the Squeak matchup. So looking at their last pick here, you don't want to pick a brawler that's weak to, say, like a tank. They go with Fang. Very interesting. I'm not sure. That's a very surprising pick to me on this map. And then not just that, West Coast gets the final pick to counter.
Well, you got your tank-ish, right? Like
yeah,
Fang,
yeah,
there it is, which is that's probably the way to go. Because like I said, if you go full tank, there's still an option to go tank buster here. So Fang, kind of like a pseudo in-betweener. I'm with it. But Daryl the Barrel. Oh man, listen, the game is never won in picks and bans. I love West Coast's draft.
Yeah, definitely. That Daryl has the advantage against Fang, so he's gonna win that lane matchup. And against Eve, especially on this map, Super Stadium, you got lots of choke points on the lanes of this map, lots of walls to utilize to go around the Eve. Tanks are very strong on Super Beach on the lanes. So I feel like Daryl's gonna have the advantage here against all 3 of those brawlers that East Tapalapa has chosen. This is gonna be definitely a tough matchup for them, I feel like.
Oh yeah. Daryl has been running games in the BSC, and so we'll jump right in here. Bottom side, blue, that's Shine, Chepo, and Charles. And right here, we're gonna have some problems. You'll notice that these teams go west and east as we switch things up. We're playing Bounty on Canal Grande.
Canal Grande, yeah.
Grand, by the way.
Yeah, I thought it was Super Beach, but I guess...
Switching things up, but in any event, 3-on-3, Blue Star on the side of East Tapalapa, and things have been lining up for them, and they get a kill and then some. Chepo's able to answer those, so option over to the West Coast, which thankfully is on the west side of the map. Got to avoid those bow mines, though.
Yeah, definitely. West Coast with the lead. They got the 2-star lead plus the blue star. They don't have to go aggressive necessarily here. Charles can get his Daryl super any moment. So they're looking very good here. Nothing, no rush. And best of all, Shine's got his pull. That prevents East Tapalapa from even engaging them right now.
The Eve makes a lot more sense now that we're looking at Canal Grand, knowing that she can able to just walk over this, well, gaping hole. Usually it's water. Just go with it, folks. But on the bottom side, like you said, West Coast now kind of has the ball. They don't need to engage. They're playing just aggressive enough to make sure that everybody was able to build up their super. And now, we're chilling.
Exactly. All 3 of them have their supers ready. No reason to go aggressive here. And not just that, relax with his Fang. He can't really do much necessarily with his Fang, because even though if he goes in right there, he's just going to die. They're all grouped up. West Coast knows what they're doing, obviously. Staying together. Charles is flashing his super, but we know he's not going to use it. He's smart. There's no reason for them to, because they do have the lead.
It's all up to Baki on the bow, I think. About 11 seconds, we're going to see East Tapalapa Fuego go on in, relax. They're taking too long. They're not going to have the opportunity. In comes Fang, knocked back. Chepo gets the kill, and that's going to be enough. Charles gets one for the road, 11-5, and the first one goes to West Coast.
Yeah, that was just too easy, especially, just what we anticipated. We saw, they got the lead, and we saw East Tapalapa's win condition, which was their Fang to go in, but we know that it's not going to be successful.
Yeah.
West Coast playing smart, staying together, grouping up, push that Fang back with their Gene gadget, and secured that win. Let's see if they can do it again here. They grab the blue star at the start, which is great. You want that blue star. That forces the enemy to be the aggressor here. So East Tapalapa have to work their way now to get that lead back.
West Coast right now, you can see, even though they have the lead like last time, they're being more aggressive. That's because they do want to build up the super, find some shots, and then once everybody gets their super, that's when we're going to see him kind of sit down. But there's Relax doing the opposite of his namesake and getting in there early. A great choice by IF.
Yeah, that was awesome right there to see. Charles did not. I was pretty surprised Charles did not use his Daryl super there, but right now he's gonna go after the E, which is also a surprising play to make. Going after an E who can just, just jump over your shot. Not just that, can go, safely get to that wall area. But fortunate for West Coast, they still have the lead, 5-4 with the blue star, looking good. Shine's playing it safe, got his pull. They're in a great position again.
Big part of that was Chepo. The aggression on the right-hand side worked out, and Relax tries to do the same thing, but this time, Daryl is ready. Daryl and Shine combine and take care of business. 7-4, 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Iztapalapa is in trouble. They're down 3. Charles gonna go in. I like that aggressive play by Charles because he's only got 2 stars, right? Even if he goes down, it doesn't really matter much. Chepo's gotta be very careful. He's got 4 stars with the blue star. So if he dies right here, this is bad. And he's gonna go down, and that gives Iztapalapa the lead. Charles gonna go in aggressively, gets the kill, gets the exchange, gets the lead back, but in time, counter with the counter to take him out. Relax gonna go down. What is going on right now? Iztapalapa have control though. They got the blue star, forcing West Coast to be the aggressor right now. 10 seconds left. Can they do it?
Trouble for the blue team. Shine taking damage. Chepo all by himself on the left-hand side. 1 kill will do it. 2 seconds is when Daryl goes in. Oh. No, they can't confirm. 14-14, but the tie is broken by the blue star, and so we'll go on to a game 3.
Yeah, look at this magnificent play by Relax here. Got the super on Daryl as he was low, capitalized on that situation, got the lead, and the biggest play, in my opinion, was that mine when it hit the squeak. Took him out, got the lead back. Let's see if West Coast can clean that up, though, and win it on this 3rd game. They're going to, again, do the same thing, start off with a blue star. Shine's going to push that Eve back, force her to use her super.
Here's the thing, though. West Coast, a lot of times here in esports, what should they do differently after that loss? Nothing, Bob. I want you to stick to the same game plan. You got okey-doked. You got killed by the mine, and then you tried to go in a little bit too late. You tried to play it fast and loose with the timer. Everything you've been doing up until that point was totally kosher. Just stick to the game plan and just, let's try it again without the oops, and I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, 100%. Right now, they got Iztapalapa spawn trapped at the back, but knowing that, they're still not going to be aggressive. They got the lead. There's no reason to go aggro right now. Play it safe. They got to be careful, though, against Relax, who's about to get his super with his Fang, and there's plenty of time. A minute left for Iztapalapa to make, a comeback play here. So West Coast got to be prepared against that. Shine's got his super. Charles got his super, so this is a great way to stay in control. The same way they won that first matchup.
Exactly. If I'm Fuego or rooting for them, listen, we see a lot of these squads just kind of sit on their hind legs and then go for that last second pounce, so there is no way to answer back. I think that's the wrong mentality for Iztapalapa Fuego. I want to see them get involved before the timer starts to get crazy so that they can get it, get safe, and then find a secondary opportunity. West Coast are not a team that you're going to be able to bark down with how tanky the other players are.
Yeah, great aggressive play right there by Relax. Unfortunately, was not able to capitalize. He's got to back up and heal. There's 15 seconds left. They got to get a kill. Shine's on the right side, just too far away from them. Relax does not have his super with his Fang. This is looking hopeless for Iztapalapa. They've got 7 seconds. Great pull by Shine.
Bang.
That should do it.
And that will do it. Countdown from 3 to 0. Charles even gets 1 and then some. And, when it comes down to it, the set there goes to Chepo and the boys here. And when it comes down to it, Ash, I really think that the mentality here from Fuego, have Fang go all the way in. These players have 6,000, 7,000 HP. It's just not going to happen against this squadron.
Yeah, definitely. You named it. That's why we were kind of like iffy about that Fang pick. We were like, hey, they got Gene and Squeak. These guys, they don't have low HP. They're very, high HP brawlers with the Gene heal. Just look at the stats here. West Coast, 30 kills, 30 stars compared to 19 against Iztapalapa. And then
I love this stat.
Oh, the damage. West Coast doesn't have as much damage as Iztapalapa, but they played the objective. They played it smarter. They played it safe.
Exactly.
That got them the win.
Just control. This is not team deathmatch. Bounty is very specifically controlled deathmatch. That 52,000 damage that they find is literally less than the opposition across the way, but it's the important damage that they were able to find. They were able to find exactly enough to get a kill and then back off. They're not going and lingering and trying to be their top damage Andy. They're just getting exactly what they need to do and then getting out of dodge, and that's why they were able to keep their stars right alongside them.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like this is what we expected from West Coast as a team, you know, with seasoned players with so much experience and accolade. But if you're Iztapalapa, you know, you got a chance. You did win a game against them. They did, you know, make errors. So this is a team, even though they're really good, they're still a little, you know, newly formed together. So let's see if now this next game is Super Beach. Okay, that was a confusing one. We thought it was the first one, but no, this is actually the second matchup here. And this is a map with, you know, you got two very, you know, potent lanes. Look at West Coast. Surge band, Penny band, Janet, same as before. The same three bands. And Iztapalapa this time deciding to ban Squeak. Guess what? The previous game against Squeak against Canal Grande. So it's a good idea to do that. Bonnie again, another powerful brawler in the meta, and then Sandy, strong lane brawler on Super Beach.
I think West Coast are going to be banning these three brawlers out this entire match because when it comes down to some of these newer teams, like, you can't do your homework on some of these newer squads. You want to ban out what they play?
Yeah.
What do they play? I don't know. So let's just ban the stuff we don't want to play against. All right, so we ban the new guy, we ban the very strong guy, and we ban the teleporter. Thumbs up. Yeah.
And Iztapalapa going with the first pick with Lola. Lola, obviously, you know, a very solid brawler. A lot of pros would put her in the S tier amongst most brawlers. Just a solid brawler with very few weaknesses. And that's what you want to do with your first pick. You don't want to pick a brawler that has weaknesses. West Coast, on the other hand, going with the M's pick. Great lane brawler. Safe brawler to use on the lane. Not just that, you have a great tank counter. And that's going to prevent Iztapalapa from possibly picking a tank with their final two picks, right? So that's the idea here. Add in a max. Let's see what Iztapalapa here. If you're dealing with a max speed combo, you don't want to be weak to tanks, though. And that's another reason why they went with M's. That's just going to give you one less tank counter option. So this time, you know, maybe Iztapalapa kind of consider going Gale. You need tank counters because you don't want to deal with, like I said, max plus tank combo.
I love the old man. I would love to see Gale come out and just blow the house down here. Got to look at the max here on the other side, though. A lot of these teams have been doing the weird stuff with the max mid that we've seen out of East Asia, thanks to Shatampo and the boys, and like that has been very effective. And I mean, hey, listen, you don't really need to know the X's and O's of the game to know that, all right, it's Brawl Ball, and this guy goes fast. Yeah. Like that. Max is very simple in that idea, but we have the finished composition here with Stu and Spike. It's a quintessential Brawl Ball.
I feel like West Coast definitely gonna go tank here, most likely. Maybe Ash right now with their final. Carl okay.
Counts.
Carl, very tanky brawler.
It
okay, counts. Okay, and not just that. Carl, great matchup against Spike on the lane. I feel like M's might struggle. We'll have to see with that. Like against the Stu, not a great matchup. Against Spike, really depends on the lane on this map. So it's gonna be an interesting match. But I love the Max pick. Max with Carl, you got so much speed and aggression. That's what West Coast is going for here: speed and aggression.
Also, Carl can get really, really flashy with hook shot or the hook gadget and being able to like, I'm gonna hook myself, self pass, get the goal here, and like just look out for some crazy, crazy matchups. But right here, we're going to start things off. We are in Brawl Ball. And so ready, set, go. Counter here on the left-hand side, dealing with Charles, who doesn't seem to care.
So this is the thing that I was talking about. Like, if you're Carl, you want to be on that Spike side. It would have been a better matchup. So I like what Iztapalapa did right there. Went with the Spike on the M side. Now they're switching. Now they're playing that lane matchup. There's the speed, which is going to be great. Speed with Max is such, you know, an essential part of just getting out of a spawn trap like here. Chepo's going to dash back forward. Smart, going to be able to stay alive. But still, Iztapalapa in control here.
Definitely pushing forward just a little bit. A kill on the Charles could be good. Chepo stuck inside. Big pass, big goal. Baki gets an okie doke, and Iztapalapa up 1-0 with $1:30 to go.
Yeah, and there we go. Charles again quickly going to that Spike side to get the advantage. Counter doing a great job with Stu, just, you know, pushing him back. Shine this time with the guys. This is hugely in part. Oh, a bit of a choke right there. He passed the ball to the enemy, and that gave them enough time, but it's not going to be enough to stop them as West Coast ties this one up 1-1 now. Plenty of time left on the clock.
Credit to Charles. Yes, I know I'm praising the Carl like I want to, but he was the one that opened up this right lane, took care of two different players with the way he's able to throw that pickaxe and kind of curve it around a corner. Here he is doing work again, finds the kill on the counter. Not enough to open the door just yet.
Yeah, and in late game situations, it's gonna be easier now because why? Counter has lost all three of his Stu's gadgets. If you guys have been paying attention, so now it's gonna be a harder matchup against Carl. So this gives Charles a great advantage. He can use the super, definitely win that 1v1 exchange. Chepo, look at him, aggressive at the top. Shine can definitely score this, and he is. West Coast taking the first game of the Brawl Ball set.
And listen, I swear it's not biased, but again, Carl opens the door for that. The defender on the right side has to watch where the pickaxe is dodging that, and he's so focused on that that Shine's able to just score no problem. This is the first goal of the game that we got a chance to see where, honestly, great teamwork by Fuego.
Yep.
We're going to start another one here. West Coast one away from taking the set. Ball centered. Everybody back to 0.
Yeah, and of course, the biggest thing we want to talk about is that adjustment they've made. Carl on Spike's side, M's on the left against the Stu. This is what West Coast wants, and this is what's been working out ever since they've made that adjustment. Again, in control, have pushed the ball forward, playing it safe. Remember, one of the biggest reasons why Iztapalapa struggled late game was they ran out of those Stu gadgets.
Big plays here and big plays coming out from our sponsor, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Shout out to them for providing a lot of what we have to make it possible to find these games, and Shine making a lot of what we need to find these wins. Chepo combines, but a great position by Baki. So even though there's 2 players down, West Coast can't do anything with it.
Yeah, definitely, and still so much time left on the clock. It's still 0. If I was Iztapalapa, I would move that ball out of there. You don't want to put it in a position where if West Coast can get even a single kill right now, they can put themselves in position for a 3v2 and score, having this much control up here.
I mean, even with everybody alive, a nice little super kick would have been able to kind of find its way through, but instead, all the players go on down. Counter just barely alive, and there's a big kick, but Charles!
No.
Tubby Charles steps in the way.
Wow.
Denies it.
That was insane. Counter got the kill, had his super left, but Charles anticipated with his Carl, used his gadget to put himself in that position to block that goal. That was insane. That was one of the best plays I've seen as a Carl player. That was awesome.
I told you, man, when it comes down to this gadget use of Charles on Brawl Ball, a lot of this game, Brawl Stars, is you have to react before it happens. Projectiles and everything, characters tend to move slow. Reactionary gameplay is not ideal. But Carl with that gadget can play reactionary, and we got a chance to see just that.
Yeah, I think Charles, though, has burned all his gadgets here.
Yeah,
and my main concern right now is as this game goes to overtime, you're not going to have as many walls. And one thing we know about Carl is in an open area map, his pickaxe is a little bit easier to deal with, to dodge. So that's my main concern going into overtime right now with no walls, no utilization of walls. Not just that, Shine doesn't really have this range advantage against any of these brawlers. Lola, Spike, Stu, they all have the range on them. Chepo's going to use that speed boost, get themselves in position. But let's see if they can overcome that mismatch without walls.
Counter dashing forward, able to find 1 kill, but it's not enough to open the door completely. Baki sends over to the left-hand side, pushes the ball and centers it, keeping in mind that there's 30 seconds left in OT. Chepo takes one down, and Shine and West Coast are going to walk up trepidatiously. There's a kick, but defense is in the way. The ball cornered.
That was so close. That spike was so low on health. But now there's just not enough time for Iztapalapa to capitalize on overtime. They had the advantage. They had the range all the way through. West Coast were the aggressor, though. And partly a big reason for that was Chepo and his supers, constant supers, being able to push the enemy back. That's going to lead to a tie, and we're going to head to another game here.
Here's a quick replay of what could have happened. Counter shows up, but Charles reads it before it's written and is there in place to take care of business. Shake the Etch-a-Sketch. Game 2 again. Last one was a draw.
Man, that might be the play of the game so far for this tournament. That Charles save with Carl. But this time, is Tapalapa getting pushed back again? This time it kind of, you know, changed position. They're on the blue team. Chepo taking it in.
Yes means go. Counter falls down. Pass to mid. Pass to mid. No!
No, they're waiting for a relax to lose his immunity, and there that was great patience right there. They didn't rush it. They knew that they had ample amount of time because the other two teammates were taking a while to respawn.
A tale of two casters. I wanted them to kick it right there. I thought the indecision was going to bite them, but you're right. The patience paid off.
Yeah, that's what I mean. As you know, seasoned players, these West Coast guys, they've been playing competitively, the top of, you know, North America and just top of the world and competitive. You can see, I know how good they are. Synergy, you know,
yeah.
And the team chemistry they've already have as a group. Charles, look at that. That's exactly what
Bang!
The hook plays. We love that.
That's the crazy stuff now. That was what I was telling y'all to watch out for. The crazy hook plays. We'll get a second chance to take a look at this. Kicks forward. That's like throwing the ball off of the backboard and dunking it yourself. He finds the super kick after the fact and listen, goes, you know what? Last game, we went to overtime and then some. This game, no. It's over before it begins. Two in the pocket. We're done.
And check this out again. Is Tapalapa more damage, just like the previous game? But hey, West Coast playing it smarter though. They played it smart. They healed more. They took their time. When you have a heal difference like this, almost 10,000, you know that that team was taking their time. They were more patient. They were healing, and that resulted in less deaths, more control, and that's what we saw in all three of these games with West Coast. They were the aggressors. They were the team that were pushing the other team back. They were the team that had possession of the ball more often. Just like in soccer, you know, the team that had more possession, more control, ends up winning more often.
I mean, what it comes down to is Brawl Ball is a game mode that you can win with 0 kills.
Yeah.
Right? It really, you can lose with 200% of the kills, more so than your other squad. It's not about that. It's about the stuff after the stuff. What do you do after you get the kill? Do you sit on your hands? Do you make a decision, or do you pop that max super and go all the way in? That's what we see coming out of the boys here, and because of that, they take 1 and 2, one more set, and that's going to be it. West Coast finds that magic 3, but we got to get there first. So it's Tapalapa Fuego. You know, here's where I turn to you and go, hey man, what's going wrong here? Why are the Mexican team not able to find the ground under their feet?
I felt like they definitely had, you know, a great matchup right there, especially in overtime where they could have like capitalized on no walls. Stu, right? You got Stu, you got Spike, you got Lola. All three brawlers, more range than an Ems, should be able to defeat a Carl with no walls, but they couldn't do it, and a lot of it has to just do with West Coast just being better, I feel like.
Well, we're gonna jump on to Double Swoosh, and there's actually something really cool about this map. We'll talk about it when we load in, about the history of the name. Do you know why they call it Double Swoosh?
No, tell me.
It's actually really, really intense. So the map, there's a swoosh, and then another one. so there's 2 swooshes. So they call it Double Swoosh. I know it's really tough to grab, but it's Double Swoosh. That's where they get the name. It's pretty
Gotcha.
cool.
I thought there was like more to it, but I see what you're
That's not enough for you? That's a lot.
Oh, man. Okay, going into this, Crow first pick. No surprise there. Crow's one of the best brawlers on Double Swoosh. If you can get your hands on Crow on this map, you gotta, without hesitation. That's what West Coast did, man. If I'm is Tapalapa, I can't believe I gave them Crow. You're kind of like hitting your head on that one. Jean, Lola, okay, but you need something against Crow, which, you know, brawlers like Spawners. Spawners tend to do great against Crow. Fortunately for Tapalapa, they do have the last
Why
pick.
is that? Why do Spawners crush Crow?
Because Crow doesn't deal enough damage. He does damage, residual damage, slow, you know, dispersive damage, and this doesn't really tend well against, you know, stagnant.
Little Mr. P's coming at you.
Yeah, Mr. P's or Jesse's turret or the bear, right? And not just that, you don't want to, you can't slow them down. You don't want to, right?
Sure.
Gadget can't use that. Not just that, the poison's not going to stack on them either. Pam and Max, this is a very solid, balanced, you know.
Solid is a great word.
Yes, yeah.
Great word for this composition. Pam comes through, provides a nice thick presence in that likely to be mid, and then Max and Crow can kind of like literally zoom around the battlefield, in and out. Probably, I'm looking at Max to be more safe than aggressive because you have Crow to be the all-in guy, and then Squeak gonna finish things off for IZTF.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Squeak pick. Here's the thing, like Squeak, you know, great brawler, excellent brawler in double swish. And sometimes I feel like a lot of teams make this mistake where, you know, they pick a great brawler, but they don't pick that brawler to counter. So what are you picking to counter here? Are you picking to counter the Crow, the Max, the Pam? It's not a great counter to any of these brawlers. Sure, Squeak, great brawler. Overall, I don't see how well it's going to perform against this composition.
This is what I call, no disrespect to Iztapalapa Fuego, but this is what I call tier list gaming.
Yeah.
You're just picking the good stuff without much thought process, and that can kind of be an issue. Bottom side of your spectator UI, blue trunks, that's West Coast. Iztapalapa Fuego coming up on the top end, and right away mid-control taken away by the red team as they find a couple of kills but not able to pick up the gems just yet. Charles respawns, and with the other spawn out of Shine, looks like West Coast regained control of mid despite getting wiped earlier on.
Yeah, you know, that's pretty crazy. Like, Iztapalapa won the right lane, and then they won the left lane with Lola. But look who's winning so far. West Coast in control, got all the gems in hand. How does that happen? How do you let them happen when you're winning lanes, when you're getting the kills? West Coast just, I don't know, just playing it differently.
Playing it smart. This is the difference between brains and brawn. Iztapalapa Fuego, to find themselves at this position in the contest, you've got to be great at at playing your character, at brawling. But West Coast are great at that, and the game mode, 10 gems in the pocket, countdown starts now.
Yeah, and again, they got the 3v2, they get the kills, but they allowed the Crow to grab the last gem. How do you allow that? Now you're going to deal with this in like 5 seconds. There's no way you're going to take either of these two brawlers down, as West Coast takes it. Even though most of this game is Iztapalapa, were the aggressors, were the team getting most of the kills, won the right lane at the start against them. Look at this. Again, Relax against Charles. Kept him. He trapped him. You see that?
See, you know what it was? It was they double teamed that right lane.
Yeah.
So when they're able to win, Max is sitting in the mid like, okay, cool, you killed my boy, I'm picking up the gems. Y'all remember it's about the gems, right? Like.
Yeah, and not just that, they didn't take advantage of that kill. They didn't be aggressive. They needed to go aggro there, command the mid position. And
again, the stuff after the stuff. I don't care what when you get a kill, cool. It winds up on the Jiffy Cat. It winds up on the highlight reel, but it doesn't wind up on the scoreboard until you pick up the gems. 5-0 here for West Coast. Make it 6 as Jack Chepo sitting here in the mid and just doing what he wants. Shine gonna miss the jump, but distracting, Relax, and counter, so the mid gems are still being picked up by West Coast.
Yeah, and the best part here is Shine as a Crow getting the attention of two brawlers. You don't want to do that. If you're getting attention of two brawlers, you're just letting Chepo just safely pick gems up all day. He's already got 9 gems with 1 more, which he's most likely going to get. They might not risk it. They might not rush it right there, but Shine did go for it, got the kill. The next gem's going to spawn right next to them, which Chepo can definitely take his time and pick that up for the 10. And that might actually do it. Is this going to be a sweep?
I think it just might be. Pins are coming out, and we got 11 seconds to go. West Coast, they are chilling like a pig in mud. Chepo's even going to go and get aggressive just for fun. But, folks, I think she's done writing because West Coast winds up 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. It's a sweep of sweeps. And Iztapalapa Fuego is doused and will go down to the bottom side.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like this is what we kind of expected from West Coast, just because, you know, just from their experience level as a team. They're a group of players, very seasoned players and competitive in North America, up against a new team, Iztapalapa, who learned a lot today. They lost, but they learned a lot. Just look at this, 24 gems in control in the hand of West Coast. They didn't drop a single gem. How often do we see that? Almost never. They didn't drop a single gem here. Wow.
Fantastic stuff going on here. So definitely want to take a look at kind of everything that's been happening. You can see all the gems grabbed here by way. Only 5 gems grabbed by Iztapalapa.
Wow.
Oh, and they lost those 5 too.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a comeback, Carl.
Oh, man.
That one definitely kind of hurts. But like I said, Iztapalapa Fuego going to go head on down to the bottom side of the bracket. And so we're going to take a look at what's going on bracket-wide in just a matter of moments. But I think it's time to reflect a little bit on the history and the experience. That's the word I'm looking for. The experience that Alec and the boys have. Because when we talked about Iztapalapa, like I said, in order to get here, you got to push your buttons right. We're not going to see any noobs in this tournament, and Iztapalapa Fuego absolutely are not that. But what we saw their prowess in picking the high-tier brawlers, what we saw their prowess in actually executing their abilities, yeah, they wound up killing these players who are very high up in our... But they didn't get the objectives. They didn't fight on the nodes, they fought on the roads, and that just means you wind up with empty pockets.
Yeah, definitely. They played well. That's the thing. Like, they played well. They got lots of kills. They were constantly winning lanes. But hey, the story today, as you can see from West Coast, play the game. Just because you won the lane, where the gems? You got to get the gems. How are you going to win gem grab? Winning gem grab, you got to pick gems, right? And that's what Alex showed us there. Yeah, that's what Chepo showed us there with his Max, the constant aggression. He played Max so well in Brawl Ball, in gem grab. That was great. And then I loved what Charles did with his Carl. I think that's, if I had to pick an MVP right there, Charles would be it. Like, that save with his Carl, that hook, and then super goal. I loved it.
So as I said, that sends Iztapalapa Fuego down to the bottom side of the bracket. Double elimination. So if you're rooting there for Mexico City, don't worry. Mis amigos, you have a second chance. You'll be going up against Obey Alliance, which is RC, Jigsaw, and M-Dubs, who, well, also are longtime North American players, so might be the same type of experience as Vanguard finds a sweep as well. Chasmac sweeps out the Outlaws, and so the Outlaws are on the bottom side, and they are waiting to see who will find up with the W in between the Real Ones and Nando Lovers. We're going to try and set the table there for Nando Lovers. We'll jump into the action in a little bit, but just kind of, well, actually, you know what? We'll jump into the action right now, folks. Who cares? Real Ones coming at you, and the Nando Lovers are sitting here playing Hot Zone. Right now, red team in the lead. That's going to be over here on the Real Ones.
Yeah, Real Ones in control, and they just need one more here against Nando to move into the semifinals. Looking really good so far for them here. They do have the lead. Tooney's winning that left side against the Gale. Got taken out. Togi, okay, with the Primo. Both teams have control of one lane, but Real Ones still in charge with the percentage. Great super by Primo. That's going to push Slash back, and Nando might be able to capitalize. He does. He gets the kill. Great use of that new barrel gadget against Surge. Great. I think it's a great drop with the mortar to push that Surge back. That was big. Those were big plays. And guess what? This is
we're off to the races. Tooney's going to sit here, but that's a problem because they find the full cap on the red. Blue team can't catch up.
Oh my!
And just like that, red's able to snatch it away. It's all that Togi play at the bottom.
Yeah, they got it. Real Ones. Tooney right there breaking it open. Didn't need him there though. But look, that 2% difference.
That's milk.
Favor. Wow. In favor of Real Ones. Here we go. This might be the last one if the Real Ones can get it done right now. Penny. I can't believe Penny was open here. We finally get to see Penny.
That's, for Hot Zone, I think that's a mistake. I think you just have to ban out the turret girl here. But we'll see how it works out as Z gets the bottom side sweep, jumps up, but shotgun to the brain, so Surge will sit. And here comes Slash, cornered, able to combine with Griff, and this left side zone is all red.
Yeah, like, I kind of want to know what the draft process for this was, because why would you pick Primo against any of these 3 brawls? Against a Griff, against an Ems, against Surge, you're just feeding, you're just giving him supers, all of these counter tanks. This is definitely a draft advantage for the Real Ones. But look, it's tied up. Tooney's going to grab the left lane, whereas we got Nando Lovers winning that right side. Togi doing a magnificent job. Exchange of kills there, okay.
That's fine. Opens it up just a little bit. Emma, going to come here on the left-hand side, but M's, oh boy. I love the different game modes that we play in Brawl Stars because, like, Gale and M's really get the flex in Hot Zone. You're telling me the character is built around area denial? Well, we're playing King of the Hill, so you can't stand on the hill, bro. Love the approach. Tied at 64. Well, can't say tied because we literally lost a game for 2% last time around. So 65 to 63 and climbing for the red side.
Oh my goodness, that trap right there. Tuni on the left side winning against the Primo, and now Real Ones in full control. If you're Nando, you gotta grab that right side, but at the same time, you gotta get percent on the left side. There's just not enough time, I feel like. Actually, no, there is plenty of time. What am I saying? There's a minute left. But
I was trying to give your way out of there, but yeah, sure.
But still, you're going to need control over that left side if you're Nando. You can't just hog the right side, because if you do, you're never going to win it here. Already down by 12%, so you need that left lane. You got to work for it. But again, Z and Tuni working together. Nando with just 3 HP, unable to stay alive there.
Here's the thing, though. They do need to have some sort of presence on the right side because although they're capped out, they need to deny it. That's how they wound up losing last time around. But coulda, shoulda, woulda, as 95 going to be ticking up to 100. And a couple of cheeky kills there, but no Nandos for them as they find the victory. This time around, not so much a sweep, but we did get a chance to see the Real Ones and just wind up on top.
Yeah, and I actually, was kind of questioning that Primo pick, but Togi actually played it really well. He's a really good Primo player. Don't get me wrong. Still, it was tough against a matchup against Griff, Surge, and Ems, 3 brawlers that really take advantage of a tank like a Primo. It was tough it was really tough for Nando lovers, as the Real Ones are going to take that 3-1. We missed one of the games that they won, but hey, there's one of the games where that didn't end up as a sweep. A lot of these matchups.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, that's a big deal because a lot of these matchups have been sweeps so far for our first round.
And so the ability to just kind of grab one, put it in the pocket, that's going to do wonders for them moving forward. As we said, it's double elim, so you're not going to be able to go home and watch the VOD and do your homework and stuff, but you absolutely can kind of go like, all right, dude, we won 1, what worked there? We lost 3, what didn't work there? Maybe we should be able to do this going forward, but you just got to look at the next page. So this is what we're sitting at now as we have our semifinals kind of locked and loaded. We'll see Chasmac going up against the Real Ones, and then we'll see West Coast going up against Vanguard. That should be that TBD. And then, of course, we have the bottom side. Nando Lovers Outlaws, Obey Alliance versus Iztapalapa Fuego. But it's been a lot of Fuego here in the opening moments of our Snapdragon Pro Series Open. So you know what? Let's take a breather. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
And welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. I am contractually obligated to say West Coast, best coast. I'm going to leave it at that. But they certainly play some good Brawl Stars. We'll take a look at how this bracket is looking with a couple of our less fortunate teams on the bottom side, as we said, double elim. So Nando, Lovers, Outlaws, Obey, and It's Tapalapa Fuego will find themselves on the line here, win to stay in. Welcome back. It's F. And it's Ash. And as I said, man, we got to take a look at some good Brawl Stars, some fun stuff going on, specifically in Brawl Ball with what we got a chance to see out of West Coast.
Yeah, I just loved how Charles played that with Carl. We got to see it right now. Let's look at this game, the last one in this Brawl Ball set. The first thing you want to do in Brawl Ball, have that matchup advantage, and that's what Charles does here against that spike on the left. Quick, aggressive play by Chepo to move the ball up. Great job right there. We've got Charles on the left side, getting pushed back by Relax, but taking his time, healing back. That was one of the stories of this matchup, is how often West Coast was able to heal back, take their time. This super play. Oh my goodness, we got to go back right there. Let's rewind there back. Let's rewind. Can we?
I don't know if we're going to be able to, but what we can, but we're gonna run it back in just a matter of moments, because this was really intense micro-mechanical play by the Carl here. Basically what you're gonna see is Carl grabs the ball and then passes it to himself using his own gadget to boom himself up, and then uses his own super to send it forward. So let's go ahead and bring the tape here so Ash can walk you through what it looks like on the field.
Yeah, so pause right about now, I'd say. Right now, you can see Counter. Counter's right here. He's super low. He's going to be forced to heal or forced back. We've got Chepo right here pushing Lola. Let's move up a bit. Let's move up. Let's move forward. Got Chepo keeping Bakihama low. Relax is going to move the ball to the left.
And here it is.
And here it is. Pause. Right there. No one in the mid here. We got Charles gliding through with that hook shot, using that opening with this super to score. That was beautifully done. Wow.
Yeah, fun stuff to see. Like I said, it's just passing it to yourself off the backboard. Beautiful micro-mechanical stuff. There's no auto aim here at all. This is really where you're sitting there, claw grip all in, and that's how he finds the dub, thanks to help from the teammates, but of course just a little bit of flex in there from the Carl player himself. But we've got an interview on the way. Glitter standing by with Shine.
Thank you, F. and Ash. Great breakdown as always. Shine, thank you so much for joining. Excited to talk to you today. First of all, congratulations on the clean 3-0 to start off the bracket. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it feels good. Thank you.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit because not only did you get the clean 3-0, but right at the end, set 3, the second game, I mean, you guys didn't even drop a single gem. You're looking really, really strong heading forward into the next matchup. Are there any concerns going up against Vanguard?
I mean, not really. I think we'll be able to win.
I love the confidence that is coming out of you right now. Now, just in general, when you look at the teams that are in the lobby here today, who do you think could potentially be an upset when we're talking about people dropping down into that lower bracket? Any of those teams that you're keeping your eye on?
I'm not really sure who's going to upset who. I'm really just focused on our own team. I think we're winning 2 games today, and then we'll be done.
Okay, well, that type of focus is clearly what gets you the wins here today. I don't want to distract you any longer. Before I let you go, though, give me some shout-outs to anybody you might want to thank for following you on your journey.
Shout out Charles, Chapo, Alec26, Matos, Orange Slices.
I love it. I love it. Well, thank you so much for jumping on to chat, and we'll be seeing you soon.
All right, thank you.
All right, man, a few words, and that focus is clearly what gets you the dubs. So we can't really complain about it. They still have some more matches to be focusing on.
Yeah, I suppose. I suppose. I always like to see a little bit more out of the players, but if you get the dubs, then like you said, who are we to complain? But at the end of the day, like you said, I mean, just strong stuff coming out on the field, and that's what winds up getting you the victories.
Yeah, you can just see it from him, just locked in, focused. Going forward, definitely a team to look out for. Definitely like super excited to see the semifinals forming right now against these 4 teams I feel like are the favorites. Like all 4 of them won. Those were the 4 favorites that we were expecting to win that first round, and they all did. And now they're going to face off against each other.
Things are going to get spicy, Ash. That's just how it always is going to be. But we've got another matchup around the corner, and we said this to you guys earlier. We were doing 1 in the upper bracket, and then we're going to 1 in the lower bracket for this first column of games that you see. And the next one that we're going to be keeping our eyes on is going to be Nando Lovers versus Outlaws. So let's start things off by talking about Nando Lovers.
This is the team that we're going to be able to get a chance to see. Angel U, Javi, and Togi. Togi was playing the Griff last time we saw him, and it was an interesting look. He was like kind of stuck there on the bottom side, and well, okay, cool. Here's a replay from Mexico on Mexico, which we have to talk a little bit about how metas might be different in different kind of sub-regions, and so that's something to take a look at. Togi over here doing some interesting things for sure. Nando Lovers, I gotta be honest, still a big question mark, and I think that's why I'm so excited to watch him play.
Yeah, you said it right there. Mexico versus Mexico. As for the meta, I feel like not too different. They love playing, hot, strong, powerful meta brawlers like Lola. We're gonna see that often. Counter he's such a great control type player, and that's what he's playing with the Ruffs here. On the other end, Togi, most of the time he plays the mid position. He's one of the best mids in that Mexican region from what I've seen. Throughout the time of just watching him play.
Eyes on Togi for sure. This is their full roster. Angel U, Javier, Nando, obviously. gotta have the namesake of the team on the team, and Togi. So you know what? We were talking about the chicken establishment. Maybe they don't even know what it is, and they just love their teammate Nando.
That's got to be what it is. That's got to be what it is.
Yeah.
I can't see any other reason to have that name, because now it all makes so much more sense. But of course, they're going up against Outlaws.
So if we were to make a team, we would name it F. Lovers, right?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, definitely.
Ash isn't sold.
No. We're definitely gonna go with that one.
Well, I'm the outlaw on the desk here for sure, so I guess I'll open up this one as we take a look how these players are rocking. Outlaws, Inns, Steven, and Verse. What can we see about that?
Yeah, INS, great long-range players. We're probably going to see him as a mid right here. Steven, another, very well-known player. A very good player. Verstapper, don't really know him very well. Maybe he changed his name. I'm not so sure about that. But all these guys, from what I know, definitely capable. Definitely capable.
So is this the top card? Do you think they're going to be the ones to send Nando Lovers home?
I don't know, because Nando Lovers have the experience. The difference is they played together more often. They've played for about 2 years now. They've been playing as a team, and with that, you form chemistry. There's a lot of experience there. So even though Outlaws, you got some really great players, INS, Steven, Verstapper. I don't know if they have that same experience level. So this is why I'm gonna pick Nando Lovers to take this one.
Oh, okay. Force in the picks. Do you want me to just let you want to pick, or you want to leave it?
No, you should let me skate by.
Okay, you can skate back. I'll allow it once. I will allow it one time.
Friendship.
But I will never allow it for chat. I will always ask chat who they think is going to be winning the matchup. Will it be Nando Lovers or will it be Outlaws? Let us know, of course, in that poll down below in Twitch chat with your predictions. And just so you guys know, to make your job a little bit harder, they've never played each other before. Zero information from the head-to-head. So this matchup is going to actually be pretty interesting, and it's ready to go. So we're just going to jump back into it. Take it away.
Let's pounce.
Let's go.
Let's jump in here. Nando Lovers versus Outlaws. And as we said, they've never really played against each other. We have some long-time players. Like you said, Nando Lovers been sticking together for a number of years. But now, this is untested territory. We don't know how they're going to perform against this other squad.
Yeah, definitely. And even though we've never seen them play against each other, I'm pretty sure they've, played against, like ladders. These guys are from the same region.
They know
of
each
course.
other.
These guys are from the same region. So Ring of Fire to start it off. Great open area map. And we got chill space, lots of choke points, pinhole punt, open mid with lanes. We got hot potato, and then layer cake to finish it off. So lots of maps with, spawn traps. Like you don't want to get pushed back and spawn trap. That's gonna be a key focus here.
So you picked Nando Lovers to take it. Do they take it in 3, 4, or 5?
Oh man, I'm gonna go with 3. Let's
Okay.
go with the sweep. That's what I want to see.
All right.
I want to see them sweep. We're gonna go with that. They're gonna ban Lola, Crow, and Leon. Staple bans on this map. On the other side, we got Janet, Bonnie, and Crow. No surprise there. Penny, you leave Penny
Bang.
open.
Bang. Penny, Ring of Fire. Again, so if you're new, Hot Zone is stand on the point map. Penny puts down a mortar that shoots at anybody standing in one spot. 2 + 2 is 4, and water is wet. This is a problem. So the first pick, Penny, is inevitable here. Would you have banned her?
Yes, because
Same.
I would have banned her instead of the Crow most likely. Crow's great, don't get me wrong, but look at that. Nando even banned the Crow too. Lou pick is very, I don't know. Early pick with Lou, I'm kind of
What's he going to do here?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like when you pick Brawler, right, you want to pick counters. If the enemy team gets the first pick against Penny, you want to pick brawlers that are good against Penny. You want to pick multiple brawlers good against Penny. You don't want to just pick, oh, let's pick Lou here, and then let's pick another brawler that's good against Penny. But no, neither of these brawlers are great against Penny. Rico, don't get me wrong, great brawler on this map, right? One of the strongest lanes. Lou, great mid.
I'll challenge it, because the idea with Rico a little bit, maybe you can hit the turret and find a ricochet off of that, right? There's a world where you can use Penny's nonsense against her with that choice. I'm stretching it a little bit, but I'm trying to find any reason for this draft to make sense on the bottom side, but
Oh, Carl, okay. Now, here's the thing about Carl. Carl is very strong right now, don't get me wrong, right? He just got recent buffs. Both of these brawlers, Penny, Carl, recent buffs. So, Nando Lovers, they're playing the new
they're
meta.
The ones that they watch the patch notes.
They're playing the new meta. But the question is whether Carl is that good enough in Hot Zone, right? In Ring of Fire. I feel like this is a great matchup for Carl against Rico. Use your hook gadget, get in there. Byron, even though he got nerfed, I still feel like he's still pretty strong, especially on a map like this. He can constantly heal. provide provide your Carl with some heals to go aggro, right?
Yeah, I was with you. I was also like, listen, I'm Carl's #1 fan outside of Shibanita and Poco, but I love me some Carl. Wasn't really feeling him on the hot zone. With the Byron, a little bit of enableization there. Sure. Pam, though. Now, Pam is the first pick on the bottom side that I've really vibed with. I think this makes a lot of sense. She can set up camp on the point. She can make a lot. She can just, this is my house. And maybe, like the Byron is going to enable the Carl, maybe the Pam enables Lou and Rico.
Yeah. And that's the other thing is, like, when you have a Penny, it prevents the enemy from clumping the mid. And one of the things we know about Ring of Fire is, if you have two bulky brawlers, it's a really good idea to hold on to that mid. But this kind of makes it a challenge for, when you have a Pam and a Lou. You got to have one of those brawlers on the lane. Let's see if Outlaws can, take advantage of that.
Something big, if you're new to Brawl Stars or just joining us for the SPS, last hot zone we saw had 2 different zones. This is just a single one, which definitely changes the way you want to approach the game. Right now, Nando Lover's the one with possession of this mid spot. Emma on the right side is going to be able to go ahead and win that right lane. And so a nice look so far as almost a third of the game is in the pocket of the blue team, Nando Lovers.
Man, Emma is killing it. Already 3 kills right there. He's about to get his 4th kill with this Carl. Is he going to get it? No. Or should I say she? Emma almost getting 4 kills off the bat. Great start for Nando Loves. 43% to 6. And the biggest thing we're seeing, everyone on Outlaw's side switching it out. Everyone's on their side. And that's what's enabling Togi to hold on to this mid position for so long in a 1v1 against Lou, where Lou doesn't have the range to deal with the Byron.
Left side, Steven trying to swoop around. Nando and Togi going to combine. Emma, though, gets the kill into INS on the right-hand side. Traded. Again, kills, less important. What is important? 70% here for Nando Lovers on the spot, but they've lost control of mid. Red team now stepping on, and they're passing the 1/3 point mark. And still climbing.
Yeah, this is big, Outlaws, even though they were behind, getting that mid-control is big. Emma, again, another great aggressive play by Carl. She's been on top of her mark with Carl, even through the freeze, able to get a couple hits, maybe. Togi's really low. Is he going to decide to go aggro here, or is he going to try to heal Emma? Great use of that super instant heal on both sides, both brawlers. And not just that, you got an 83 to 65% lead. I feel like Togi, play it safe, wait for Emma right now. She's got that Carl and the super. This is looking good for Nando. I think they're going to take it right here, which is about...
Well, little bit of a freeze there coming out against Nando, and that shoves all 3 players off the point. Steven now stepping forward, and Emma trying everything she can to maintain control.
Oh, no. This is not what you want to do against if you're Nando Lovers. You gave up the mid, and this gives Outlaw a chance to come back. Rico Super connects a bit, but doesn't matter. Nando Lovers had such a commanding lead that even though Outlaws made that, that valiant effort at the end to make a comeback, it was just not enough.
If the game went to 110 or 120, Outlaws might have been able to do it. But like you said, the lead was such that Nando Lovers just kind of brute forced the end. They spawned and went, okay, we have like 3% to go. Kill us, dude. And there wasn't enough time. Reset. Nando Lovers in the beginning of game #1 was running mid, but this time around it's Outlaws with first jump. But Nando Lovers, they put on a janitor outfit and clean up. And so now 16% earned by Outlaws. Nando Lovers matches that and then some. Blackjack for now. But Outlaws are able to take back control. And this one is much more even. What Nando Lovers was able to do last time won't be an option this time.
Yeah, I was very impressed by Emma at the start, winning that right lane against the Rico, but now pushed back against the Rico. She's going to get some heal from Byron. Opts not to use her gadget yet, which is smart. You want to hold on to those gadgets. That's one of the reasons why Outlaws was able to get that comeback back, was because Emma ran out of the Carl gadget. So you want to be safe with that. And this is looking really good from Nando. All 3 of them in mid-control. Not just that, Outlaws, they don't have a brawler that can pierce. They don't have a brawler that can punish the enemy for grouping up like this.
One of the big things that we saw to Nando lovers as well was this prowess out of Emma's Carl, and Outlaws started to do better in game number 1 towards the end because they learned how to control Carl. Yeah. And now we're seeing that extend into game number 2 here. 68 stalled for Nando lovers as Outlaws do a great job of controlling. Okay.
Wow.
I was about to say controlling the Emma, but well, she bit back there.
Yep, she's gonna go right in there. She's gotta be careful against that. Lou freeze manages to avoid it, and again, getting control. Togi should heal Emma up. If I were him, I'll keep Emma alive every single time right there.
Huge.
Because look at that, 88%, 89, just a bit longer if they can hold on right now. The Nando lovers, yep, definitely in position right now to finish it.
That was the game-winning push. Even if Outlaws wound up taking control of that mid lane, Nando would have been able to come back and find the victory off of that push for sure. Let's take a second look at it here. We see our team separated by 10, but it's this team wipe. Look, they're just ignoring INS.
Yeah.
Game number 1, Emma was able to beat him. This time she wasn't. So just ignore the dude and let him shoot against the wall. Get your angles, whatever.
Yeah.
We're out here getting our wins.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things about Rico on this map a lot of people don't realize is like, Rico, yeah, he's so strong on the lane, but you don't win in this map by winning a lane. You win in this map by winning the mid. And that's what Nando lovers showed here. Hey, we'll just group up. You got no piercing brawler. You can't punish us for grouping up. You don't got a penny like us. We'll just group up in the mid and we'll just take it.
19 kills to 17 with Nando lovers. God, that logo is gonna that logo is gonna haunt me in my nightmares for sure. So hopefully they go on and do something and maybe get a new logo.
New logo? Yeah, I mean, like, if you can win it all, sure, why not?
It's possible, but either way, we're jumping on into a draft one more time. Chill Space is going to be the gem grab map of choice. And a couple of bans coming out. We won't see the Penny this time as she's banned out here by Outlaws.
Yeah, this tells me Nando lovers definitely going to have the first pick. That's why, you know, we've got Outlaws banning 3 powerful brawlers in the meta. These are undoubtedly a lot of pro players would call, you know, the top 3 brawlers in the meta right now. Bonnie, Janet, and Penny. So you're going to see them banned a lot. On the other hand, Nando lovers deciding, hey, you know, we're going to ban all, and there's the first pick, Carl. Excellent. Ammo on the Carl again. We get to see it. Those Carl plays are filthy.
Blood.
Yeah, and if you're Outlaws, though, it's okay. Carl, there are lots of brawlers you can counter Carl with. Tanks are pretty good against Carl.
Anything that stuns him out of the super.
Or a brawler like Surge, where you can use a super and just, boom, pounce on him, stop his super. So you definitely have lots of options.
That's the thing with Carl is that he's strong, but there's so many answers. You know, Bo coming out with the mine. You could even pick Nita into Carl, to be honest with you. Like, he just has so many Carl.
I would not put Nita against the Carl. More range.
The bear stuns him out of the thing, though.
Yeah, but this map, Chill Space, is full of choke points. One of the things about Carl is he's so strong on any map with choke points.
That's fair.
And this, I feel like it might be like one of the strongest maps for Carl in the game.
Bo's going to be a good answer, though. Definitely a character that can kind of play outside of those choke points, but mine them down.
There you go. There's the Surge. Great pick right there. Now, what I love about Surge is, what I love about this pick is they didn't go tank. Because, yeah, sure, tank would be good against Carl, but this means Nando has the next 2 picks to counter your tank. So you can't really pick tank too early. So that's where Surge comes in. He's not weak. He doesn't have as many weaknesses as tanks do. He's more versatile, and he can counter Carl. So I like that pick. If I'm Nando lovers, you know, what's weak to Surge? You got spawners. Terra's great against Surge. Spike is great against Surge. They went with Jean. Okay, yeah, you need a good mid brawler, so I guess that's why.
I'm just always very rare. You know what it is when it comes to gem grab? I need to find a reason not to play Jean. Because at the end of the day, oh no, we're down.
Yeah.
Nail the pull. Right? Like, I think, so Jean is just, I'm not going to quite say evergreen, but he's usually a good choice. And then the dog man over here, Sandbags, good stuff, thumbs up.
Yeah, Sandbags, exactly. Spawners are excellent against Surge. That's a great counter to deal with Surge. And not just that, Russ, empower me with his super. He's going to empower your whole team. Especially if you want to get that Jean, you know, boosted up 20% more health, 20% more damage. You just have a more potent gem carrier. On the other hand, I like the Mr. P pick. Actually, I don't like it. I'll take that back.
Okay.
The reason why I don't like it.
All
Mr.
right.
P is just so weak to Carl. Carl's just gonna hook in, use his super, take you out so quickly. I don't really like it, but I see why they went with it because Mr. P is pretty decent against Gene.
That's the idea.
Yeah, and pretty decent against roughs and sandbags.
You know, this is a great example, folks, of a draft that looks great on paper.
Yeah.
Your coach is very happy, and your players are like, come on, man. Come on, man. Like, your coach is sitting there like, no, it works out. And your players are like, dude, how many trophies do you have? Come on now. So we're going to jump on in here and see how this one works out. Mid-control grabbed here by Nando lovers as they right away are looking pretty good here.
Yeah. I love that Emma is running the speed gear with her Carl. You really want to avoid Surge. Oh, no, it's not what you want to do because you just fed INS. Once Surge gets that first upgrade, it's a whole new game now because now he can get his upgrade, and with that speed, plus that second, the serve ice cold star power, even if he dies, he's going to come back with another upgrade.
Yep.
It's just a snowball effect. So you don't want to allow Surge to get that early control, but there's that empowerment. That super from Russ decides to power himself up, which kind of strange.
Well, I'm fine with it. He's the one trying to deal with his entire right-hand side, and so for now, I think that's an okay choice, especially considering the wall break there. All in, says INS, and Emma going to be sitting down. Outlaws now with a good push towards mid as they take care of the right lane, and that opens up the whole map.
Yeah, that was a risky pull by Togi, going for the Surge, who got his super, pushed him back, took out Emma, and now also at stage 2 with the Surge. Great control by Outlaws, even though Nando's got more gems.
Big
I
kill.
love where Outlaws got control. Aina's doing, oh my goodness, he's doing so good with that Surge. Gets the kill. I don't think he should get, he got a little greedy right there. He got too high up, got shot down by Russ. If I was him, I would just ignore those gems, stay alive, keep control. And this gives Nando lovers time now to get control back.
Big play there by Togi to make it to safety before dying, and then just picking up the gems where he left off. Kind of no harm, no foul that he died there. Trouble for Emma as she finds herself on enemy territory. Beautiful play by INS, but it's not enough. And there's 10 gems in the pocket of Togi. A little bit of heal up. And it doesn't look like Outlaws are even going to attempt this takeover. Well, Mr. P push, 5 seconds might not be enough, and INS has no opportunity. Ooh. And Nando lovers kind of very casually takes this victory.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely got interesting, especially with INS and his Surge. It made some pop-off plays with his Surge, got multiple kills. But the thing was, right here, he got the kill against Togi, took down the 8 gems, but he got greedy. He got greedy for the gems, and he died, and that's what led to his downfall.
Which was, I always say you got to play your lead. When you have the advantage, you got to press it, but you can't let your lead play you. And that's what we saw happen to INS. He just got too excited because let's face it, listen, he was the only one on the team doing anything.
Yeah.
And so, left side gets the kill onto Togi, but the kills don't matter, the gems do. Togi dies in a safe spot, and so, all the action that Outlaws was able to amass wound up being much ado about nothing. And now Nando lovers trying to write their own way to the ending again with a little bit of mid-control. Less dominant, though, than game number 1.
If we were watching one of the top teams from earlier, like West Coast or Chasmac, right? One thing we'd be seeing something different here is we wouldn't have Emma as a Carl against the Surge lane. We'd be having roughs on him. So that's an adjustment that I'm not seeing this, the bubble teams, as you would say, make. Having the matchup advantage. That's what I feel like would give Nando lovers an even greater advantage. If they had that roughs on the Surge side rather than having a Carl face a mismatch.
That next level up, they've done a little bit of the homework, more to learn as far as individual matchup is concerned. That micro winds up being important for sure, but 2 minutes left, tied at 6.
I still feel like if Emma would just switch the left side against Mr. P, you have this is such a hard counter. You just hook in, use your super on Mr. P, easy kill, and you got Nando with your sandbags and his Surge. You just got to play the matchup, and I feel like that's what Nando lovers, even though they're playing so well as a team, they're not fully taking advantage of.
Dangerous stuff here. Honestly, Togi leaving all these gems out. Nando is I think Outlaws played that too safe. I would have liked to see Outlaws kind of go in and try to pick up some of these gems, but doesn't look like they need to. 11 in the pocket here for Outlaws, counting down from a dozen, and a kill on a Togi might be enough for Outlaws to bring us to a game 3. I don't think Nando and Emma have what it takes to reconvene, and so that be that. Outlaws grab one and run with it.
No, that was fully deserved by Outlaws. Like, if I'm Nando lovers, I gotta make that adjustment. Why is my Carl on the Surge side every single time? Why is my Ruffs on the Mr. P side
Break it down.
time?
Why is this matchup so mismatched?
Because Ruffs is a counter to Surge. You got your sandbags, you got your gadget to block off Surge. That's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing Nando now make that change. But look at what Outlaws doing. Immediately sense that, and they have INS switch. So what do you do as Nando? You gotta do the same thing. You gotta mirror that. You gotta have your Carl now switch to the other side. And that's not what we're not seeing that from Nando lovers. Now we are. So there we go. There's the adjustment. This is what I'm talking about. You want to do that every single time, and that's what they're doing too. You can see the constant revolving of these guys. It's so funny to watch, right?
It really is. The communicación here is really working out so far as we see the response to the response to the response. Cert. But it's Togi in the mid. 5 gems in the pocket. Pull and push.
Yeah.
Nando with the dot on 2 of them. And a great look for Nando lovers.
I love it. And that's what it was, man. They looked for the matchup every single time. Every single time Outlaws decide to switch up, guess what? We're going to be on top of it. We're going to have our Ruffs on your Surge. We're going to have our Carl on your Mr. P. And that's what worked out for them. They got every single gem, even a pull on the portal, whatever. It doesn't even matter. It's just icing on the top. If Togi can get that last gem, which he is, there's a 10 gem. Now Outlaws, I don't see it. I don't see them coming in. They get team wiped right now. Triple kill. That's going to do it.
That is absolutely how you do it. The pull onto the porter, that's just a swag spell right there. Great stuff coming out from Nando lovers. They do wind up losing one to Outlaws, but you know what? And I want to zoom out real quick because Nando lovers won game number 1 despite the mismatch.
Yes, yes.
And they didn't change it in game number 2.
They didn't change it.
Because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Force me to make the adaptation. Force me to make the change. Outlaws did, and so Nando lovers came back in game 3 and said, I bet. And they made the change.
Yeah, that's true. Although I would play on the safe side. I would still have the matchup advantage. That's what most of the higher fringe teams or those teams are going to be doing is like constantly getting the matchup advantage, regardless of whether they won that first matchup.
Here's the thing, though. You've got to think about especially away from the top, because the higher you are, the more quote unquote perfect the gameplay. And so if you're not near the top, it might just be a player advantage. Ammo just might have been better than the Surge player. And so what I do if I'm on this team, I ask Emma, I go, all right, you won the mismatch. Are you confident enough to do the mismatch again? Can you beat the Surge, or do we do the right thing and switch it around? And Emma clearly said, no, I got it, bro, no problem. Well, if I'm coaching the team, you get one chance to prove that you can do the wrong thing. And, well,
that's true.
Game 2 came and went.
Yeah, that's true. That's a very good point. As we head into the third set right now, pinhole punt. We got Nando lovers banning, both teams banning Bonnie.
Nobody wants the stunt girls.
Yeah, no, that's the thing about this meta. These 2 brawlers are the top 2 brawlers in the meta. So no surprise there. And it's an open map. Both of these brawlers, they just benefit from.
Guys, one of these characters flies. So with an open map, no thank you.
And the other character is a brawler with super high versatility. Assassin mode, jump in on you. Super long range, tank form, the first, like so much health. It's just a brawler that, it has everything. So, Supercell, they need to do some nerfs with those 2 brawlers. I love the Vax pick, especially with Crow banned, right? No way to stop your speed, right? You don't have a Crow to slow you down with that slow gadget. So a great first pick, very safe pick, I would say. If you're Nando lovers, you have so many options. But then again, there's like no one brawler that can really shut down the Max comp.
Open-ended as well. You can stick a lot of other brawlers with Max, which is what I always think is the important thing when you're first picking almost, it doesn't show your hand. It doesn't show what kind of composition you're going to go and wind up picking. But Nando Lovers goes with the showstopper herself. Lola will bring her ego into the Brawl Ball arena. And paired up with Lola, what kind of characters do you like to see go heel to heel with Lola?
Well, Lola, very solid brawler, always a good brawler on Pinhole Punch, one of our best maps. Not just that, she doesn't really have many weaknesses, so that's a great pick. Bell as the mid, I don't really like that pick that much, maybe because like that forces Lola to not play lane, right?
Right.
You don't really want like Lola on this map as a lane, not the strongest. And if you're gonna have Bell as a mid, it's gonna be tough because this is a map with very, not just the open mid, but there are bushes in the mid. And that's what makes it dicey when you're using a Bell. You're gonna, because especially against a Max, and now you got Carl. I can't believe Carl was on the table and was not picked.
Ooh.
I feel like that's something maybe Nando Lovers overlooked there.
I think so, yeah. And the Sandy to combine, a lot of utility to come out of Sandy. A little bit of yesterday's meta when you throw the Sandy here, but I like the classics. Listen, I think it works out here with Max. You can go Zoom, or you can just go and visit. Like, there's a lot of different options here for Outlaws, which I think that's the key here. Options. Either Carl does it by himself. You broke it down on the couch before, how Carl could just decide to LeBron James the game. Or Max, everybody zooms up forward. Or you've got Sandy. But Gale here is one of my favorite picks in the game.
Yeah, Gale, pretty good against Carl, but I would have liked to see Nando Lovers pick like a tank. Sandy, Max, Carl, these are all brawlers weak to tank. They don't have the damage output. Daryl would have been great, I feel like, against their matchup. But Gale kind of playing it more on the safe side. Sure, you have that super, but you don't have the range against the Carl. You don't have against Sandy. It's going to be tough on the lanes. Sandy is so good for maneuverability on the lanes on this map. A very strong brawler on that regard. So I feel like...
Defensive-minded, you think?
Yeah, defensive-minded. Already, look at the INS winning that lane with his Carl against Gale. Like I said, just the range deficit of Gale against that matchup.
Emma here on the Lola. Gonna go ahead and center the ball real quick. And I expect this one to be... It's interesting, when I saw the Max, I was like, all right, we're going to be all... I expect this one to be a little bit slower paced here as Bell finds a kill. And now we're going to see three-man push, left-hand side. Kick is in, and just like that, off of the back of me saying slower paced game, we have a score in the first half a minute.
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with Outlaws just not having any defense. They went all offense with this comp. What's your defense? You got no brawler to push back. You got no brawler to stun. You got no brawler to knock back. So knowing that, Nando Lovers, all they got to do is keep asserting themselves here. Right. Oh, I don't know about that card play. Just instant death. Togi can easily score this, by the way.
Yeah.
One push, super, there you go.
Yeah.
Just like that. Wow.
That was... the wrong choice. Yeah, nothing to really give the opposition here. Outlaws kind of beat themselves real quick. This one, like you said, no defense, just three-man, walk it up, and, just...
F-dot. What did I say in this matchup? What was my prediction?
You said that it was going to be a sweep.
I said it was going to be a sweep. I said Nando Lovers is just going to take it. They have the experience, and that's what we're seeing right now.
True.
Even though Outlaws, they got a great draft. They got great brawlers. Carl, great. Sandy, great. Max. But it's the team. The team of Nando. I feel like they're just better. Look at that. There's Emma, Nando, Togi. Like, they're playing as if they've been playing forever together. And that's what we're seeing here.
I mean, that first goal that we saw in game number 1 was absolutely experienced. Outlaws should have shaded over to the left-hand side after they lost that lane, but they chose not to, and therefore they wind up getting scored on. This one, okay, thank you, Ethan. That's a necessary move. All right. Nando Lovers now have to go find that ball in the top left corner, but it's INS that's winning here on the right-hand side. Nando answers back, and Ethan's he's gonna castle the ball one more time.
Yeah, I gotta say, Nando is so good with the bell. He's got such great precision with his bell. Very impressed by him. Ethan's got target by Bell, by the way, so he's got to play a little safe. But at the same time, if you're Outlaws, you gotta move that ball forward right now.
That's kind of what I was talking about before. We both kind of furrowed our brow at the Bell pick, but when you're this good at Bell, okay. That said, she could stomp down Caster's curse. But it's another questionable all-in from Carl, who gets a kill, gets killed himself, and the ball winds up being neutralized. So.
Yeah, I mean, INS, great player. I feel like he's more of a range type player. Playing Carl, he's been super aggressive. He's been melted so many times. It's very different. And that's why we're seeing them struggle, is like, you know, maybe not playing to their strengths, right? And that's what Nando lover, again, Nando, calling Nando lover.
Hey man, nothing wrong with loving yourself. If you don't like your post, how can you expect anyone else to like your own
Look
tweets,
at
folks?
this, just shooting those shots without even seeing the brawler in the bush. Nando, just so good with the bell. They're going to take it for sure. Steven, just not enough time.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's like when you look at these tier lists, you have to inject personal play into it.
Yep.
If you're looking at an A and B tier brawler and you are phenomenal at the B tier brawler, that's all of a sudden an A tier brawler.
Yeah.
And it extends into the rest of the cast for sure. Nando Lovers winds up with another win here in the Brawl Ball set. So another two, well, not another one. Outlaws was able to taste a little bit of victory last time with the 2-1. This one, though, the sweep at 2-0.
Yeah, what I saw in that matchup was just how well Nando Lovers were commanding the mid. I thought maybe Outlaws would take advantage of, hey, you know, Belle is not the best brawler to command the mid because of her, you know, just projectile, right? It's just so small compared to a brawler like Carl, Sandy, and Max. You got to command yourself. But every single time, Nando Lovers commanding themselves, getting the mid position, asserting themselves, being more aggressive, and that's what allowed them to win that matchup, I felt like.
Absolutely, yeah. Not just being aggressive, like reckless abandon.
Yeah, no,
because that's
control.
what we saw on the other side from Outlaws, who unfortunately we won't see any longer. That's 2 losses, and so double elimination. Bye-bye. But when we look at Nando Lovers, it was calculated aggression.
Yeah.
They knew when to go in, they knew when to find their moments, and they knew how to take advantage.
Well, I'm kind of glad I got that prediction right. I predicted a 3-0 sweep. I was like, oh, no, let's end it with let's go with the sweep, because that's how confident I was with this Nando Lovers team. I've been watching these guys play for so long as a team. They're very underrated, and they're always getting better is the thing. And that game, I saw such great chemistry. I saw such great accuracy with their brawlers. The constant poking, the constant pinching of brawlers behind walls, I loved it.
That's really the key here, is to find yourself on top, and that's what Nando Lovers does. Bring up the bracket and take a look at the bottom side, because we are going to see Nando Lovers go on, and they'll play other teams. But now we're shifting our focus up to the top side. Chasmac Gaming, the real ones, West Coast and Vanguard are the 2 matches that we have on the horizon. And so keep your eyes on the horizon and keep your browsers right here. We've got more Brawl Stars with the Snapdragon Pro Series after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth. and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Another matchup in the books. And our Nando lovers sure do love keeping it cheeky. Okay, we had to do it. Very clean sweep coming out of Nando lovers, and a great way to kick off that lower bracket. Now, moving forward, we will be heading in back up top to that upper bracket, looking at Chasmac Gaming versus the real one. So we've got a lot in store. How are you guys feeling after the first two matchups?
I'm feeling good. Usually you end your night with a little bit of cheeky Nandos, but it's nice to start off that way as we kind of jump in and do big stuff.
Yeah, really looking forward to the second set of games in the semis. All of these matches have been sweeps, almost all of them, except I think one of them, but sweep after sweep. I don't think we're going to see that as much anymore as we're heading into the semis right now. These four teams are, I feel like, pretty equal in terms of skill level.
We will have to see how that plays out. But of course, before we jump into the next matchup, if you're just joining us, let's actually take a look back at some of the highlights from that first lower bracket match, because it was a good one.
It really was. You know, we had Nando lovers who are longtime players, just haven't been able to find that footing to really climb the ladder so far. Outlaws, on the other hand, well, they were on the receiving end of a whole bunch of we know what's going on here. So we saw some interesting drafts, but we saw some really strong game mode knowledge out of Nando lovers, Ash, and that's really what brought it home.
Yeah, individually, I feel like all of these players are really good and very close in terms of skill level. But when you put them together, the experience of Nando lovers, you know, as a team, the chemistry, you could just see it in every single one of these games. They were just ahead. They were just better. Overall, just one step ahead of Outlaws every single time.
Well, it's the whole brains versus brawn mentality. Like, yes, everybody can press their buttons and play their brawler, but how do you play the map? How do you play the mode? How do you play the other team? That was really what I think is, like I said, what brought it home.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the strategy was the strength of Nando lovers, and that isn't really important because, reminder, that was the lower bracket. If they had lost there, they'd be out. They live to see another day, and we'll have to see who they go up against a little bit later because, of course, like I said earlier, our next upper bracket matchup is right around the corner, and that is going to be between Chasmac and the real ones. And we'll start things by talking about your pick, Ash, with Chasmac.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not gonna change my mind, of course. This is the team to watch. The top team in the leaderboards. They won most of their matches in the recent, NA just region. These guys have been making a big name for themselves. Now Toast, their leader, he's been dropping a lot. He's been the meme in the community, kind of dropping all his team. But there's a good reason for that, and it's because they've been building it. They've been building towards this. They've been acquiring top tier players like Patchy, one of the biggest names, one of the biggest acquisitions in all of competitive Brawl Stars. And I'm really excited for this team and their future.
Yeah, it's a big deal here. Patchy has been looked at for a long time, but he was too young to actually join any of the competitive squads. Just recently celebrating a birthday, and ding, 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 now he finds his way onto a team, and now he's bringing home the money and the wins. So I think that's a really big part of what allows this squad to find themselves on the good side.
Yeah, not just that. This team is eyeing their revenge against Vanguard, their rival. So in order to do that, they gotta win this. They gotta win this matchup against the real ones, which is another team full of seasoned players.
Yeah, Lukey Bear / Toonie and Coach Z over here. Lukey Bear, one of my favorite players in the scene, if I could be a little bit of just caster bias. I just like the dude, man. I think he's really funny. Toonie as well, also just fun guys, no mushroom. Just real talk. I like these players. I hope it translates onto the battlefield because we've seen them kind of leapfrogged by some of the more established teams in the past.
Yeah.
And so now, these are kind of like old school OG heroes. Maybe now is their reunion tour, their comebackitude is front and center. I'm feeling it for sure. Against CMG, I don't know, but I'd like to see it.
Yeah, definitely. Toonie, former member of Stamina, of course, one of the top players / former champion, right, of North American region in 2019. These guys have so many good players, experienced players. Both of these teams are looking equally strong, in my opinion, right now.
Okay, well, speaking of equally strong, their head-to-head record is also 1-1.
Wow.
So it is dead even. It's going to be a close one, which means we need to ask you in chat your opinion on this because this one is anybody's game. So let us know who you think is going to be taking this home, snagging that first spot to the challenge. That's the point we are at right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know in that Twitch poll down below. All right? Hope you guys are ready because this one, it's spinning up fast. So I'm not even going to hold this train up. Let's keep it rolling.
All right, let's dive right back in. I'm not going to do the pounce thing again, but I am excited to jump in here because, like I said, these are two squads that are going to be a lot of fun. We have Chasmac with the new blood, real ones with the old blood. Bands out as we make our way to Kaboom Canyon. And right away, look at that. We get to see one of the new brawlers. I think she's been banned the entire night.
Yeah. But Janet on Heist, not as oppressive. She's strong, don't get me wrong, but her overall DPS not the best. But still a safe pick, and that's why we see real ones going with her. On the other end, Chasmac Gaming going with the Bell, excellent brawler in any open area map, right? So Kaboom Canyon, great. Lola, safe, solid pick, and that's what you want to do when you're picking your initial picks. You want to make sure not to leave any weaknesses, any openings for the other team to take advantage of.
Also, I mean, Lola just does a ton of damage to the safe. So there's that part. We're going to see Janet teamed up with the old man Gale and Daryl the Barrel. Daryl is fantastic in Heist. He's just, he's like Bull, but better, in my opinion. He just does the job of roll out and then too much money, up and down, just pump and damage. Now, on the other side here,
wow.
Okay. Your thoughts?
It's interesting. That's a very interesting pick, and we know they did that because Real One's going with that strategy of Gale, Gadget, Launchpad from the mid, jump with your Daryl, constant aggression.
The cheese,
yes. So Chasmac needed something to stop that, but here, the Lu pick is kind of iffy. You're going to need to hit your shots, you're going to need to constantly get your super, you're going to need to freeze. And that's what I see here, but the other thing I'm looking from Chasmac is, this is Heist. In order to win Heist, you need DPS. You need damage on the safe. And their overall comp DPS not the greatest. So they're going to need to constantly hold control in order to win this game. Can they do that? Let's see it.
It's a confidence draft. That's what I'm seeing. Chasmac in blue, bottom side of your spectator UI. Patchy, the first one to start us off, answered back though by Z. Little bit of damage both ways.
Ooh,
About 20-ish.
yeah, kind of a wasted gadget right there by Toonie. Kind of, I'm not sure. He kind of panicked right there, but he did get the job done. Got 20% on his own on that save. On the other end, you're letting. I was gonna say Slash right there, going in on Patchy. That was a great super. Managed to avoid that, and then the other roll right there, forcing Toast to react. Fade, is he gonna be able to get that? There's the double team to take him out. And if I'm Toonie, I'm just gonna constantly aggro. Get my super, fly into that save, and get that damage. Because what I know about Chasmac, they don't have the best DPS.
Exactly. Reckless abandon. Just try to find the lead early. There's Toonie. Escaping on the left-hand side, trying to find the entrance. Patchy playing defense. You flew all the way here, Toonie, but now you're stuck in the airport, and Patchy sending you back on a return trip. Not much damage dealt to the box that time around. 69 done left there. Chasmac, well, almost a tie game there. Now exactly even as Toast is able to tie us up here. So nobody in the lead. Slash eating it right there. Not able to find the way to the safe either.
Yeah, even though Chasmac has been on the receiving end for most of this game, they've tied it up. They're 69%, 69. But if I'm, real ones, I'm just going to keep doing the same thing.
Toonie!
Be aggressive. Toonie's dead, but on the bright side, he can come back, get his super, and fly into that save. There's 39 seconds left. If Chasmac wants to win this, they have to get full control sooner than later.
Daryl's going to go ahead, get stunned. Great job there by Chasmac, and now Patchy.
There's a lead.
Set up Toast, and one shot from Toast, 2% in the lead. Kobe on the clock, and now the real ones have to find something, anything, to get themselves involved. Toonie, dive bombing, there it is, 68%, needs one more, and here comes Slash to get it. Now, real ones in the lead.
Yeah, there's still time left. There's 8 seconds left. I feel like Toonie flew in a little too early, and now Chasmac getting that lead, 5% lead. Fade's gonna go and get that damage, and that should do it. I feel like right there, very winning opportunity, missed opportunity by real ones when Toonie flew a little too early, gave them too much time on the clock. 8 seconds for Chasmac to take advantage of and get that lead.
Yeah, that just the attention to detail. This exact play would have won the real ones the game if it happened 10 seconds later.
Right, they just needed to wait just a bit longer. Let's see if they can make that change. Right now, they're allowing Fade directly on their save. Now what you want to do, especially having a comp that also doesn't have the best DPS and also gets shut down by both Bell and Lou on the defensive end. Look at Fade, 25% at the start. Wow.
Just a couple of shots there. Toonie here finds their way to the backside and tries to deal out the damage, and a little bit of help from the friends. Done deal. 81% there for Chasmac, and a whole lot of damage dealt by Chasmac to the real ones.
Can you believe it that 49% damage was all solo, all by Fade and his Lola. 55% damage now on that save, and they still leaving him up there. They don't care about him, and I don't think that's the winning strategy by the real ones. They gotta address that issue.
This was a problem. I think the real ones looked a lot better in the first game. They kind of knew what they wanted to do. The second one, Chasmac is just off to the races.
Yeah, they finally take down Fade as he got on his own 64% on that save.
That just can't happen.
You just can't allow that. Nice sneak by Toonie right there, but not gonna win that exchange. That's just gonna fall in right there. But you just fed Fade his super with Lola, and now Chasmac in good position.
Right side.
Yeah, and you can see the great chemistry, the double team against Slash, just preventing him from making any aggressive play with Daryl. You just don't have the range. You don't have the range against any of these brawlers.
That's the biggest difference. I was trying to put my finger on what the biggest difference is here, and it's just Daryl has been controlled. He has not been able to just kind of do his thing, which is what we saw in game number 1. Slash, nowhere to go here. You can see him walking around the bush in the middle, trying to find an entryway, rolls in, and is immediately told to turn around the hard way. Double kill as Toast shows up as well. The real ones have found 40%, but it's 74% in the other direction. And so we'll count down from 20, but Chasmac, their feet are already up.
Yeah. Man, I still feel like the real ones definitely had a chance to win this, but you just can't allow Fade and his Lola to just sneak in at the start and by herself deal 64% on her own.
That was
just by ignoring. You can't just do that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Ash is a super expert. I pretend to be, and we are here to tell you all of the deep ins and outs, X's and O's, ones and twos, brews and bros of this game. But sometimes, homie just does the thing. And Lola, that's really what happened.
Yep.
Lola just won the game by shooting the heist box a lot. That really is how simple this one was. And I'm kind of going nuts because it shouldn't have happened. Oh, well. Yeah,
no, you're right. It definitely shouldn't have happened. What I guess real ones were thinking maybe, hey, let's ignore the Lola. Let's get the 3v2 and let's out DPS them. But on defensive end, they have two very good defensive brawlers. Bell, great against tanks with the Mark. Lou, one of the best defensive brawlers in the game. His constant freeze. The hyperthermia also now decreases your damage.
Yeah.
That's another thing you got to consider now on top of this new meta with Lou.
That's the thing, is that when you're taking a look there and you make the decision, because that is, like you said, a strategy. All right, player one made it past our front line. They're going to go deal the damage. We'll take the 3-on-2. That is a strategy, but you have to take into account the composition. And when you look, like you said, they got good defensive brawlers. They got ways to limit our offensive output as well.
Yeah.
That's no longer the right choice. And so poor decision-making from the real ones make them look a little fake. And we'll head on to Dueling Beetles. And the bands are out. No Sprout. I'm crying. But first pick Stu. Beep, beep. He'll be moving.
Wow. First pick with Stu. And I know exactly why they did that. Patchy. World record holder with Stu, one of the best players. Put him with the 0 ping Stu, and he's a nightmare to deal with. So, however, if you're real ones, you definitely have lots of ways to counter that. Crow's on the table here on this map. Great pick. I think they're going to go with that. And possibly, okay, Lola, no, you got spawners. Spawners are great against Stu as well. Oh, Penny.
Great
I can't believe Penny's on the table.
Yeah, that was a very, very good pick here from the real ones. Penny with her mortar is going to be a big deal. If I'm Chasmac, though, this is where I look for area denial, because you're going to have to run away from Penny no matter what. So, this is where the M's, the Gales, one of these characters kind of has to come through. I'm looking in that direction for my next brawler for sure.
Yeah, and not just that, you banned two great throwers, two great counters to Penny, right?
Yep.
You just fell into their hands, right? you give them Penny and you bend the Penny counters. You go Carl, it's good. But Penny's new star power, right? Drops the mortar, boom, pushes your Carl back, loses his super. So I'm still going with the real ones here with the comp. The final pick from Chasmac is not going to be a great one, mainly because real ones have the final pick to counter that, I feel like. And right here, against Penny and Lola, what are you going to pick? Gale?
Thank you. I like the Gale. Like I said, I like the Gale. Don't tell anyone I said this. I don't like the Carl pick. I just don't. I think that and I can't even tell you what I would rather see. Maybe go ahead.
So here's the thing. So like Carl, weak to tanks, and that's what they went with Gale.
Yeah.
And not just that, in a map like this where you don't have wall breakers, lots of choke points, Gale's gonna get a lot of value with the blustery blow star power. Eve, wow, Eve was on the table. That was a great pick as well. I was also thinking maybe a wall breaker like Griff would have been essential, right? Prevent Carl from utilizing the choke points, prevent Gale from utilizing his blustery blow, right? So. But they also go with Eve, which is a very solid brawler. Even though she got nerfed, she's still very strong.
So you sound like real ones won this draft, period, end of story.
Yeah, I feel like they have the better draft, but Chasmac, they're my team that I picked.
That's why we
and
play
I
the
feel
game.
like they're the better overall team. So let's see.
This is what we were saying, the Stu is plus 10 points because it's Patchy's Stu, right? And like that's kind of what that's the science of the set for sure.
Yeah, but look at who's playing Stu. Toast is playing Stu. Patchy's playing Gale. Patchy, he says, hey, I'm more, I'm more comfortable with the Gale. Let's go with the Gale here. And they've already got control right from the start. That aggressiveness, I guess.
Well, Fade's gonna go in there and just get eaten, no problem. Still, huge lead here for Chasmac. 36%, but they get wiped, and here come the real ones. They're going to sit on the point. And honestly, the composition is great for, we're already here. It's a little bit less ideal for trying to take over the point, but once the real ones are on the point, they have a great defensive setup between the turret and some of the help that you're going to see from Lola just being able to pump out a ton of damage.
Yeah, as great as Chasmac is, I just want to like kind of call it. I'd be like, hey, this is game over. I feel like Real Ones got what they wanted, got the mortar down. You got Eve in great position, constant supers. You're going to be in good hands. But right now, Chasmac doing a great job asserting themselves, pushing the other team back. Fade is really low though. He's got to be careful.
Wow.
Got to be taken down. And the best thing is you got a mortar. You got Eve super. Eggs coming in. More of these pesky brawlers that are just going to push you back.
Huge play there from Tony to combine with Slash's mortar. That's the problem with Penny. She's going to be able to damage you without even being around. But Fade, well, all right, spin to win. 75% and climbing here for the blue team. Red squad needs to push them off one more time. TRO looking for the TKO, but it's Patchy. Nice turnaround and answer. Patchy does go down, but Fade is chilling.
Yeah, I loved what Fade did in this entire game with his Carl. Knew exactly what to do, knew exactly when to punish them with his Carl hook gadget and super. Real Ones, I feel like they failed to capitalize when they had full control.
Yes.
They not only had full control, they had a mortar down, they had Penny's super down, they had 5v3, and they got pushed back.
We both called that they had kind of won the game, and then it just fell out of their hands. Unfortunate for them. Fortunate for us, though, we are backed by the folks over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Thank you so much. Shout out to them for helping us find when winning matters. Chasmac up 1-0 here and 1 set to none as well. Nobody really finding dominance here in the middle lane. Tooney trying to battle here. Everybody looking at Fade, and Fade he does.
This game definitely looks different. This looks more aggressive by the Real Ones. I like what they're doing here. They're in great position. Look, again, this is a 5v3 in my opinion. You got a mortar down. You got Penny. You got Eve super down. You got eggs. You're just like an 8v3 now. Look at all these eggs coming in. You can't lose. You just can't allow Chasmac to get control. Fade's going to go in. He's low. Great reaction by Z right there. And now Patchy's low. Great reaction by Slash 2v1. And this is exactly what I had in mind when I was looking at this comp from the Real Ones.
You've got your house built, you put down the mailbox, now I've got a garage, now I've got a chimney, everything's happening, and Chasmac has been going in one by one. This is the type of play that they need to happen if they want to retake, is actually find some unit push. Patchy's able to make a capitalization off of it, but again, they find themselves, they being Chasmac, staggered. 75% for the Real Ones, but they just lost grip. Ash, their mortar is gone. Tooney is dead. Slash gonna suffer as well. And again, we see Chasmac counter the uncounterable.
Yeah, again, you know, making their way back in there, and now they're about to get the lead back. Best part, not just that, Slash lost his mortar, so this is not looking good at all for Real One going in the late game right here. Hot Zone is a mode where there's so much time. So even if you lose control, there's a lot of opportunity to get it back. And that's what Chasmac showed us right here. Even though they got pushed back,
wow.
Like 90% of this game was Real Ones asserting themselves. And guess who ended up winning? Chasmac, getting that final control, holding the mid, holding the fort. They had their house, they had their garage, everything set. They were playing Fortnite here, and they still lost.
Oh, well, nobody's saving the world this time around. Does anybody even remember? Anyway, Chasmac Gaming here, just proving that this is, I mean, this is, like we said, that experience and that next level, because this is when Real Ones, they just had everything, all their ducks in a row. Chasmac backs off, breathes out, and then comes on back. Real Ones, more kills. Real Ones, more damage. Real Ones, a lot less healing. And you said something very cerebral earlier about that last stat.
Yeah, and I feel like the healing is one of the biggest things, particularly because Chasmac also didn't have a healer, right? Yep. One of the things that kind of sway a team with a heal stat is when you have a healer. But when you don't have a healer and you heal this much more, it just means you've been more patient. You've been taking your time. You take less deaths, right? And that's what I felt like won Chasmac that game. Playing the objective, playing it smart, just playing it with not rushing is the thing.
That's what it was, because we saw them actually. We saw there for a moment around the 60% mark. I hope I'm not making that up. Where we just saw like the ants go marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. Yeah. And Chasmac kept just like jumping one, dying, jumping one, dying. And then somebody in comms went, bro, stop. Everybody stopped. and then they collaborated and listened, pushed forward, and that's what took down the Real Ones as they had their whole shop set up. They just needed to breathe. And with that, 2 sets in the bank here for Chasmac Gaming. And now we'll go to Gold Arm Gulch, which if you want to talk about patience being key, that's what Knockout is about. This is one life to live, baby. Let's see what kind of drama we can get out of it.
Yeah, Chasmac, they left Bonnie open on this map. Bonnie, one of the best long-range brawlers for high versatility. You got, you got in your tank form, your initial form, you got over 7K health. And the ability to go into that assassin mode where you can just jump on them and get a kill.
So Ash sees me making a face, but nobody else does. So Bonnie here, I'm not going to say I dislike Bonnie in any way, but I find that Knockout, you have to like think of your strategy, commit to it.
Yeah.
What makes Bonnie great is her ability to like play the audible, change the game plan. I don't know if that's what I want to do on Gold Arm Gulch, but I am, this is where I want to see the new brawler. Show me what's going on. I was casting BSC with Ready Set last night, and he was talking about how this character specifically, there's so much to this brawler that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, no, definitely wholeheartedly agree with that. I love the Leon pick. Leon's a great counter to Bonnie, mainly because Bonnie, in her tank form, one of the slowest reload.
Oh, yeah.
And Leon, on the other hand, is one of the fastest unload. His attack, super fast unload. And when you combine that against a brawler against a low reload, you can constantly change supers. And so that's what makes Leon a great pick against Bonnie. The Bell pick, you gotta kind of pick Bell against Leon. And Jean, Grom, I love that pick. Grom right now is coming to his own just because recently he got a pretty substantial buff. He got like a 10% damage buff, right? And he's great in playing the long range, right? Not just that, you got Tick Band.
Always gonna have Tick Band.
You're always gonna have Tick Band. The Real Ones do have the option to now pick Sprout, which I'm kind of thinking they have to, but they go with Max.
Thanks, I hate it.
But the idea here is to combine max speed with gene pull, the old school speed pull combo. Let's see if it works out for them there. What do you think?
No!
No? You don't think it's gonna work?
No, I don't. Dude, I just don't like it. I like the old school. Pull gene, kill the guy. Okay, max speed, cool, I like it. But also just the gas comes in and you Sprout lock them out. That's what you do. I can't imagine not playing Sprout here.
You gotta hand it to the Real Ones. They're being inventive here because they realize, hey, going standard against this team didn't really work out.
That's good.
They lost the two.
That's fair.
So they gotta switch it up. Oh, but it didn't work out right there. They instantly lost one of their players to 3v2. And you know what happens when it's a 3v2 early on in Knockout? It's pretty much hopeless for you.
Yeah, a little bit of
3v1.
Yep. Well, that's just the way she goes sometimes. All right, here comes Slash coming around the backside, looking to beat the whole team by themselves, and it doesn't work out. See you later.
He's trying to die, but at the same time get his super ready to move on to the next game right here. The second, he does have his Leon super right now, but
I worked on this a lot. Round game set match toast.
It's over.
Starts us off, and that's the round again, which means that's the game this time. Tooney, love you, dude, but don't think it's going to be enough. Pop goes the Weasel, because the Weasel goes pop.
That was one of the fastest knockout games we've had in this Pro Series. What? This Slash dying instantly. You know it's a 3v2. Fade is going to take advantage. He's taking out 3v1. It's game over.
This first game was really just Slash positioning poorly, and then the second game was, oh man, you know what? Shake it off. Quarterback mentality. Real Ones needs to just forget about that one.
They need to breathe is the thing. They need to breathe. They need to focus on, there you go. That's what you needed. You needed that kill. But again, breathe. Don't force it. Take advantage of the 3v2 in the sense that get your supers ready for the next one. You know you are most likely to win this matchup, but get your supers ready. There you go. Slash getting his super. Z getting his super. Let Tooney get his super as well.
Yeah, Tooney came in and found that last shot. All right, okay. Round one going the way of the Real Ones. The first time we've seen kind of anything in their favor, which is a nice look for sure.
Yep, and best of all, you got a gene pull, right? You just got to play it smart, take your time. You know whenever you have a gene pull, the enemy's not going to move up. They're not going to be too aggressive against you, especially when you also have a Leon right next to it. And if you're a Slash, even though you got your super, there's no need to use it. We saw in the previous game, they lost because he died immediately because he went too early with
They didn't even get to play.
Yeah. So right now, I like the adjustment. If you're Leon, take your time. There's invisibility, okay, but you kind of waste it. You kind of lose that. Z's in trouble. He's gonna drop his eye. There's excellent Grom super. That's what I meant. He went too early.
Yep. Slash stepped on the trap, the bell nonsense, and then everything just followed suit. Great use of that from Chasmac. We're gonna go to a third round here as the gas goes the other way.
You know what I think is the story of that match was Tooney's max super. The moment he used it, Slash felt, oh, I got to utilize the speed.
Yes.
But you don't have to. You don't have to. If I was Tooney, I would have held on to that super until the last maybe 20 seconds of the game, and then it used it.
Patchy just...
Oh my goodness.
That's happened a couple of times as well, is this Grom just tossing their eggs in this case, but just tossing the offensive just over the top and just catching real ones, just catching them slipping. And, you know, 3-on-2, this game mode is really kind of like feast or famine. It is absolutely possible to win the 2v3. It is absolutely not probable.
And that's where, you know, like, we were questioning the max pick, right?
Yep.
What is the max pick supposed to do? Because against the Grum, you're not addressing that issue. You don't have anything to counter the Grum. That's where you needed that Sprout. That was open. That was, you know, that you needed that Sprout to hold your ground against the Grum, and it just didn't happen. Chasmac with the sweep. 3-0 against the real one. Just showing why they're the #1 seed here, and just showing why I picked them as well to win it all.
Oh, yeah. Flex your prediction for choosing the #1 team 100 points above everybody. Ash, you're killing it. Trust me, man. But Chasmac Gaming here, you know, I think this one might have been the most dominant we have seen teams in a long time. Specifically, this knockout round, or this knockout set, just like real ones did not get to play Brawl Stars.
No,
they weren't allowed to. And we got a chance to see the Cannon Girl. I was very excited to see her kind of come out and do the thing. But yeah, whole lot of damage going the way of Chasmac. What a surprise, they win.
Yeah, no surprise there. In that knockout series, they were just in full control every single time. Just making it look like, hey, we're the much higher tier team right now against them. I did like the Dueling Beetle set, where real ones, I felt like they had a very good chance of winning that. But I felt like Chasmac just, even with the disadvantage, they just played it so well together.
The real ones here, you know, I agree with you. I totally agree with you when you were talking about you've got to go atypical. You got to go non-traditional when it comes down to trying to play up against Chasmac, right? You can't just pick standard and try to find the win.
Especially
literally any other direction though than the max though. You chose a direction where you had to be aggressive against a team that was kind of waiting for you to mousetrap, like just rough, as a dog would say.
No, for sure. I like that, you know, they decided let's try something different, right? Didn't work out, especially when you're down 0-2, right? This is the opportunity to be inventive. And hey, it didn't work out. You got swept. Was a mountain to climb anyways, right? Because you got to win the next 3. So might as well, you know, try something.
Well, it is double elimination, so Chasmac, everything coming up Millhouse for them. They have punched their ticket and will be one of the 4 teams that able to move on to the big stuff. But as far as the little stuff is concerned, the real ones get a second chance. They'll be going up against Obey Alliance. We'll hear about how they do, because next up, we're going to take a look at West Coast versus Vanguard. Both of these teams wound up looking really cute in the first phase. Can they do the same thing second time around? We'll find out after the jump.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
to get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Our day is going fantastically so far, and Chasmac Gaming is your first team that will punch their ticket to the challenge. That has got to feel good, starting off the day at the top of those leaderboards. 3-0, 3-0, and they're in. Talk about a clean push through. Of course, we've got the West Coast versus Vanguard match coming your way shortly, but we have to talk about what we just saw. Glitter Explosion, F-Dot, and Ash here hanging out with you guys all day. That was just Chasmac doing Chasmac things at that point.
Chasmac Gaming, baby. This is what the squad has signed up to do, and they done did it. I mean, you know, yes,
right?
The #1 team is #1. More at 11.
More or less. I don't know what to add with that, right? Like, that's what it was. It's just domination right there. Chasmac showing why they're one of the top teams in North America. And with the new acquisition of Patchy on their team, right? They're looking now they're looking to push it even further. They want to take out Stamina and Tribe NA as the top team in North America, and I feel like they have the full potential to do so.
I mean, like you said, it's the new guard coming in. Stamina, I mean, the guys on Stamina are like 45 years old. Patchy is the opposite. He's one of the new guns, one of the new blood, literally just let me into the league. Okay, yes, you're allowed. And this is what he has to say about it. Okay. Yes, sir. Patchy leading this team. I mean, Toast and Fade, longtime players and great players, not to take away, but I mean, at some point, you are just no doubt to Gwen Stefani, and Patchy is looking great. Was that a Boomer reference?
I can't. Ash didn't even know what you were talking about.
Oh, well.
Oh, man.
Y'all don't remember Tragic Kingdom? Come on, ska music exists, right?
That was a good one. That was a good one, F-Done. I guarantee you, Ash, and you can back me up here, if those Stamina guys hear the age comparison, they're going to be ready when Chasmac when they go up against Chasmac.
Possibly, yeah. But
Possibly.
I still feel like Chasmac is a team that has even more to show. Like they're new in terms of, you know, just the formation of adding Patchy into their roster, right? And they've already showed that they can do this, that they can, you know, come back, beat these other top teams handily, right? And when you can do that as a new team, like the sky, like the potential, right? The ceiling for you is just boundless.
We've also seen, you know, we were like, all right, Stu, Patchy, #1 Stu in the world. He's not even playing it. So there's still stuff to be seen with this team that we don't know what's underneath the hood.
It's a big, big point to be made, and we'll have to see what they end up bringing to the table when we make it to challenge. But of course, we also need to find out who else they're going to be going up against in the challenge, because we have more matches ready to go. The next match in that upper portion of our bracket is, of course, between Vanguard and West Coast. And I know West Coast is your team, but we're kicking things off with Vanguard first.
Yes, we got Luffy, Frixie, and Benashis, who I've seen these players around the scene as well. Not noobs in this world. I've always looked at Bet2 before when I've been casting them. I really enjoy the way they're able to play aggressively.
Yeah, no, these guys have been playing competitively in North America for a very, very long time. Yeah. As long as any other competitive team, as long as Trav, Stamina, these guys have been there. In terms of whether they're in that same level, we have yet to see that. These guys, you know, new formation as a group, Frixie, Bet2, Luffy. This is the first time I'm seeing them as a team together. So very excited against, you know, against what? Who are they?
Definitely, you know, kind of what we're looking at. I think this is sort of like super team is always fun to say, but it's sort of like the best of the rest combining. And then, of course, we got West Coast. This was my choice of squad to look at. Alex, Chepo, Charles, and Shine. Just longtime NA players that I like to see do well. I also think that they have been the bridesmaids for a long time, and this is where they might be able to turn their dress white and find themselves in the driver's seat, because this is the opportunity. They already tried once in the first shot. Now we're here in the second open. I think this is where they find their seat. I really and truly do. Up against Vanguard, man, I think this is the opportunity for them to ready, set, go.
To capitalize, yeah. And I think they can definitely do it. Vanguard, though, #3, Brawl Stars Championship. They're holding that qualifier spot, and they're no team to mess with. West Coast, more of a newly formed team full of veteran players, right? Can, veteran, that experience allow them to win it? Or can Vanguard, the eliteness of what they already have, bring them to the top?
Okay, all right. I like it, and I think that what we're going to get here at the end of the day is just a close match, because even when we're looking at the head-to-head, it's 1-0 in favor of Vanguard.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we'll have to see what happens, how the prep went leading into this, if they're ready for the matchup again, because they've got a little bit of information after having played up against each other, right? Obviously, chat, we need to ask you guys what you think as well. Do you think it's going to be Vanguard or West Coast that is going to get the next spot to the challenge? Because this is another one of the very important matchups, so let us know in that Twitch poll down below. But I'm excited to get this one going, so let's just keep things rolling.
Roll on, we will. Just like Daryl, we'll roll on into it. And I think that this one might be one of the most evenly matched up matchups that we have here tonight. West Coast and Vanguard gonna bang around here on Kaboom Canyon, and I just thank you. Ban the Colette when it comes to Heist. We didn't even see her played, but just cheese damage. Thank you. See you later.
she's just so strong on Kaboom Cannon. The best map in the game for her, especially with the new heal gadget too. So this tells me most likely Vanguard has the first pick, because you don't want to give a Colette as a first pick, right? And if you did have first pick, you'd want Colette. And here, as you can see, Eve first pick. I'm not a big fan. Eve is strong, don't get me wrong. She did get nerfed recently, but I'm not a huge fan of her on this particular map. Doesn't have the range as much as she used to.
You're not a big Ever?
The other thing is on Heist too. Eve is not a brawler with great DPS. Now the main reason.
I like
your jokes. Did you say Bill Eber?
I messed him up. It's all good, folks. Eve, I agree. This map specifically, not her home. Belle, though, Kaboom Cannon, sure, it doesn't matter where you're playing. Heist, long-range sharpshooter. The old lady's going to come through. We love to see it. Shout out to the Gold Tooth. Combining, I am interested. I think you can go double sharpshooter here, but I'd rather see something a little bit more utility-based when it comes down to it.
If I'm West Coast, I'm going to fully focus on range right now. Against the Eve, you got the Belle, you got the range. You need another brawler with the range. So I'm looking maybe Janet or Bonnie are both on the table.
Yeah,
I was thinking Bonnie more than Janet here, mainly because Bonnie's got more range, right? And DPS, the ability to just jump in on the save, get into that. But Janet, great control as well. Overall DPS for West Coast, not the greatest, but at the same time, they got the range. And if you're Vanguard, what are you thinking here? You need something, you need range, right? So
I mean, I just take the Bonnie now.
Yeah, you can definitely go Bonnie. You can definitely go brawler like, Piper. Not out of the question either. Having the range. There's the Bonnie. And what's going to be the last? Like a Byron would not be bad either. You got a healer, but you also have range. So you got to go something that provides you with that range.
I mean, you could go. I mean, you really could just go old school with Brock. Long range damage, good damage for the Heist box. Going to be able to be fine as far as the sharpshooter is concerned. I am thinking about West Coast here because if you pick Janet, you have B.
Okay.
Nice. Cool. Going to prevent a little bit of the push forward here. If I pick Janet, I know the Vanguard is picking Bonnie. So I'm thinking for this last pick, something that deals well with Bonnie. In your opinion, what deals well with Bonnie?
Not really much in an open area map. It is an open map, and she's a tanky brawler. She destroys all other long-range brawlers just because of her high health. Even if you hit like every single shot with your Piper, you're still going to struggle beating a Bonnie because you're going to run the ammo, and she's going to heal back. So they're going to go with Daryl. Wow, I don't like that pick, mainly because you're just going to be feeding so much. You're going to be now giving Eve lots of supers change. You're going to give Bonnie her super. You're going to get... B's just going to shut you down. So overall, I don't really understand the Daryl pick.
The thought process behind the Daryl pick, I think, is not to put all your eggs in one basket. You can play the long-range game with your two sharpshooters, with Belle and then Bonnie, and then Daryl's also here, right? Daryl can play defense if somebody gets past you. If they do want to ignore you, Daryl can roll up and go. So it's a different gear. You're playing sort of 2 and 1 instead of all 3 with the same mindset.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I take it back. I like the Daryl pick mainly because they didn't have a great DPS, brawler, right? Yeah. A brawler with the damage. So Daryl can make those dive plays, get to the save, get enough damage, get you the lead. Right here, Shine's going to jump in to his death against Luffy. But Vanguard, look at that.
Yeah, big damage.
Great control, great lead already. 40% damage on West Coast. They've been keeping it up, 53% now for West Coast, who are in trouble.
All from Luffy, by the way. She literally flew in and just sat there. So great stuff coming out from Luffy. It's up to West Coast to kind of regain this momentum. B shuts down the mid for now. And here comes Luffy one more time. Just
F that. I got to change my mind once again here. I don't like the Daryl. I'm going back to my initial.
What kind of shoes you wearing? Flip-flops, got it.
I have to go back to that. I didn't like the Daryl pick, and I still don't like it. I thought you were going to change my mind there, but no. He's just feeding. He just can't do much. These brawlers, you're just going to give super. You give Bonnie super, she's going to fly forward, get to your save. And I think that's what Luffy's going to do right now. Yeah, he's going to jump in, take out Jebo, and then get to your save, and that's game.
Luffy won the entire game for VG. Luffy was able to do, I think, 50% by herself in the first jump in.
Wow.
Yeah, look, you can see this on the left, on the bottom side of your screen. Luffy has been here and is the one that has done all that damage, 68%, what is that? 32, like just insane amounts of numbers coming out from Luffy, and she's dropping the pins. Oh my goodness.
Ouch.
Yeah, my Bonnie doesn't lie over the ocean. She is right here. And Vanguard Gaming trying to push one more time here. Right side, Frixie didn't need to do anything last game, but a better attention being paid to Bonnie this time around by West Coast to prevent that initial push from the Cannoneer.
Yeah, definitely. Luffy did get the super. He's going to jump forward. He's going to get some good damage. Shine kind of panicked with that Janet super. Flying is not going to give you enough damage to take out Luffy. And again, Luffy did capitalize, got 15%. On the other end, Daryl did dive in and also got, you know, some damage as well. So overall, that was a good trade. Daryl's going to go in. Great play right there by the Daryl. So definitely seeing adjustments made by the Daryl. 45%. That's what it is.
I told you the Daryl had meaning. There was a method to the madness. You need another gear just in case. That's what happens here still. Vanguard Gaming doing pretty well, trailing at the moment, and I stress at the moment, because West Coast are on the back foot. 69% left alive for West Coast, 55 for Vanguard, which means West Coast are in the lead. Shine stuck in the mid, being slowed by the bee nonsense. That sends Shine to the skies. Damage onto Luffy. The super's ready, and Luffy doesn't really care as Shine is popped like that.
Oh, and Charles waited so long with that Daryl. He just couldn't do much right there. He knew that if he even rolled forward, Bonnie's just going to jump up, take him out. So overall, right now, it's close game, but Vanguard is in control. And Charles just feeding right there. He's going to instant death. Ouch.
That one hurts.
That hurts a lot.
Because if Daryl goes in, gets some damage, and dies, that's literally what you signed up for. But if Daryl goes in, doesn't get damage, and dies, all you've done is power the other team's super. And so 20 to count down, lead to Vanguard Gaming ever so slightly. Charles is here, no super available. Trying to throw a couple of shots out. Got the dual 1886s, but it's not going to be enough. Daryl rolls forward. Big damage, but there's damage on the bottom side as well. Vanguard Gaming, it's Luffy. It's
Luffy.
Ash is waving me off. It's over.
It's over because you allowed Luffy to get his super with his Bonnie, and he jumped in with the damage gear on top of that. There's no way you're going to beat that right there. Luffy just checkmated them in the final seconds.
Facts.
Right there.
Right there, the jump in. We don't even see her. It do not matter. The damage you can see on the top left just piling in. And I still maintain that the Daryl pick, I liked it. I understood the method to the mayos, the creativity and the chaos, but it just, it wound up
It didn't
empty.
work. Yeah. At the end of the day, it was tough. It was a really tough match for Daryl.
Yeah.
Remember, Vanguard is no ordinary team. They're a top team in North America. And when you use a brawler that has no range against those, a team with such great synergy together.
All right, be real.
Yeah.
Was it all about Bonnie?
Bonnie definitely had a big part in this game.
That means yes. It was all about Bonnie here.
You can't give Bonnie like that. Like, why was Bonnie not banned? Why was Janet not banned?
Well, so I think the reason is because they get one, I get one, which I don't mind.
But you
gotta pick the Bonnie in my opinion.
Why would you pick Eve with your first pick? Is the other thing, but it still worked out because they ended up getting Bonnie on top of that. What? I don't understand.
Well, that was definitely a drop in the draft from West Coast. They I think you go Bonnie first there. Okay, so Janet's banned out. Bonnie is available. Dueling Beetles. Bonnie is still attractive here. I still want Bonnie.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Penny, though, also available.
Yeah, Penny's available. I'm surprised they didn't take Penny with that first, especially with both Barley and Sprout banned. I feel like Vanguard is definitely going to take that Penny pick here.
Do I go Penny Bonnie here?
I would be surprised if you don't get Penny here, and Bonnie would definitely be a good pick.
I think I'd windmill slam Penny Bonnie. Just like Lola pick, bet. Penny Bonnie, option go.
And then for your final pick, you could definitely go like a wall breaker to synergize with your Bonnie. So, yeah, that's definitely not out of the question. There's a Penny pick, as we anticipated.
Penny,
and
Bo.
Bo, okay.
Okay.
Okay, Bo is good. Choke points on this map. Ability to also, open up the map as well with your mines if you need to. Bo, very strong brawler in the current meta, as we know.
I love Bo mines. I think I was talking about this yesterday. This is the difference between playing and observing. 2 seconds, sure, that's a decent stun. Playing, if I get stunned for 2 seconds, I feel like I can cook dinner, leave, and come back. 2 seconds is an eternity. You're just going to die. And so I like the choice here, Penny and Bo. They're gonna go up against Lola, Stu, and a third choice here for West Coast Customs. West Coast, excuse me.
I still can't understand how West Coast gave Penny, like, they just handed the Penny pick over to them. And you got Stu, which is good. You got the speed, and they're definitely gonna go with the speed on top of, the Stu pick here. But you're gonna need wall breakers. What just happened right there? This
is no. Bear with us, folks. This is last game's draft. We're going to get the current draft back to you in a matter of moments. But yeah, I think, well, actually, this is useful because I was about to bring up Kaboom Cannon's draft anyway and say, very rare is it that a game is lost in picks and bans, and I think Kaboom Canyon might have been lost in the P's and B's. And as we come into dueling beetles, you want something to change here, and I'm just not sure it's going to. We hope it does, though, because West Coast, a strong team on the battlefield. They're going to fix their draft. We're going to do the same. Welcome back. It's F. and it's Ash. And as we've been breaking this down, West Coast have just been losing on the notebook side. When they go and they play, listen, they can push their buttons, but they're just not coming up with the right brawlers to jump into battle with.
Yeah, definitely. That first matchup with going with Daryl, not just that. Vanguard, I felt like, they were kind of, I was kind of iffy with the Eve pick. But then on top of that, you allow them to take Bonnie later on, who was already on the table. And we know Bonnie's a top 2 brawler in the meta. Like, most pros will not argue with that, right? And we saw what Luffy did with that Bonnie, right? And now, again, we're seeing here with Penny, one of the best brawlers right now in dueling beetles and in the meta right now. You're handing it to them. On top of that, you're banning Sprout and Barty, 2 brawlers that you could have also picked to counter the Penny. So I'm kind of questioning the draft process here by West Coast.
Well, we're going to jump on in here and see how it works out. As Chepo, all right, West Coast doing a good job here of owning the mid. We've got a Carl to finish off the draft. How do you like that?
Yeah, great. Obviously, Carl, one of the strongest brawlers in the meta right now. And already West Coast full control here. And they're just going to keep them spawn trap. This is the thing we always see in competitive dueling beetles. It's a team that has control, and they can do this, where you don't have a wall break, you don't have a way to get out of the spawn trap, you're going to struggle. And this is what we're seeing right now from Vanguard. Those are bow mines. He's hoping Shine will, pop them open and pop open the wall so we can get out of the spawn trap. But it's just too late right now. 100% coming in favor of West Coast here.
Great stuff there. Want to prevent the old sweep.
Yep.
Vanguard Gaming, really the big thing here is the fact that their composition, we just sat here for like 20 minutes and told you how good Vanguard Gaming's draft is, and then they wind up losing. Well, Vanguard's draft is great if they get on this table, if they get on the point, if they get their stuff out. There's a lot to build here. But once they build, you're just not going to knock them down. The problem is West Coast got in there quickly and didn't allow Vanguard that opportunity. This time around, a little bit different. Luffy getting attacked, but is able to win there on the right-hand side. Love the old man. And Gale's able to confirm now things might be a little bit different now that Vanguard's starting to build up a defensive orientation.
Yeah, like I said in the previous game, dueling beetles, all about control. Now, I don't like them bow mines here, though. I don't like what they did there. And the reason I don't like it is when you open up the enemy walls on this map, you make it easier for them to get out of a spawn trap. When you hold those walls there, you keep them trapped, right? And when you look at West Coast comp, they have no wall breaker. There's Stu's running the speed gadget, not the breakdown gadget. So you could have taken advantage of that. Still, Vanguard in the lead. But are they going to be able to maintain it? There's the Penny Mortar down.
Shine does a great job of winning out on this right-hand side. That pushes the entirety of Vanguard back for a moment, but here comes Luffy one more time. Freeze, please. Frixie as well capitalizes off of that for sure. And now it's 68 and climbing. Numbers going definitively in the red team's side. That's Vanguard Gaming. And so this is what we mean. They have their defensive setup, and it's going to be real hard to tear them off.
Yeah, and we see this in competitive dueling beetles a lot. Like, we see tables turn on this map all the time. And a lot of it has to do with early control. Spawn trap, hold control. And this is dueling beetles, as, you know, this is the core of dueling beetles. That's what it is. You got to get that early control. And to be honest, I love this map, but competitively speaking, this is one of the reasons I don't like it either, because I feel like that early control is just so heavily dependent on which team wins.
At the same time, I think that early control, you got to find, it's composition based. You got to, and I think that's the next level for dueling beetles, is you got to find your composition. Right now, we just kind of pick good hot zone. I think you got to find either we're an early game composition where we take advantage of the point, or we're a later game lock it down. That's a little bit of what Vanguard have. They don't mind if West Coast get the first shot like they're doing right now, as long as they can slog their way back in, set their sticks in the ground, and just say, mine. Problem is, Shine and Charles are up front on their front doorstep saying, you're not even allowed out the house, dog. So how are you going to fight back? 53% for the blue team, nothing for Vanguard.
Jeez, and again, table turn again. Right now
Big
in
kill.
favor of West Coast, 61% to 1%. Now we're seeing some life out of Vanguard. Getting control, mid-control, nice mind placement.
Frixie dying there was a big deal, though. I didn't like the bow stepping forward. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah, Chepo doing a great job exerting himself on the top left, pushing him back. Luffy, I love the positioning of him, going behind Shine to take him out. It's a 3v2. Looking good for Vanguard again, but it's a big mountain to climb right now. 24% to 68%. They got to get full control, and they got to hold it.
That flank from Luffy was the game changer for the moment. But then West Coast came out again, making meatloaf out of the opposition. And a great shot by Charles. Actually, Shine gets credit for that.
I think, yeah, that should do it.
Yep.
I just can't see Vanguard coming back out of this deficit now. It's just too much to overcome. Great job by West Coast.
Ooh.
Being patient. Not 2%. I'm still going with West Coast. Charles just got to get,
You just gotta walk.
Yeah, just got to walk or
Done.
get your gadget with your Carl, and that will do it.
No
Tables
sweep.
turning.
Yep.
Every single game right here.
No sweep here. West Coast is able to confirm set number 2. Great look there in our semifinals. And a big play by Luffy makes moves. But ultimately, Charles, I think, was a big deal for this team. Just fantastic watching Charles, number 95.
Yeah, and the major reason why Vanguard won that second game in Dueling Beetles was that initial control, but also getting that penny mortar readily. Got it so fast, got quick control. Bow mines as well. They got supers early. And what happened in that third game? West Coast addressed that issue. They realized, hey, we can't give this penny her mortar immediately at the start of the game. We can't give this bow, you know, control and mines down. And that's what they did. They realized why they won that first game, and they went back to that same strategy.
All of the reasons that we laid out for that composition being strong were just taken away by West Coast. So yes, we were still sticking there. Penny is still absurd. Bow mines are still going to control the point, but if you're not allowed to use them, well, then it just doesn't enter the conversation. So GG next. And that's what we're doing here. Great stuff coming out from West Coast. And that is not easy to do, the denial of those supers. Because when we talk about like being able to take advantage and try to put others down, sure, communication. Hey, focus this player, focus that player. But denying supers is don't get hit.
Yeah.
That's not as simple as target prioritization.
Yeah. And you know, one of the things you have to learn from this map is why Vanguard was able to win that second game. Getting those supers with Penny and Bo, right? Whenever I'm playing like Power League with randoms, for example, or you say like casual viewers, casual players, right? Viewing this, they're like, hey, if that second game never happened, they think, oh, West Coast was the team in control because they had the better comp. They hard countered, which is not true. And we saw it because of that second game, why Vanguard was able to win. You always have a chance, regardless of what comp it is, and it comes down to how you play it.
This is why we actually play the video game, right? Like, it's really fun to, and you know, every once in a while, whether you're looking at this or like MOBAs or anything with a picks and bans draft system, it's kind of fun to kind of sit there and go, which team won the draft? But then, which team won the set? Well, it's completely different. Of course, not only do you have your tier list, but you also have that situation where you're talking about individual prowess. How good are you at this character? Listen, you can take the #1 brawler, pump it up and buff it, and then if you have me join the team, we're going to lose because I'm just not as good as the other players, right? And I mean, that's the idea, is you've got to look at individual prowess, you've got to look at map situation, and you also have to look at just how the game goes. If I accidentally get caught on the right side and that winds up being into a snowball, it doesn't matter what the opposition drafted. If they drafted all S-tier characters, stand still for 2 seconds and you're done, son. So a great job there from West Coast to actually play the ball game, and we wind up tied 1-1. Like we said, semifinals, we're going best of 5, so we're going to keep on pushing forward in a matter of moments. Bear with us. We're jumping the players in very soon. So taking a look here for a brain shift, we get a chance to breathe. And if I'm West Coast, we go, all right, we lost the first one. We gained back a little bit of ground here in the second one. What's the biggest change that needs to happen going into set number 3?
The biggest change? I don't think I change much. I keep focus. We won that game. Let's ride that momentum. And Brawl Stars, competitive Brawl Stars, it's all about momentum, right? And you want to ride it, right? The team that wins the previous game, right, especially if it's a 1-1, the team that wins the previous one is now the team that is in higher spirits.
Sure.
And it's just how naturally how it is, even in sports. It's a team that wins the latest game that's in a higher spirit. So
well,
that's what you got to be if you're West Coast. And Gold Arm Gulch.
We're guaranteed to see Sneaky Fields. But first up is Gold Arm Gulch. Another knockout one. Last time we saw a knockout, it was pretty fast. We'll see if that's the case this time around. No Sprout, love the band. No Stunt Girls, love those bands. No Tick, that's pretty standard. Yeah, sure. Yeah, these are all, can I say the correct bands?
Yeah, standard bands. And the thing is, West Coast has the first pick here, most likely, because Vanguard was a team that banned Janet and Bonnie. And there you go. There's the Bo pick. Solid brawler. You know, high health, damage. He's like the, just a safe pick. Safe first pick who's not really weak to anything.
Doesn't really lock you into any specific strategy either. You can pick pretty much anything alongside. Just a great evergreen, vanilla, neutral selection in the bow and arrow guy. Across the way, Bell first off. Kind of the same thought process there with Bo paired up with a Jean.
Yeah, and the biggest thing to look here with the bans is all the top throwers are banned. So that's, that's something you don't have to worry about. Remember in that previous matchup where the real one struggled because they didn't have a thrower option against the Grom. But now with the Grom ban, that was a great, anticipation by West Coast. They anticipated, hey, they're probably going to be banning Tick, right? Let's ban both Grom and Sprout, and we don't have to, force them in our hands against that. So great job by them on that regard. Penny pick, of course. Penny here, not the most dominant, but still very strong brawler, especially late game and when you don't have any throwers here to worry about.
The Mortar's going to be able to, I like the Penny pick. I do. I don't think it's, we've been sitting here in a lot of these maps to be like, Penny, game, set, match, see you later. I think Penny's super strong here, but I don't think she's as oppressive as some of the other selections. And then we have Piper on the side of WC. I like this choice. Likely going to see Alec on the Piper, I think. And just, she does what Bo does, but a little bit better in the sense of long-range shot. It's going to hurt. Hopefully you get the kill. It's going to be a good draft here from West Coast, if I do say so.
If you're Vanguard, you definitely have options such as Mr. P, great brawler to counter against the Piper, Penny, Comp. You got Eve still on the table, of course. Great brawler late game. You got Leon, and Carl, of course, meta brawler. And what Carl provides you here is that ability to obviously use his hook And then if you have his super late game, that's an easy kill on the bow. That's an easy kill on the penny, right? So I like the idea there. And I love Gene in any knockout game situation. The magic puff star power, that constant heal, that ability to keep your teammates, on the higher ground than enemy.
Big pulls can just end the game kind of whenever you get your super. Let's jump in and actually play the game and see what goes down. West Coast, blue trunks, bottom side of your spectator UI. And right away, Charles from a distance, able to put down Bell. Nice shot, young man. And West Coast starting this one off on a good one. Luffy dives in, gets one, doesn't even trade out. They're going to fall back. Chepo in trouble, drops down the totem, plays it well, and it's a 2-on-1. West Coast in the good one.
This is one of the most aggressive knockout games I've ever seen, right from the start. Instant kill, and then Charles trading kill, and then we got another trade of kill. Definitely, though, it's going to be tough for Luffy to win this, but definitely possible. Especially now that Charles has wasted his Piper super. He has no way to escape, because I don't think he's running the stun gadget. I'm not sure if he is. I'd be surprised if he was, but...
This is bad positioning for Luffy, but that said, there's no real place for him to go. Charles and Chepo had the L angle. Now the gas comes, dive in. Charles going in the gas, but so is Luffy. So a great, honestly, great play there from Charles. You got to follow me in, and I have a teammate to stay alive. First round goes to West Coast.
Yep. And if you're Vanguard, you don't want to make that same mistake again. That instant kill on your Bell in the first 5 seconds of the game, you just can't have that.
Yeah.
Especially in this setting of the tournament, like, you just can't.
A little bit of an okie doke, just whoops. So let's try that again without the oops. Vanguard Gaming coming in, 2 on the top side, Luffy by themselves on the bottom side.
Yeah, I definitely like what Vanguard's doing right now. Play the late game. You have a comp that's better late game, especially if you can get your Carl super ready, especially if you can get your Gene super ready. You got the range advantage as well with your Gene. You can just constantly disperse those shots to keep him back. So I like what Vanguard's doing right now.
Sharpshooters need to find their shots here for West Coast. 2 long-range snipers in the bow and the Piper. Neither of them have been very successful until that one. Yep. Charles and Shine show up, and they're gonna put down the third. West Coast take round 2, and that means that game 1 right here.
Yeah, look at the pinch. Look at what Charles, Chepo, Shine doing, pinching Luffy right there. Then a double kill with that one penny shot. That was very satisfying to watch.
So another game here will reset the map, which is a big deal for Vanguard, because Piper breaking up a lot of this stuff was good for the sharpshooters. So now a reset here as we jump into a second game. Really nice for VG. They've got to make use.
Yeah, especially because, a big reason why they lost that first game was that, that trade. And right now, Luffy's got to be careful. He's really low. Great job by Frixie to get in front, to body block, keep him alive, and heal him back with the magic puffs. Excellent job right there.
Huge, huge. I went nuts. I was so happy that you mentioned that, because that was game over if Frixie didn't find the body block. So we'll have the reset, 2-on-2.
Yeah. If you're West Coast, you're happy you got the mortar down. That's basically kind of like a 3v2 now for you. Another thing is, if you're Luffy, if you don't have your super, you're gonna be in trouble late game here if you can't rush in on any of these brawlers.
Trouble for Luffy up top, but Chepo's the first one to fall. Now it's Shine versus 2. One goes down, but not enough to make it happen. Vanguard with round 1.
Vanguard really, really needed that. A great start by them. And best of all, their Carl's now got his super.
Huge.
Luffy's been struggling to get that super for a while now. So having it right now, especially if they can hold on to this game until late game again, this is ideally how you want to play knockout. You just want to try to wait it out. You don't want to force anything. You want to wait it out because you got your supers. If you can get this down to like within 30 seconds, you're in advantage. You got a Gene pull. You got a Carl super. You got them pushed back on the brink of this map.
Depo here dancing with Luffy as Charles is actually getting shot by Bell. Not as gifted with the juke boots as they wished. A little bit of wall break. Again, that does bode well for West Coast, more so than Vanguard. Nobody really in a position to die here. Charles nailing some shots.
Yeah, the thing about wall break is if you're gonna break open the map, you definitely don't want to lose that one, because if this match had gone to a third game, right, West Coast would have had the advantage with the range against a comp of Gene and Carl. So fortunate for Vanguard to take that one and tie this knockout series, or take this knockout series.
Yeah, very important there for Vanguard to go ahead and take that dub. So here we are, game 3.
Yep.
This one.
1-1 now in knockout. Oh, instant kill by Betsuchis against Charles. It's a 3v2. And you know what happens in the 3v2. Now the best part for Vanguard, they can use this opportunity to milk the enemy team for supers and put themselves in an even better position heading into the next one.
Oof. Shine, the only one alive. Luffy runs into him, and that be that.
And Luffy gets his Carl super in exchange for that as well. So ideally, that misplay by Charles at the start where he died, leading to that 3v2, was huge. It made a huge impact. Because look, now Vanguard in control with that first win, but at the same time having Gene super, having Carl super, and now being able to just hold on to this game for as long as they can. Wait for the final seconds and take it too. Play it safe.
Penny Mortar down though is going to be a big deal. That'll help the squad out just a little bit. Penny Mortar, Piper shot. Oops, you're dead. Yep. Very, very easy for that to wind up happening. So it's important for Vanguard. You see they're staying behind all these spots, denying the long-range sharpshooters the opportunity to find those shots. Good job with the positioning so far for VG.
Yeah, and of course you gotta look at how Vanguard just being patient with it, holding on to their supers. Frixie's got to be careful. He's got to heal up right there. Nice use of the gadgets. It's a 2v1, and Vanguard definitely gonna take that one.
Oh man,
just like that. I feel like that was kind of a snowball effect. Vanguard won it, and a big part of it had to do with that initial kill in that first game against Charles. Because when you got the 3v2 that early on knockout, you have that ability to then milk the enemy.
Just charge that super, charge it up, and then just no problem towards the end. A little bit closer this one. We can see 48 to 45K.
Yeah, but look at it here. West Coast, 13 supers utilized. Vanguard 7, and big reason for that is Vanguard played it smart. They just played it till the last 10 seconds of the game, where then they decided, hey, we'll use our supers now. We'll hold on to them. We're not gonna waste it early.
The right timing coming out here for the boys on knockout. 2-1 for Vanguard Gaming. We're going to push on forward as these are a best of 5. Winner, first of all, is one of the 4 teams that winds up on the good side and moves forward in the big picture. And also winner goes to the finals to take on Chasmac. So, well, taking on Chasmac isn't exactly a good thing. So you get a good thing by punching your ticket, but then you got to deal with CMG, who's the top of the crop. So, win some, lose some.
What does CMG say from the start of this? Their biggest rival, Vanguard. They want to beat Vanguard because right now they're on the fourth seed for BSC. Vanguard, 3rd seed. They are their biggest rival. They want to beat them. They want that qualifying spot. And that's why they're here right now to show them, hey, if Vanguard's going to win this matchup, make it to the finals, we want Vanguard. We want to show them what we're capable of now.
Diggy Fields, Brawl Ball is where we're headed. Couple of bans out still. Some interesting choices left available for sure.
Yeah, so Sneaky Fields the map, Ashban. Ash one of the strongest brawlers on this map, so no surprise there. Max pick mainly as a safe pick, like Max, you can't pick any brawler. You can't pick like a tanky brawler, it's just not safe early pick. You can't pick a lane brawler on this map is also countered. So having max versatility, you have good mid, and then you also have the option to play tanks, right?
That's definitely one of the biggest draft tips you can take home and run with for sure in your Power League games or anything that you're playing. The first pick has to be open-ended. Don't lock yourself into a composition, and don't lock the enemy into something, into a counter selection. Across the way, we have Ems. Love this pick. When it comes down to sneaky fields, just long-range area denial, or not long-range, but just widespread area denial. Great. You don't like the Gene.
I don't like the Gene, though. The Gene, I'm not sure. Gene is more of a pick you want to play in the control type, you know. But against a max comp, right? A Gene on this map, I'm not a big fan of that. Maybe Vanguard can prove me wrong, but kind of questioning that pick. West Coast, they can't go. I mean, yeah, they could.
Let me give you a wild one.
Yeah.
Can you go Amber?
Yes, you could definitely go Amber against M's lane, because M's is now forced on the lane. If you have a Gene, you're forcing M's to lane. Otherwise, M's would have had the versatility to play both lane or mid on this map. But when you pick a solid mid like Gene who can't really lane, you're forcing your teammate M's on the lane.
Well, now this time we locked it in. We won't see the crazy pick in the Amber. I'm crying. But we will see Sandy coming on through.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Because now Vanguard can go tank, and their West Coast whole comp is pretty weak to tank. Rico's your only tank counter, but they go with Carl, which
pseudo tank.
It's good, pseudo tank, but I would have liked to see like a Daryl, or like a Frank, open up the map, destroy those walls so Rico can't even utilize the bounces. I feel like Frank would have been a great pick. Frank completely counters Sandy lane. Max doesn't have the DPS to deal with Frank, of course.
Great combo with the pull.
Right.
I was Team Frank here as well. That's who I was gonna. I gave you the crazy pick of the Amber. Frank was gonna be my crazy pick to end here. Instead, we get the meta selection.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, meta selection.
It's not wrong.
It's not
wrong.
It's
not bad. So we'll see how it is when we take the field here. Rico definitely gonna love his positioning here on the left-hand side. Charles landing up against Luffy's. Carl.
Yeah. Oh, Chepo's going to go down right there. It's 2v2, back and forth. If I'm Charles, maybe move the ball up, even though you're in the mid here. You don't want to really necessarily keep a ball at the mid when you have control like that. But at the same time, you don't want to force the enemy to, I guess, corner it. So both teams playing it safe. Betucci's won his lane against the Sandy. That's the thing about M's. Got the range advantage against the Sandy. Frixie has his pull ready as well. So this is actually really great positioning by Vanguard.
Luffy thought about going for the ball, but something communication-wise told him to fall back. And that's what they did.
If I'm Shine, I'm getting that ball and I'm cornering it.
Yeah.
Not what we see there, Chepo. I think, yeah, that's what he's going to do right now. But now he's trapped inside that corner. Gonna go down.
Look at Rico.
Wow.
Look at Rico. What an absurd brawler. Betucci is able to take care of Shot on the left-hand side. Charles on the Rico is dealing with the right, dealing with it well. Here comes a pull. Fantastic pull. Double dose. Not only do they get the kill, but they open up this midline of defense. Luffy's going to go ahead, grab the ball out of the corner, pass it forward, and pay it forward. Frixie grabs the goal. Nice look from Vanguard Gaming.
That was great. Getting that ball out of that corner, having full control to do so. That's where the Gene. I was questioning the Gene, but actually, you know, it works out really well against the opposing comp because all brawlers are pullable.
Yep.
You got a whole team full of pullable brawlers for Gene.
And this is the ideal situation to get that Gene pull to break open this midline of box defense. Yep. Now you can just walk it down Broadway. You can just walk it in. You can actually just do that. That said, blue team is the one with a little bit of map control here until the kills come in. Frixie winds up finding a kill. Shine gonna go down to Frixie one more time. Pull is available. Thought about using it, will not. They don't even need a goal. 9 seconds to go, and that be that. Vanguard Gaming take game number 1.
Yeah, that will be that right there. That's gonna be tough to overcome though. And in the next game, you gotta think of a way to, what can we do? What adjustments can we make here against this Gene, M's, and Carl matchup.
Oh, I know.
What?
Don't get pulled.
Don't get pulled, okay.
That's it.
That early loss of control was another issue. And not just that, Sandy lost the lane against M. So that's what the adjustment they're making. They're hoping, hey, let's have Shino on his Sandy on the other side so he doesn't lose against the M's. And this is working out well for them so far. Rico being able to keep that M's back.
Oh, man. Good Rico play. Not just on this map, but especially on this map. I just love it. Great pull there, but Benechi steps forward. And Shine goes on down.
That was a good play, you know, keep the ball up, allow your teammates to get back in. Luffy's gonna go aggro. I feel like that was too early right there.
Yeah.
Getting bombarded by 2 brawlers at the same time. You're just not gonna come out alive there. And now Frixie with the instant pull. Frixie's such a good Gene player. And one of the things, you know, Gene may not be the best brawler for this map. When you're that good and you share that great chemistry with your teammates as a Gene player, you can make it. You can definitely make it work against any matchup.
Yeah, you bump it up the tier list. Again, personal prowess, absolutely a variable you need to take into account when doing your homework. 1, 2, 3 on the clock, scoreless in our game so far. Big picture though, Vanguard Gaming 1 game away from moving to the grand finals, but it's Charles and Chepo on the left-hand side that are opening the door for West Coast. Door not open wide enough. Vanguard Gaming collapse and command the ball center.
Yeah, Shine's about to get his super in just one hit here with his Sandy. Oh, reckless pull by Frix, you're right there. That opens the door for West Coast. As Shine's, there's the Sandstorm, but they need to use that Sandstorm. They got to get control. Gonna prevent Betsuji's from healing, of course, with the Root Sands, and that's the 3v2. That's what I was expecting, right, with that Sandstorm. And now you got to double team Frixie. You got to pinch him out. There you go.
Nice job.
3v2. And now you got Carl backed up. You got to keep them back. You got to keep them low as well. At the same time, you got to stay alive. It's imperative that you do so. Shine got a little careless right there. But right now, if you're Chepo, you need that ball. You do have that max gas.
Pass it to Chepo. Oh, Chepo got scared. Okay. Yes or no? Chepo should have walked up. Yes, missed opportunity. Chepo should have scored that. He was too trepidatious, and because of that, we're going to go to overtime. West Coast Vanguard, who's got the upper hand in OT?
If I'm looking at OT, it could go either way actually here. But having a Gene just do this, just constantly disperse his shots from long range and prevent you from healing, especially when you're already low.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to heal back on time. And this is where Vanguard has the upper hand right now. Betsuji's can just take his time. There we go. That was perfect by Vanguard.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Great job there by Vanguard. Like you said, Ash, just perfect. That's going to be the game. That's going to be the set. They go on to the grand finals. They'll be looking up against CMG, Chasmac Gaming, after they send West Coast to the other side. West Coast will fall down to the bottom side, so they do have a chance, and we'll of course show you the bracket when all is said and done after the fact to make sure y'all know who is going to the next stage. But as far as West Coast versus Vanguard Gaming, this one, well,
look at the heal.
Yep.
I feel like a big reason for the heal differential was a magic pass from Gene. That healing, being able to heal back, but that's such a big difference. That's about 50% more.
I think this is less about the healing on the side of Vanguard and the denied healing on the side of West Coast. You brought up the fact that Gene was just like, just shooting, just shooting into the wild blue yonder. Listen, if I hit one out of 8 shots, it's fine. You're not getting your passive out of combat heal. It's that denial. We've been previously focusing on the healing on the side of the team with the high heal, saying it's about the passivity and the ability to sit back and be patient. This was about the denial of the heal on the other side. You're not allowed to sit back because Gene is just throwing these shots out into the sun, and every once in a while they hit, and you can't heal.
I also feel like Vanguard just outdrafted West Coast every single time. I just put it out there. Like, you got to comp with Max, Rico, and Santi. Like, what kind of comp is that? You don't really see that. The synergy between that type of comp, there isn't really much. Max is a brawler you couple with, like, you know, like high HP brawlers that can make those, you know, aggressive pushes, right? And you don't have that with Rico. And when you go Rico lane, right?
Yeah.
What's he countering on the oppose again? Nothing really. And then you have Sandy, sure, great control, root sands, great for that. But again, you're struggling with the range. You can't beat Carl 1v1 with Sandy in the lane, and you can't beat Ems on the lane either. And we saw that what happened, Ems in that first game, winning that lane against Sandy every single time, right? So when you draft these brawlers, you got to ask yourself, what am I drafting it for? If Sandy's my lane, what am I countering with Sandy, right? And in that matchup, I didn't see any counters. And yeah.
You got to zoom out, right? Those characters in a vacuum, one by one, sure, sounds good. But when combined, not so much. Vanguard Gaming, one by one, knocked their opponents to the wayside, and they find themselves in the finals here, up against Chasmac Gaming. And we get a little bit of glimpse onto the bottom side. West Coast will go up against Nando Lovers after that loss. Winner heads on, and the real ones versus Obey Alliance. The two winners of the bottom sides will head on into the next stage. We'll head on into the break, and after that, we'll see you at the grand finals. BRB.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Another matchup in the books, and Vanguard is leading the charge. Now the second team that will have qualified through to the challenge shortly after Chasmac Gaming. So we've got 50% of our teams that have claimed those tickets, and we still need to figure out who those last two are, which of course means you can see down there in the lower bracket, those are the matchups we're going to be keeping our eyes on, starting with the Real Ones versus Obey Alliance. And I thought we knew how close that last one was going to be, but in the end, Vanguard looked pretty good.
Yeah. They did. They came out kind of just swinging, really impressed. I thought we would see a little bit more from the other guys, not just because of my prediction, like jokes aside. I really thought it wasn't going to be that lopsided. We did get to our fourth set. We got there, and then even in our knockout, we saw some back and forth here, but ultimately, Vanguard, you weren't surprised.
I mean, it just goes to show why Vanguard is right now the #3 team in North America for BSC, right? It just shows, like, they just have that thing. They just have that chemistry, and we saw it in that game. Compared to West Coast, that was my biggest fear, is like, yeah, they have veteran players, right? They have excellent, don't get me wrong, individually, these players are some of the best in the world, but can they do it together? Do they have the synergy, right? And that's where I felt like they were lacking in.
Yeah, a little bit of troublesome kind of steps there for the boys on side of West Coast. I think earlier on in the match, we saw a lot of problems in the notebook.
Yeah.
A lot of picks and bans, just mistakes, a lot of drafts, It was rough, boys. It was rough. You got to fix it next time around. The gameplay on the field wound up being real close, like Glitter was saying, but I think the gameplay in the notebook was what really kind of lost it for him.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. The draft process. And that's the one thing we also see with the top teams, is a big reason what makes them so good is that not only do they draft well, they put you in those situations where they force you to pick brawlers or comps that you're not comfortable with, right? They put you in that. Like, they're like, oh, we're going to pick Ems. Now you can't pick a tank. You got to go like a Sandy and a Rico, right? They're forcing you there. So you got to find, hey, you got to think outside the box. What are other ways that I can, have the other team, how can I force their hand rather than them forcing mine?
The impossible decision.
Well, impossible for some. Then the ones on top making it look easy. Okay? And we need to figure out who's going to be joining those ones on top because, like I said before, we still have 2 matchups left on the day. 2 more spots to fill, which of course means now it is time for us to talk about the next one. Real Ones versus Obey. Can't even talk. Very excited for this. Lower bracket time, and we're starting things with the Real Ones.
Loogie Bear / Toonie and Z. Again, just a ton of fun to watch these players. All right, listen, I know there's a lot of stakes online.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot going on here.
Only one team is advancing.
Do you think we get to see the dynamite?
Oh, it really depends on the map. And I don't think we are going to, because none of these maps are like ideal for Dyna in this meta.
You just want chaos.
I mean, do you know me? Of course.
But
that's all I want.
Major story here, though, is only one of these teams is going to get that golden ticket.
True.
Right? And both are so good. You got Real Ones with / Toonie, Luki, Z. These guys, one of the oldest, veterans, more veteran players. And then on the Obey side, we finally get to see Obey today. Another team full of veterans. Real Canadian, Jigsaw, Master Walrus. Right?
Old school. As old school as Brawl itself. I mean, Jigsaw has always been one of the more impressive. Well, see, so again, these are the players that were kind of like doing things when the scene first started. And then a lot of players came through and leapfrogged them for whatever reason. And now they're kind of making their second step, their second entrance sort of back into this competitive side here. Not that they ever went anywhere, but there seems to be a new sweep of momentum behind their wings. What do you think it is about, what do you think it is that's kind of pushing them forward?
Yeah, every single one of these players are OGs. Like they've been playing longer than like anyone has.
Not
right?
OG. So Obey, they're going to have to deal with some people across the way, though, and rather, Obey. Here they are. Falcon, Jigsaw, you mentioned Real Canadian, and then Master Walrus. That's MW. Some of the name changes here, gotta like them. I mean, honestly, I'm glad I don't have to say Mr. Walrus as much as you.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention Falcon, their newest addition to their team. A new face, kind of excited to see that. I'm always excited to see new players and new teams making their first competitive appearance.
So what can you tell us about Falcon? He's new to the squad, newer to the scene. What do we know about Falcon?
Not really much because he's new, right? That's why I'm excited to see him here. What does he have to to offer here, right? And they're facing off against a really tough team.
Yeah.
Slash Tony Luki Z. So this is like the ultimate testament to see whether Obey can overcome it, get that golden ticket.
The classic litmus test. Here you go. You get some new players. All right. You have to go against the oldest gatekeepers in the league, right? It's been a long time that Luki and the guys have been not able to kind of reach that top end, but also not falling down to the bottom end and making sure that there's always quality seeping to the top. You can see this new player on Obey Alliance, Falcon, saying, listen, I'm probably acing almost all my exams this year, not even focused on the game, just out here vibing.
Listen, you say that he's not focused on the game, but acing your exams and then one more matchup away from making it to the challenge?
Yep.
That sounds like the opposite.
Well, it's more
crushing.
It's more about keeping it low key, Like, listen, I'm not grinding. I'm just playing my exams and secretly just like down here all day, right? So it's about keeping it low key, Glitter. Don't blow up a spot.
You know what? I do appreciate the confidence, the cool, calm, collected confidence, because that's important. You guys keep talking about going up against this team of heavy hitters because of their experience and their just time spent in the game, and that type of an attitude can really save things. Now, we haven't really gotten a chance to see Obey yet. They played, but we didn't get to watch them, right? And so we only got to see the real ones once, and I don't even know if that's necessarily the fairest example of their ability, because they went up against the best in the entire lobby for the day. So I feel like we have a little bit less information on both of these teams when it comes to their full potential, what we know they're capable of. And the thing that's awesome about the way this works now, those two unknown factors have an opportunity to kind of bring it back and then put themselves in a position to go up against the best of the best. And guys, remember, this is just the last 4 spots. We still have 4 top teams that qualified through from the first split that they also have to take into consideration when it comes to all. There's a lot of planning that goes into this. Okay, I don't know that we talk about that enough.
It's the qualifier for the qualifier for the qualifier. Yeah. We're I learned the word for the Russian doll yesterday and I forgot. Masteryoshka. That's what it is.
Oh,
right?
Look at you.
And so we've got this whole little Masteryoshka of all these teams coming together, and we've got to find the one right in the middle. Is it Obey or the real ones?
You know what? I'm going to toss it back at you because that's what I'm going to toss it at you. I'll also toss it at chat eventually, but they don't get it yet, okay? Now, just for additional information, before you think about it, ruminate on it, they have not played each other yet. So we also have no information from their previous history because there is none. So you can just totally wing it. This can be like a gut instinct thing, but what is your gut telling you for this second to last matchup?
My gut is telling me it's dinner time. But my brain is telling me the real ones. I think that this squad, again, had a couple of stutter steps, but at the end of the day, this is where you can kind of breathe in, dig deep, bop hard, and come back swinging. You saw the mistakes you made last time around. I don't think they make it. And these teams know each other really well. And I think that they're going to be able to play against each other in that mindset to really make their dub.
Quick, Ash. Who do you think?
Oh, it's tough, but I'm going to go with the real ones.
All
I feel like more so has to do with the team that's more meta ready. It's a new meta they divulge, right? You got new balance changes. So I feel like the teams that has been practicing more recently may have the upper hand. But
Okay, we'll have to see. We'll have to see which one of you is right. We also have to check in with chat. You let us know what you're thinking in that Twitch chat poll down below. Give us your predictions. Will it be Obey or will it be the real ones? Because they're waiting, they're ready. It's time to dive into our second to last matchup of the day. Third slot for challenge up for grabs. Let's do this.
Real ones. Obey Alliance. This one for the ticket. We'll jump in here. Again, best of 5. Sneaky Field, Safe Zone, and Bells Rock. We'll do Split and Canal Grand if we need. Shout out to my Texans out there. You say Grande, I bet,
I
don't
say
you?
Grande.
Yeah, listen, I did once before, but Ready Set beat me up, actually.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
he's a bully. He shoved me in a locker, and he put peanut butter on my hair, and he said, no, it's Grand. And so I say Canal Grand now, but we'll see if we even get there because this is a best of 5, so 3 wins and you're in. Sneaky Fields, though, we're talking a lot about how these picks are going to come out. M's one of my favorite selections on Sneaky Fields, going head-to-head against the Max and the Yawner in the Sandy.
Efta, what is going on here? In the previous game, we saw the team that ran Max and Sandy together lost against the team that ran Ems in this exact same map. And now we're seeing Obey pick Max and Sandy after the Ems first pick. They're going to go Gale and Rosa.
I love it. I'm so happy. This is such a good composition. So this is, I like when all the pillars are filled. Ems is out here. She gonna sweep. She's what I call a sweeper. Anybody hiding in the bushes, Ems is gonna find you. Rosa, that's your tank, and obviously she likes to hang out in the bushes. And then there's just old man Gale. You just gonna freeze. You're gonna slow. He's also gonna sweep. I love the comp.
They forced them to pick Shelly, which is a great counter to Rosa. But against Gale or Ems lane, you're gonna struggle. I feel like Real Ones definitely put them in a checkmate situation. Let's see if they can capitalize here with this matchup advantage.
Shelly here, the quintessential tank killer. Just get up close, personal, get rid of Rosa. But
what do you do if you're Rosa against the Shelly?
What do you do?
You just don't go after. Just go after the other side. Go for the Sandy. Go for the Max. You
walk away.
Walk away. Just
turn 360 degrees and walk away.
And have your Gale and Ems deal with her.
Well, we'll jump on in here. See that Toonie on the right side in that Rosa. My God. Just.
Well, guess what Toonie did against the Shelly? He didn't walk away. He actually won the 1v1, which is interesting.
That was a poor choice there, but Slash is able to find 1 kill. Nice. They're able to find a second, and there's the goal. Slash gets one easily. Real Ones here in the lead, as we might have predicted. Z popping.
I love what Toonie's doing, you know, going for that challenge, going after the Shelly. Didn't work out for him that time. And Falcon needs to be quick with this pass. There's a pass. Oh, no, he hit the wall. Ouch.
Oh, no. So what's fun about Brawl Ball is that, like, you've got to be good at Brawl Stars. You've got to be good at the homework, the draft side, but also the game of Brawl Ball. Like, you have to hit your shot. And so we saw Obey Alliance win Brawl Stars and lose Brawl Ball. She just missed the kick, ladies and gentlemen. Oops.
Yeah. And also, I felt like the pass from Falcon was a bit delayed. He could have just, you know, used his gadget, quickly get onto that ball and get that pass going. It just didn't work out. I feel like much of it may have to do with just, you know, chemistry. You know, being a new team, you haven't developed that yet compared to the Real Ones.
So I love to use the term castling for when they corner the ball. It's a chess term. I get it. I'm a nerd. But technically speaking, there is the way in. But when Gale drops the vortex there really isn't a way in unless you have wall break, the true castle. When Gale drops the vortex, Z, though, gonna drop down M dubs. And so the M's has been looking fantastic in this game. Good shots coming out from Shelly, able to do what she was drafted to do, but you can't get the ball. You literally can't get the ball.
But if you're Obey Alliance, there is a chance. There's an opportunity. That Twister's going to go away right now, so you got to get that. But Z, he's going to drop his super. That's going to do it. He's going to call it a day.
Just like that, folks. Fantastic. Fantastic. Oh, dear, you hear him say it himself. Old man Gale getting it done here as Slash winds up with another kill. The real ones make it look easy. Hot diggity dog.
Wow. I feel like the biggest thing was Toonie winning his side against the Shelly at the start. You just can't have that. If you're Obey Alliance, you're a Shelly against Rosa 1v1. You can't lose that.
Yeah, that's you've picked the rock, like one of the biggest rock to scissors situations, and Scissors cut the rock down.
Yep.
This time around, looks like it's gonna be the same thing.
Wow.
Again.
I like the adjustment this time as well by Toonie. He's like, okay, I'm not gonna mess with the Shelly. I'm just gonna go for the Sandy, and that results in a quick goal. He's gonna go back to the Shelly this time. I think he expected RC to switch, but if he can just hold on to it, he did win exchange of kills, but enough to get the 1-0 lead, corner the ball.
Look, they're gonna corner it again. They've got the Gale. They got the early goal. This is just once more with feeling. Let's do it again. And so the real ones here really, really feeling comfortable right now.
Wow.
Real Canadian, real cold, as the Gale is just, you know, we are focusing so much on the Shelly-Rosa matchup, but the Gale and the M's have been the heavy lifters here for sure.
Yep, for sure. M's one of the strongest brawlers on this map.
Love it.
Utilizing that, you know, speed gear in the bushes, just great. And then, of course, you also have a Gale, Blusty Blow, lots of walls to utilize to stun as well. Two defensive anchors to your comp. Slash, oh, this time
Important.
But I think, you know what Slash is going to do? Just move it to the other corner. Move it to the other corner, and then just block it with the twister. Look at him. There it is. Is he gonna... And the best part, he has 2 more twisters left, so he's not rushing it in any, like, he doesn't need to rush it. He can hold on to it for a bit, let the clock run, and then when it's, you know, when he needs to, he could do so. So, like, he doesn't even need to. Yeah, just vibing. 40 seconds left. Obey doesn't have a way to get in there right now. They need everyone alive, and they need a final push here. They need that Shelly. Shelly's got super. She can win the matchup against Rosa 1v1. But she's going to waste her super against the Gale instead.
Yeah.
And lose that one.
Man, this is one that, like, honestly, I feel this.
Yeah.
Like, this, folks, this sucks. like I have been on the enemy. I have been on Obey Alliance for this.
No. I'm not gonna let them that way. Like, I'm not gonna, you know.
No, I mean the feeling. I mean,
okay.
like, Obey, this feeling that Obey, they just like, there's nothing we can do. I'm not, no. Let me make sure. I am not saying that Obey. I'm saying the feeling in them, like, what do we do, man?
Yeah, but they put themselves in that position. Didn't I say in that previous matchup what team won? Team with M's beat the team with Max plus Sandy, and it's like they didn't even learn from that. It's like they didn't even watch that game. Were you watching how M's dismantle that team?
You gotta watch.
And then you pick 2 brawlers. You pick Max and Sandy, which don't even help against M's. M's got the slow. M's has the range against Sandy. So what are those picks for, right? Again, we come to that same conclusion. What are you picking for? Are you picking those brawlers to counter, or are you just picking those brawlers to build some sort of strategy, which, again, didn't work out there.
I was so, you saw how excited I got over that draft.
Yeah.
The M's, the Gale, the Rosa,
checkmate.
like you did it, dude. Like you won. Now you have to go and play the game, and so they did, and well, it was just as dominant as we expected them to be. GG next. Like you picked the sweeper, you picked the controller, you picked the tank, you forced them into a substandard pick to counter the tank, and it still didn't matter because when we hit the battlefield, guess what? My scissors cut your rock. That's got to be the worst feeling. When you go, all right, we picked the Shelly to counter the tank. The tank killed our Shelly. What do we do? Oh no, the Vortex has castled the ball. What do we do? Like I said, it's the worst feeling.
Yeah.
It's the worst feeling. You're just looking up. But it's a best of 5, and the most important thing for Obey Alliance. So,
not lose composure.
Listen, the science of the set, absolutely don't lose composure. I think match 2 is the most important match of the entire set.
Yep.
Listen, if you lose match 1, oh well, it happens. But if you win match 2, all of a sudden you're lifted up, you can feel it, you win match 3, and then you're on to the next one, we can feel it coming. If you lose match 2 here, you're down, you're back against the wall. Oh, it's awful. And so, gotta have good things happen. First pick Brock. Is that the way to make good things happen?
On safe zone, yeah, Brock is a great first pick. Maybe you have that wall breaking option, which is imperative on this map. You know, being able to open the walls on the right side gives you more freedom, right?
Oh, yeah.
The real ones had to go with Rico. And there's a big reason why you have to go Rico. Not necessarily because it's a very potent pick on this map. It is, but you don't want to combine it in conjunction with a Brock. Being able to open up that right side and then Rico getting full control of it, absolutely deadly. So you had to pick Rico. So that was a good pick. Piper pick, great, you know, mid-brawler. If I'm Obey, I'm looking at a brawler like 8-Bit that does, you know, very good against Piper. Not just that, you got Colette banned, so you don't really have to worry about that either. Bell's on the table, but obviously real ones are not going to go Bell plus Piper. So if I'm Obey right now, I'm definitely looking at 8-Bit. That's what I'm looking at right now.
Slow, bro. You know, and it's fun. It's fun kind of looking at the different teams here. We see the old school players that have been playing since 2019 and stuff, and they pick the old school brawlers. We see some of the newer players, and they pick some of the newer brawlers. Lola and Bell here to lock it down. You mentioned the Bell. I love Bell in conjunction with another sharpshooter. So the Brock and Bell. You brought up the fact that, like, listen, they're not going to go Bell alongside the Piper, so you don't have to pick it. But I still like her alongside Brock and Lola.
Yeah, but the thing about Bell here is not the best matchup against the Piper. Piper has the upper hand, gets one hit, uses the homemade gadget, you're done.
Sure.
Right? That's why I was thinking 8-Bit.
I'm thinking more about the safe.
Yeah. I'm thinking, but also the damage output as well with 8-Bit. That's why I was looking at 8-Bit. It just offers you a lot more in terms of that.
Changed my mind. I agree. Want to see the 8-Bit. Flip side, real ones, they go Squeak. What's your assertion, Dr. Ash? You don't?
I don't really like it. Squeak doesn't have the range, especially on the open map like this, to deal with any of these brawlers. But, you know, if you're a really good Squeak and if you can get the upper hand against like a Brock is definitely one of the easier brawlers to juke. So it really depends on how you play it here.
Well, we've got Obey Alliance, Red Trunks, top side of your spectator UI. The real ones, on the other hand, on the bottom side. Mid lane Piper, as classic as Peanut Butter and Banana. Slash, though, here on the Rico. A good Rico wins this map. It's really up to Obey Alliance to make sure Rico isn't allowed to be the guy. Great first kill. That said, real one's already 7% damage done to Obey.
Yeah, and one thing you're going to see from MW is he's not going to open up that right wall right here. He's going to keep that Rico trapped. You don't want to open it up. You don't want to give them freedom of movement. So if I'm MW, I'm going to keep that wall intact as long as I can. And he's doing a great job winning that match. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Flash getting the best of them there. And best of all, damage gear active as well. You're going to get some nice damage output there.
That was a dropped kill from the Brock player. Straight up and down. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Slash is able to walk past, get some damage dealt. 78% for Obey Alliance.
Yeah, and Tuni open up that right side wall with his Piper. Definitely what you want to do right there. Gives you more freedom, we've been talking about. And now Slash in great position, winning that right side lane. And if he can get himself the ideal position of a Rico, top right wall, right? If he can get in there, could cause a lot of havoc.
I love Piper. Just simple kit, Piper the sniper, loading tip. Piper does more damage the longer their shot goes. I love it, dude. Just
And this is where I was questioning Bell, right? Bell, you can't beat Piper 1v1. A good Piper will always beat a good Bell 1v1. Just get one hit, keep him low. Look, the gadget, exactly what I was talking about right there. Another pop, right there. And not just that, Bell, good control, but DPS-wise, she can't even compare to a Piper. Snappy sniping, star power, constant abuse of damage out there.
Piper is the raw damage. Bell is a support sniper, remember. She provides help for the teammates, whereas Piper's like, bro, I'm gonna do it all myself. Taking care of M-dubs, taking care of business. Falcon could be next. No, not even thinking about the opposition, just about the safe. Couple of damage left. Can they kill it to 0? It doesn't even matter.
Doesn't even matter.
3% done. The real ones are certainly looking like their namesake. They already have one set down, and they're halfway to their second.
Yeah, and when you're thinking about adjustment, this is such a bad game to lose for Obey too. Like, you have a Brock, right? You have the Rico trapped on the right. There's no wall. Yet you allow Piper to get her super and open that wall up for her. So that's a major adjustment you got to make. You can't give that super, you can't give the Piper super. And you can't lose the Rico lane either when the Rico is already at a disadvantage.
Cooney's been the hard carry for this game so far. Z has filled in the blanks. When Tooney brings a player down to one shot, Squeak gets it done, cool. But it really just has been the Tooney show for me. Great shots coming out from the mid lane sniper. She's been doing everything you've asked for her. Here's the second time, break open that right side, and Slash is gonna be able to go to town as well. Long range shots from Tooney, just peppering Real Canadian. And Tooney has really taken the Bell out of the game completely.
Yeah, definitely. Nice shot by MW right there, getting some nice residual damage. Obey in the lead here. So nice adjustment by them. Tooney starting, I was going to say missing some shot, but there you go. The homemade gadget shot on the Brock to take him out. RC's real low, gonna be taking. Man, Tooney definitely carrying right now with those snipes and Piper and Slash. Ideal position. Rico at the top. This is a hard way to, you got to double team, but at the same time you lose your Brock.
All right. 82%. So Obey has done more damage this time than last time. In fact, they are in the lead, but an entire minute to go.
Yep.
Tooney blows the super. Do you like that choice?
I do. Opens up the map, more freedom to snipe. But right now, if Tooney dies, they're gonna be in trouble. Oh, and he just died right there. RC gonna get some hits, and there's not much time left. 45 seconds left. So if you're a real one, you need one kill right now. You really need that one kill. You need the 3v2, and then you need to move up.
I didn't like this choice to blow this up. I know it opens up the map, but that was all Tooney's defense. And without it, not able to play duck and dodge, just has to sort of revolutionary war this, and it just isn't working out for them. This time around, 21 seconds, one kill goes the way of real ones. Looking for the second. Tooney with the right-hand side, but RC taking down Slash, and that's going to be it, I think.
That's definitely going to be that's definitely going to be it right there. Overall, when you're looking at the real ones, the DPS value, Squeak's not going to really provide you with that. Rico's not really going to provide you with that unless you get to that position at the top and you stay alive. And then, of course, you need Piper. This game, Tooney hit his shots, but he wasn't as dominant as he was in that first game. So we're going to need to see more of Tooney there in that regard. And the other thing is, I loved what MW did with Brock. Much better performance here.
Oh, yeah.
He won his lane this time against Slash, and you have to, especially at the start here, you just can't lose to a Rico that, just doesn't have as much movement as you do.
Again, these boxes that Slash is using right now, I don't want to see Tooney blow them up again. Now, this right side has to go.
I would like to see MW break those walls.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's really what I would like, because it's a detriment to real ones.
Yeah.
Real ones pushed back again. It feels like Obey Alliance got a reminder that, hey, we can win the game too, dude. And now they're being a little bit more aggressive, especially in juxtaposition to what we saw in game 1 and 2.
Yeah, and RC playing a lot safer with his Bell, keeping his distance, not really getting hit by Tooney, as you can see, getting shot constantly by Tooney. Missed his gadget this time as well. Tooney in the panic mode, gets taken out by a Bell, taking the upper hand. RC gonna get some more damage. So definitely seeing some panic plays by real ones. And best of all for Obey, they don't have to worry about Tooney getting that Piper super to open up the right side for the Rico. So still, in command. Tooney right now can open that up. Let's see if they can overturn this game now.
I don't want to be too BM, but Z has been invisible. Really just haven't seen a lot out of the Squeak. Tooney pushes forward, takes care of M-Dubs, but Bell on the backside is able to take care of the right-hand lane, and now, slowly, but still, firing damage into the safe box. 17% done by Obey Alliance. The black and blue in the lead one more time.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen much with the Squeak, but we also haven't seen much with the Lola, and that's mainly because they've just been trading shots back and forth on the left lane, and most of the action has been the Piper and Rico versus Bell and Brock here. This time, this is pretty awkward, having a Piper on the lane while you have
why the swap here?
It's working out for them. It's working out.
Tooney just missing each shot by a couple of centimeters.
Missing too many right now.
Falcon steps forward, another jump away by Tooney. Z under heavy pressure as the Eagle and Falcon wind up pushing up on the left-hand side. Tooney gonna just barely outrange. Still, 16 seconds on the clock, enough time for Real Ones to go forward, but they've got to do it now. Counting down from 10 seconds. Here comes damage from the right-hand side. Tooney gets a kill, but goes down.
It's just not going to be enough.
Z can't do it.
RC's going to get enough damage to seal the deal right there. And Obey coming out after that first game where they got dismantled by the Real Ones. Wow.
You know what? A lot of times it's an answer back. A lot of times what the Real Ones provided, Obey Alliance is able to go home, rub their chin real hard, figure out what went wrong. And Tooney just didn't go as crazy as he did in game one. Hard carry by Tooney.
Yeah.
Game 2 and 3, we just didn't see it.
It's just like, you know, when you're like a sharpshooter in basketball, for instance, right? You're like Klay Thompson. You're going high. You're hitting every shot. But oftentimes we see these shooters, they get cold. And right there, Tooney got cold.
Yep.
He lost that fire. And RC won that exchange with Bell multiple times. That second game, beat the Piper. Third game, beat the Piper mid. And that's what resulted in Obey coming back from that.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think there was one game earlier where we were just like, sometimes it's just that simple. You wind up, sometimes it is that simple. Your hot hand just cools off. And Tooney was running. Tooney was the single reason why they won game number 1, just landing the Piper snipers. And then game 2 and 3, his team wasn't able to rely on that. I think the squeak choice was a mistake.
I think so too, yeah.
As you said, the entire left lane was quiet in general. But we'll shift gears here. 1 and 1, split down the middle. Set number 3, we're going knockout, Bell's Rock.
Yeah, this map, walls everywhere. And best of all, you got Sprout as an option. Whichever team here has first pick, if they don't take Sprout, I'm gonna be very surprised.
Because this is one of those maps that gets really funny. All right, we'll.
Oh no, I'm surprised. Well, okay, Janet is good, but why on this map? This is one of the weakest maps for Janet, so I don't really agree with that pick. Janet's strong, but.
So the funny thing about Sprout here is that since there's so many walls, when the poison comes in, you could just like lock someone in a poison cell.
Yeah.
Janet can fly out of it.
Okay, but the thing here is.
I'm not saying I like it. I'm just saying that might be the thought process.
That's the thought process, but overall it doesn't often work. I've seen Janet here and I haven't really seen her work as much. But let's see if Real Ones can disprove me there. Bell pick, but you know, I'm really looking at that Sprout. I have my eyes on the Sprout here. I feel like you gotta, okay. No Sprout, interesting. But now, Real Ones, they do have the option to take Sprout.
You go Sprout Rico here?
Probably not Rico.
I think you have to go Sprout.
I feel like Jean would be great.
Okay.
Jean with the Sprout, because if you go with Sprout, you got to make sure you don't.
Jean's fanned out.
Oh, yeah.
I just saw that too.
If you go with Sprout, you got to make sure you're not weak to a brawler like Mortis.
Yeah.
So Leon is another option. Oh, there's the Sprout. Now you got to add a counter. You got to have something that's not weak to like a tank, like a Daryl rolling in, or like a Mortis rushing in, or a Fang, right?
Fang, I would be afraid of.
Yeah. So you got to make sure your last pick is something that can protect your Sprout from any of those aggro brawlers. And I'm looking at possibly Leon. Leon could be pretty strong here, especially if, you know, drop it back.
I like Leon.
The other team would not have like a thrower to destroy your lollipop. Leon would be pretty good.
Last choice here for the Real Ones.
Carl, okay.
Real blood. I like Carl.
Yeah, but here's my concern though. When you're going Carl and Sprout, you're opening doors to a brawler like Daryl. Like Daryl would not be a bad idea now, right? Have that ability to counter the Carl.
Sure.
And when you need to against the Sprout. And then here's the other option, Wall Breaker.
Yeah, Wall Breaker is
Brock.
That is where I was going. Having 3 long-range sharpshooters on Bell's Rock. Fang.
Fang, okay. Yeah, that's another great.
You were talking
Fang,
about it.
I was talking about Daryl, but you know, Fang, kind of same thing, right? Offers you the same thing, rush in, taking out, you know, countering Carl. At the same time, also excellent against Sprout. So I like that. I like both teams. I like both comps. I feel like both.
I don't love the Janet, but I don't think it's enough to make me like I always like to look at composition sort of like a triple beam balance type deal, and I think we are ever so slightly in Obey's favor, but we're talking like 51-49.
You know why I like the Janet? It's her gadget. If you can place it ideally behind a wall, especially when when the other team doesn't have any brawlers that can shoot down your gadget.
Sure.
You can prevent the enemy from healing. So I like it late game right there. And if Tony can get some shots here, he's trying to move towards the Fang, and that's exactly what you want to do. You want your Janet against the Fang. You don't want Carl against any high HP brawler.
Z. Look how hard this game is.
Oh no,
that
he's
said,
getting pinched.
He's
He's
twice.
pinched. He got pretty fortunate. Oh, there's the...
The ricochet, real Canadian feeling. Hot about that. Nice shot from a distance. And was able to take down the Sprout, which Sprout going down that early is a big deal. Real ones kind of just went through the motions, and
you just can't have that. You just can't have your Sprout losing right from the bat right there.
Yes, Z lost. Should have played better. I'm not going to go crazy. Like, if I'm in comms, I'm not going to go crazy on him for dying to that crack shot from Bell, you know?
Right, but also matchups, right? Tooney was on the left side against Bell, Carl on the right.
Fang. Fang.
That's a...
That was
I just got to be careful.
Rambunctious is the word I'm going to go for.
Real ones should definitely have this, though. They got a Sprout. They can just, trap them.
Yep.
You just can't lose this now.
It's important for Z. I don't know if I will love the fact that they use their super just like that, but because I mean, it's the 3-on-2. You've got the W. You know,
you got the W.
Calm down.
And now you have the upper hand. The Sprout team definitely has the upper hand now. Yeah. Especially because I feel like Z's 1 or 2 hits from getting his super back as well. That's another thing you have to worry about. Tooney needs to get his super.
That was actually a small thing. That's why Obey Alliance's last member died to the smoke. That we couldn't see Z confirm.
Oh, misplaced with the walls there. He left one open. I don't think it's a huge deal here. He's still going to be able to keep the Bell back. He's got to get the super back, and he did with his gadget.
Nice.
Tooney's going to fly, but I'm going to target that Bell. I'm running right on that Bell, taking her out immediately. Great aggression by Slash, and that's a 3v2. That should do it.
Oh, yeah. Fang by themselves, just... See you later. Big kills. GG.
So, no, we saw it. We knew that Real Ones had it there. They lost that first game mainly because of that Bell winning the lane against Sprout. How often do you see a Bell beating a Sprout lane? Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I mean, like I said, it was some crazy shot there as well from the Bell, who you know, all you can do is put your hands together and clap, right? So a nice look there. We're gonna go ahead one more time. Real Ones has the
and this is exactly why I felt like if you got first pick in your Obey Alliance, you gotta take that Sprout, right? And they didn't take it, and this is where we're seeing why Sprout is just so dominant. Once he gets his super down, and with all these walls, he just puts you in like really tight situations.
The numbers game is just so important in knockout. A lot of times when one player dies, you just see the other team like back out, right? Like it's just so important for your numbers, and Sprout can remove a player from combat essentially. Exactly. Nice job from Slash. Identified the weakness, went right on in with the gadget, and then finds the double kill on the right-hand side.
I'm not going to shoot at that Fang. I'm just going to let Z get his super back, and I think that's exactly what Tooney's doing. While Falcon is suiciding, you got to just take yourself out, not feed the Sprout. And there you go. But Real One still upper hand. Tooney's got his super when he needs to slash. These are 2 aggro brawls that can just jump in at any moment if you're low. So this is a really hard position to be in if you're Obey.
Tooney taking a ton of damage, though, has to back off.
Yep.
See here, no super available for the Sprout. So trying to build it up, lock players out. Slash looking for the opportunity.
There's the Sprout super, and that might... Oh, he actually blocked his own teammate, but it doesn't really matter much. It doesn't matter much. You got the bow trap, and best of all, you got Slash and Tooney. Both have their supers. You just got to take your time. And now if I'm Tooney, I would be flying. I would be flying, getting that bow out, get the 3v2, and that should do it. I
Flash
wouldn't have.
again.
Yeah, I think that was a misplacement of walls there by Z, but again, it doesn't really matter much. It's pretty much game over. Fang would have to juke a ton in order to win this, but
Man, it's so funny watching Toonie just like to the skies and
right.
fly around. All right, Real Ones with a second set in the pocket. And they are one away from going on to the next big stage, the challenge stage of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah. Oh man, I can't believe it. You know what I can't believe?
Shoot.
The Real Ones had first pick. They took Janet, but Obey had the next 2 picks, and they didn't take Sprout.
Yes.
They didn't. They just handed the Sprout over to the Real Ones, on top of giving them Janet. Like, and then last pick they didn't pick Wallbreaker. They didn't pick the Brock, or they didn't pick. You know, it's, I don't know, questionable draft decisions, in my opinion.
I have to agree here. I think you've got to take a look at what your opponents are picking. You know, it's tough, but you know, just a reminder again, these are the teams right below the top end teams. These are the squads that are trying to make a name for themselves as the top end teams. And the draft portion of the game is something newer to the world, right? We're talking under
definitely.
a year of inclusion in the game. And so the top end teams, this is yesterday's question mark. But to these teams that are trying to become that next level, this is still the classwork that they're on. This is still that moment where they're learning. They're still reading the textbook.
Yep.
And so we'll head over here to Split.
What next?
And first pick, Rico.
You got us. Rico is one of the best brawlers on this map. It's really hard to overcome a Rico lane on this map, but you have options. If you're Real Ones, one way to address the Rico is wall breakers. So Stu, breakdown gadget, good counter to Rico. Another great wall breaker option would be a Griff. You know, using his gadget, you can open up the map. You can use tanks such as Frank, open up the map as well. But you don't really want to pick tanks early on in the draft, mainly because you're going to put yourself in the counter situation.
I think you can go Frank here because then it forces Obey into tank busters.
Right. But I wouldn't pick it right now, because if you pick it right now, the other team, Obey, would have multiple ways to deal with that. They could go like a Primo, they go with a third, like multiple ways. So Ruff's safe pick, also pretty good matchup against Rico as well. And best of all, you have a super that not only empowers your teammates, you can use it to open up walls. So I like the picks so far by the Real Ones, having 2 brawlers that can break walls, and I'm hoping for their last pick, they pick another brawler that also opens up walls, and that would be ideal against the Rico match.
I think Colonel Ruffs is just one of these evergreen picks. It's so rare that he's the wrong choice.
I don't like this Sprout pick, and here's why I don't like it.
Rare.
We know Real Ones are going for a wall break comp, right? And if you're going Sprout, right, what are you gonna do when the walls are down?
Yeah.
Right? Now Real Ones can go with a Frank. Frank would be so good.
Oh, dude, Frank would be big brain.
It would be so good against Sprout and Rico right now. So if you're Obey, you gotta go with like a Gale. You just, oh no, Gale's banned.
Yeah.
You gotta go with the, tank. They're gonna go Frank of the what? But I don't understand. You're gonna.
So they go Frank because they've got.
They don't want to give the other team Frank.
Yes.
But here's the thing, though. Are you gonna be opening up walls? What are you gonna do with those Frank supers? Because you gotta be now cautious to not destroy walls and make it a liability for your Sprout or your
Primo
Rico.
selection.
And there's the Primo, right, to counter the Frank. Oh, the Primo is so good too. Because Primo can also open
wall break
and can counter the Sprout.
Yeah, Sprout's just like, oh no, oh no.
So that's why I didn't like the Sprout pick, and I feel like Real Ones really like checkmated them here.
Oh, Obey Alliance checkmated themselves.
Yeah.
They picked the Sprout, and then you saw that there was a delay. They like windmill slam Sprout and then went, oh no.
I feel like they realized, oh no, what did we put ourselves in? We can't give him Frank. I guess
Do we
gotta
pick the Frank? Do we not pick the Frank? Just pick the Frank, I guess. Because the clock is ticking down.
Right.
You're like yelling at your team. What do we do?
Oh no.
Oh man, just.
But it was like getting poked to the end here, and best of all, Ruffs is getting his hits. Already got his super. Already gonna open those walls up. Oh man.
Back in here though. Teams are splitting the hot zones, right side.
It's only gonna get tougher though, because Tooney's about to get his super. the more damage Primo takes, the closer he gets to his super. Frank did get the hit, but there's the Primo super. He's going to jump in. I don't know if I would have jumped in early right there because he was low in health. I probably would have just respawned, taking my time. Z's doing his best, staying alive there. And if you're Toonie, you're close to getting your super back. And if you're RC, you can't do much against that Primo. You're going to miss your super, and now Toonie can just walk forward if he wants to.
Yeah, just
there's a super, and there you go. You're just going to get hard countered.
Z takes care of M-dubs. Toonie is eating the enemy tank as well.
Yep.
Kind of fun to see the big boys as well. You know, rare do we really get to see characters like this. Very specific, niche-oriented characters are Frank and Primo, and we just get to see him literally wrestle. Toonie, mask on, baby, and Frank sitting down.
Yeah, that should definitely do it. And look at the map. Well, this is a wide open map right now, and this is why you don't pick Sprout in this environment, right? Where are the walls at?
Yeah, Sprout might be my favorite character in Brawl Stars. Sprout might be one of my favorite characters in gaming. I love the way they introduce random geometry that wasn't there. I love there is unique ways to play this character. There are things that Sprout does that literally no other brawler can even think about.
Yep.
But just this was the wrong choice.
Yep. Yeah, plain and simple. It was just not the right pick.
They cornered themselves.
Yeah. And again, we might see the same story here. MW doing a good job, you know, flanking around is what you want to do. You want to get yourself trapped. You don't want to put yourself in one area. RC trying to do his best to hold that left side. This is their main plan. Let's hold that left side. If we can get, you know, this whole side and then make our way to the right and hold that one, we can win it. Flash gonna win that exchange 1v1, and now against Falcon. Flash doing a great job actually staying alive there. Fortunate for him. Toonie's got his super, so RC's got to be careful. There's that Primo super.
Nice job, though, of M-Dub staying by Frank and making sure that he has somebody to provide supplemental damage. That was a problem with last time.
Slash is doing an amazing job just juking out that Sprout. I'm not sure why Toonie went to the right side. I guess to allow Slash to go to the other side and just hold the fort on the right.
D trying to show up.
Does.
And does. Good job there. Toonie also putting Falcon in a box.
I think that's going to do it. No walls on that left side. Sprout's not going to be able to do much. And then you can just have Toonie just, you know, flank around and just be a distraction, right? Harshy's going to miss the super, and that definitely should do it.
And that's fine for Toonie to trade out there, you know, just looking to provide a little bit of power. Sprout, that's not even a great wall that Sprout puts down, so.
I mean, he doesn't really have any other options.
Fair. Toonie's going to ignore everybody, though. Frank does a good job of taking him down, but it's 93%.
Yep. I mean, it doesn't even matter, because now, even though you got the left side, you still got to get the right side to win. You don't have much time. And Toonie's going to get his super in time with his Primo. And you can't allow them to get any control over the left side because you're down by 33%.
Here comes Toonie. Jumps on in, hits him with the elbow. Double kill for the big man. And Real Ones take the game, set, and the match. We'll see you in the challenge stage. Real Ones.
Very deserving.
Standing up tall.
Yeah, that was a very deserving win for them. They knew what they were doing with the draft process. If you're Obey Alliance, you're hitting yourself for that one. You fell into their trap, right? You knew they were going with the wall break comp. You knew with the Ruffs. You knew with the Stu, and you knew their last pick was going to be another wall breaker. Yet you still played a Sprout, right?
Yeah, a little bit rough, as the Colonel would say. But everything coming up Millhouse for the Real Ones. Just clean play, man. This was real five-head stuff going on in the draft process, and then able to touch down like a football player on the field itself. Great stuff to watch as the Real Ones are able to take it 17 to 15 kills. But obviously what happened in the hot zone itself is what matters. So the black and blue are going to sit down as they find themselves bruised. See you later. And we have one more match in front of us. 3 teams have already punched their ticket to move on from the open stage into the challenge stage. And it's been a fun day so far of Brawl Stars.
Yeah, definitely. Very fun day. The teams that we expected to show up showed up, right? Unfortunate to see Obey, head out right there. They are definitely a top team in North America, but only 8 teams make it out. And when you see a team like Obey not even make it as a top 8 in North America, that just shows you how strong this region is right now.
Absolutely. Let's show you who's making it to the next stage. As we said, Chasmac Gaming up on top, baby. And then Vanguard, also strong pretty much everywhere Brawl Stars is found. They are going on to the challenge stage. The real ones are headed there as well. And that last spot, West Coast or Nando lovers? That's a big question mark. We'll leave you with a couple of dots as there's a break in front of us, and we'll return with the final match of the day.
Dragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
To get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Another matchup in the books, and this time it's when keeping it real goes right.
Hey.
Okay. The real ones claiming that third spot in the challenge, and they have got to be happy after that matchup. As you can see, Chasmac, Vanguard, the real ones. Now we just have to crown the fourth and final spot, that fourth and final victor of the day, to round out everyone that will be in that challenge. Welcome back, everybody. Glitter Explosion here alongside F. and Ash. Had a really, really good day so far. We have one more matchup left. Do you have the gas in the tank? You guys ready for this?
Yep.
No, I'm leaving.
I figured.
I'm just kidding, of course. What else? What else are we doing?
Needed to check in, you know? It was a little bit quiet. Wanted to make sure everybody's energy was still good.
Me? Quiet? You sure?
Well, minus you. Maybe it's just an Ash thing. But Ash looks like he's getting his stretches in. He's ready to go.
I'm ready to go.
Checking in with Ash over there.
Final match of the day, man. Let's go.
You sure?
Right?
Let's try that. Let's try it again. You ready, Ash?
I'm ready.
There it is. There it is. We call it peer pressure, folks.
Okay. All right. Things are staying on track right now as we continue on through the show. Now, like I was saying when we were looking at that bracket, we've got a really good fourth and final match around the corner, but we got to take a look back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we got to talk about things in case people are just showing up for the first time. Let's walk us through some of the highlights from the third match of the day.
Well, right off the rip, I mean, the real ones here came out, and Obey Alliance, the draft had us asking some questions, and frankly, it doesn't matter what game mode we're watching, because I think Obey Alliance's drafts every single time they took the field had us asking some questions.
Yeah, definitely. Even this matchup where Obey won, I think we both felt like real one should have had it with the Piper, right? And then every other time, right? You know, they got the right picks, got the Sprout on Bell's Rock here in this game, and made it big, you know, made it so easy for them to win this matchup. Like, just look at Z, just utilizing the walls every single time, just trapping them, right? This is what makes Sprout such a nightmare to deal with on this map. And then finally, Split. What happened with Split? What happened in the final game? It's Split.
Oh yeah, I mean, I love Sprout when I love Sprout.
Right.
But then when I don't, like, very rare is it that I don't like Sprout. And I'm almost mad at Obey for making me dislike Sprout here, because at the end of the day, this was really funny though with that Frank pick. They noticed mid-draft that they kind of screwed themselves, and they're like, oh, wait. They're going to pick Frank, and they're going to beat us up. Well,
right.
Maybe we pick Frank. Wait, we picked Frank. Is it good? No, it's not good. And everything went Pete Tong for them.
I bet you that's exactly what happened in voice comp for them.
Yo, that very serious. That's exactly what happened. They were like, wait, oh no, pick Frank. Like, and then.
And the best thing is, it really shows you Sprout here in this meta. You saw in the previous game where Sprout shines. And now you see where Sprout doesn't shine against a composition full of wall breakers. In the previous matchup, did the team have a single wall breaker? No, not one. And that's why Sprout just shined.
Well, like I was saying, you have these evergreen brawlers. You know, you can kind of always pick Colonel Ruff. So I'm always going to be down for some sandbags and some power up. You can kind of always pick some of these other selections. But when you have a character that builds a wall, it's very specific. You have characters like Gale that are very specific. They're great when they shine. But when they don't, boy, you don't want to be there.
Well, now looking forward to this next matchup, we'll have to see if their teams have the strategy nailed down and if they're prepared for that pick and ban phase and have everything planned, because it is time finally for our West Coast versus Nando Lovers matchup. And you're not out entirely yet, F. Okay, your team still has hope.
Yep, absolutely. West Coast, one more time. We've seen them, I think, 3 different times on the stream. But that said, these boys are no stranger to the spotlight. As we said, Alec, Charles, Jack, and Shine, these guys have been playing. They've been streamed. They stream themselves. So a lot of times casters like to come up here and be like, ooh, is it tournament jitters? No, dude, these guys know what it is, bro. They're just not playing well enough. That said, going up against Nando Lovers, Angel, Javi, and Togi, I think this is a situation where West Coast goes, all right, listen, we struck out once, Ash, but I think that they're going to be able to
Yeah.
harness a lot of the positives that they've had earlier on, and then kind of remember the negatives enough to learn from them and push forward.
Yeah, when I'm looking at this two matchup, the two things I'm looking at is West Coast, their veteranship. These guys have been playing for such a long time.
Oh, yeah.
And the other thing is accolades. These guys have won big. They won major tournaments, Alec Major, Chepo 2019 NA champion, Shine, Charles, of course. And then Nando Lovers, when I'm looking at Nando Lovers, I'm looking at chemistry. These guys played together so much for the last, couple years. They've been playing together a lot. They've got the chemistry on hand. And whereas West Coast, not as much. These guys have the accolades, have the, veteranship, but they're lacking at that chemistry. So these are the two tails that I'm looking at between these two teams.
I still look at this West Coast squad, and I think it is about, like you said, the veteranship, that history. Listen, like I said, on stream, done. Won tournaments, done. Been there, done that, got a T-shirt. So I think that really is a big part of what's going to allow them to find that victory, because it is, you also have to think about, we've been here for a number of hours, and that player fatigue is a real part. Nando Lovers, they've got all the chemistry in the world. I don't know, when was the last time they sat down and played Brawl Stars for 6 hours?
Yeah, that's true, yeah. And I agree as well. I feel like that, the veteranship and accolades, the success they've had, the history with these players, I feel like is what's gonna put them ahead here against Nando Lovers. Don't get me wrong, Nando Lovers, as I said, I love this team. Togi, Javier, Angel. These guys.
Emma was crushing it earlier, specifically.
Yeah, I think Emma might actually be Javier, actually, maybe, right? Like, change his name, but these guys have been playing for such a long time, and they have developed that chemistry. They swept this matchup, if you remember, against Outlaws.
Oh, yeah.
They swept them. They showed them how good they are as a group. And so that's what's going to really, shine in this matchup is, can that chemistry put them ahead against West Coast? Because that's what West Coast is kind of lacking in. They got all these amazing, amazing players, stars, superstars. But when you put all of them together, when they don't have the chemistry as much as them, who's going to shine?
It's kind of like these drafts that we've seen where, all right, you got Bonnie and Bo and whoever else you want to say is really good, but do they work together?
Yep.
And that's kind of what you're seeing on the other side. So if I'm Nando Lovers, you're right, I'm taking advantage of the fact that all of these players on West Coast are great in a vacuum, but what can they do when they're together? Nando Lovers have that communication. They've been playing together forever, as you said. I'm looking for Nando Lovers to Voltron the heck up and find themselves just as a unit. Find these characters that have kind of combination abilities. Find these brawlers that work well together and in sync, and that's really going to be the key for Nando Lovers if they want to find themselves in that next stage.
You guys are bringing lots of really good points and considerations to the table here, and I want to see how chat utilizes them, because for the final time of the day, it is your turn to let us know who you think is going to be coming out on top with that Twitch chat poll down below. Will it be West Coast or will it be Nando Lovers for the final slot in the challenge? Because it's ready to go. So for the last time of the day, I pass it off to your very capable hands.
Thank you very much, Glitter. Appreciate you as always. And of course, we're going to jump into the final match of the day. Sneaky Field, Safe Zone, and Bells Rock with Split and Canal Grand if we need them.
Wow, they banned Penny on Sneaky Fields.
They're just like, top tier, see you later. Don't want a deal, see you later.
But looking at it right here, I can't even tell which team's gonna get first pick. Okay, Nando Lovers right there, Max. Now, one thing we've seen with Max first pick on this map, 0% win rate. Previous matchups, remember, Max on this map did not win a single time. Let's see.
It's been all about the brawlers surrounding Max, though.
Yeah.
A lot of the teams that have picked Max have just kind of dartboarded their next picks and just ruined it.
And here's the difference we're seeing here. Ems is banned. You ban Ems and you give them first pick Max. that's one less great tank counter. So that forces you to go Gale.
Forces you to go
need
Gale.
that next best tank counter.
Yeah.
So you gotta go Gale, and now you gotta think, hey, is Gale enough? I need another brawler that goes well with him in conjunction to, you know, Gale. So I'm not forcing my other lane to be weak to a tank or a brawler that can aggro in. And West Coast, we know they love Carl.
They love the Carl.
We know Charles and his Carl.
Charles loves Carl, but so does Emma.
That's true.
And so this is a powerful choice. Again, learning the science of the set and the details of the draft. You're taking away a power character from them. You're grabbing one of yours.
Yep.
Carl, there's a lot of boxes to check when you pick a character, and picking Carl here is a nice look. The Leon follow-up, though,
I like it.
I love it.
I really like the Leon pick on this map. Lollipop gadget. You got concealment over the mid area. You can do a lot with that. Now, if I'm not only with the last pick, even though they got a Gale, you know what?
I want a thick boy.
I want to,
someone
yeah, that's
tanky.
what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Just go a thick boy because they don't have, you know, another great tank counter. They might be forced to go with the Shelly, but Shelly against Max and Leon, not the best matchup. If I'm going tank, I'm gonna just abuse the other side. Okay. Oh, okay. Sandy. I'm not so sure about the Sandy pick mainly because Carl's gonna win both lanes against Leon and Sandy. And not just that, you put yourself in that. You put yourself weak to tank. You got not a single tank counter. Nando lovers, not a single tank counter on their composition. This is why you needed the thick boy.
Yep.
This is exactly what you needed. You needed like a Frank maybe, right?
Frank, I would have been, honestly, I was thinking, even though we have the Max, maybe even a Pam, just like something, just like, and I think that Sandy is one of those characters that honestly
Maybe
can kind of.
I would have even gone with like maybe Primo. Primo would have been great against
Sure.
Carl matchup, great against any other lane. But they definitely put
Look at Rosa.
themselves in the hole.
Look at Rosa,
How
just punching him out, dude.
how are you gonna address that issue right now?
Rosa Tyson's super punch out chases the right lane all the way away. Charles is able to find a kill as well, nice and early. Shine, shine, shine. And although the
Body
deaths
block.
were staggered, it's still a kill. It's still a goal.
Yep.
Beautiful. West Coast.
And best of all, Sean's got his Rosa super. Chapo's got his Carl super. They can just do so much with their aggression right here. But they're oh, Togi could have actually snuck it in right there.
That was big by Shine. We have been talking about, okay, well, she dies. But we were talking about like how silly the Rosa comp is, da-da-da-da. But it was still an important, like, it was hard to win that fight on the right side just there, so.
Yep. Chapo's gonna, oh, I thought Chapo's gonna win that exchange, but they're gonna trade it there. Still, if you're Nando lovers, you're gonna have a hard time. You're gonna need your Sandy super. You're gonna need their root ends. You're gonna need to keep the Rosa low. They got bulky brawlers. West Coast got bulky brawlers that are hard to take down.
Chepo, left side, centers the ball for Charles. Nando and the squad
We know
on their back foot.
we know West Coast wants it. We know they're gonna take it right now. They could corner it, but they don't
Just
really
walk
have
it in.
to. They there we
Oh,
go.
the kick!
The pushback from the Gale to push the Sandy out of the line, allowing that Rosa to score. I feel like this is definitely gonna be easy breezy game for West Coast to take this Brawl Ball set as we're heading into the next one now. It's just so hard. You're in a mismatch on
Yeah.
all three lanes.
All three.
essentially.
All
Right.
three.
Wow.
Like, I talked before about how the draft is like a triple beam balance. Well, right now, West Coast side is on the floor.
Yeah.
And,
Oh no!
and
They passed it to Charles, and now Chepo can just corner it. Very big missed opportunity right there. I can't believe they actually passed the ball with their Leon. Very, very big missed opportunity, especially because Leon was able to win that 1v1 exchange against the Rosa at the start. You had to capitalize on that.
lot of space being created here by West Coast. They're going to kick the ball up the right-hand side. Shine grabs it, decides to play it safe here. And now being coalesced on by the rest of the team of Nando lovers. Big freeze, and that's going to be a giant opportunity for a big play. Shine kicks it forward. That's going to be the goal and the game. Thank you to Rosa.
Not the game yet, but it will be the game because now you're just not gonna be able to stop Rosa. She's got her super. You can't, you know, it worked out the first time with her Leon, but it's just not gonna be as easy anymore. Rosa's gonna just kick it forward, use her super. Nando's gonna get the win, get the kill. But Chepa could have actually just got the ball and kicked it, walked it in, but missed pass or miscommunication right there, I guess.
Just want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Always what you want on your side when winning matters. West Coast right now, absolutely in the driver's seat, and they are elite gaming for sure.
That was excellent awareness by Chepo right there to realize, hey, Leon might be invisible and going for that ball.
Play.
I got to get rid of it. I got to get him low. That was very, very good awareness. And now Togi with that super, he's just trying to force it, but no, 1v3, what are you going to do?
Man, this has been so lopsided for West Coast. I really thought that goal was the game.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to it, now that you have that goal in the pocket, it's even harder for Nando lovers to find an opportunity. Sandy makes everybody invisible, and Shine does not care. Cone punches wind up being ice cold as Nando lover stuck between a rock and a hard place. And Chepo not going to be able to find the kill, but with 5 seconds left, that's going to be it.
Yeah. So again, third game in a row, third Sneaky Fields game in a row, where the team that drafts a max comp loses, and they draft it early. Do you think Max may be overrated here? Maybe putting your team in a disadvantage where, you know, you're essentially you're telling the other team, hey, I want to go with the max comp. The moment you pick the max, you're telling them your strategy. This is my strategy, the speed game, with the combo with the tank, right? You're putting yourself in that hole already. Do you think kind of overrated in that regard?
A little bit. I think that Max, you know what it is? I think that Max first pick is more open and more versatile than a lot of teams want to admit.
Yeah.
And by picking Max first, I maintain that it's a decent neutral vanilla selection, but a lot of teams feel like they need to follow it up with what you just said. I think there are other options, but we're not seeing them, and that's why it winds up. But the game is just so much more open than that. I implore you to look outside of the traditional tier list.
Definitely.
I implore you. There are so many brawlers in the game with so many gadgets and supers. And there are so many options here, and you can go very, very wide. But right now, we tighten up and go to safe zone here.
Yeah, and this time we're seeing Bonnie being banned both sides. You saw the havoc Fluffy did with his Bonnie. West Coast doesn't want any of that again on this map. So this time, going with the Bonnie. Smart decision. Brock first pick, which is, you know, solid. You get to open up the mid wall if you need to open up the map. If you're Nando lovers, you got options. You got so many long-range options. Piper is not a bad idea. Oh, Colette's an option. Well, no, this is safe zone. I was looking at Kaboom. I thought it was Kaboom.
I mean, even
safe
on
zone,
safe zone,
yes, Colette is
she's
great.
still interesting. I think West Coast might look to Colette's one of those on safe zone. We'll last pick it if it's up.
Yeah.
I think that's the
the
choice.
best thing about Colette is when you pick her, you pretty much disable the other team from picking a tank or a Carl even. So not a bad idea here if you're Nando lovers. They're gonna go Lola, okay? Lola, no, safe is more of a safe pick. But overall DPS, I don't really like the DPS with the Rico and Lola. For their last pick, they gotta go with the wall breaker. You need something to open that right wall. Remember why Slash was able to succeed with Rico so much on that, having that Piper open up. But here, wall break options. Colt is one of your options. Piper is one of your options if it's on the table. But if you're West Coast, I'm going to take Colt. So I'm not going to give you the wall breaker. I'm going to take Piper. Bell, but I would have taken Piper, though.
So I like the Bell because of the two sharpshooters. Piper, yes, 3 sharpshooters, thumbs up, love it. Bell is going to enable the other two, though, really, really nicely. You aren't going to get the wall break that Piper might bring, so you're kind of depending all on your other two. So
and it counters Lola and her ego.
Well said. Good job.
So overall, they got a good comp, but if you're Nando lovers, okay, they're gonna go Piper. Now Piper is great because counters them all, counters Brock,
Yep.
Bell, and Cole. So you can single-handedly win this game for your team if you're on your mark with Piper, and if you open up that right wall with their super for your Rico, you can definitely take this one.
This tests what you were talking about earlier. You were saying Nando Lovers is the more complete team when it
Yes.
comes down to cohesion, and we've been playing together, and West Coast is more of the three superstars coming
yep.
together. So what this West Coast team needs, heavy communication to focus targets,
Yeah.
which theoretically is not what they're strong at. So
And one thing I do know about Nando lovers, they're very good with long-range brawlers.
Yep.
So if I'm looking at Nando here playing Piper, I'm looking at him to beast right now.
well,
Like,
I think West Coast are also good with their
Yes.
long range.
definitely. Chapel, one of the best, of course, in the
Uh-huh.
business. Shine and Charles, can't take anything from them either. Look at that. Piper's gonna miss her home base gadget, unfortunately for her. Togi
Right
doing good.
side.
Yeah,
Right
Togi-
side is where I'm looking at, because I think this mid and this left are kind of in control at
Wow.
the moment.
Togi, you know, weaving left and right, dodging so many shots right there, entering the matrix. Look at the time.
Charles?
Look at the teamwork right there. Beautiful.
Yeah, coming together and just finding the correct targets. Here comes Charles popping the super, misses the whole thing, and then is able to find a kill on the backside. Thumbs down. That's to yourself, buddy. You're not killing it. Charles trying to pick it up here, as a couple of shots do land, and so it's 89 to 90, 10 to 11.
Believe it or not, sometimes players give themselves the thumbs down. When,
Oh, yeah.
when they see, oh, I messed up, I'm going to give my... That's actually a real thing.
Yeah, I want, like,
Whoa.
I think that's what Charles was saying, like, seriously to himself. It's like, whoops.
Yeah. Because see, look, he destroyed that Rico, and he didn't give it thumbs down.
Oh, yeah, nope.
Yeah, it's not towards the enemy. It's more so towards myself, like, oh,
My
thumbs
bad,
down,
my bad.
Yeah,
Move on, move on.
exactly. It's
You
more
know?
of a my bad thing.
Nando Lovers now in the lead here, doing a ton of damage to West Coast, but a close game for sure, separated by about 14.
Very nice teamwork right there. Chepo to help out Charles, winning that lane. Again, Charles giving himself the thumbs down because he should have won that 1v1. He believes he should have won that 1v1 against the Rico.
Somebody
Togi
killed
solo.
Nando.
Nando's going to go down, and this is going to be a heavy fire. Like, Colt and Brock, two very high DPS brawlers. You don't want them shooting at your safe.
Nando Lovers still in the, well, no, they just lost the lead as West Coast was able to pump damage in. 10 seconds to go here. West Coast in the lead for now. Nando Lovers trying to seep
I don't know
on
what their Lola's
in.
doing. Lola
And-
backed up.
Trouble! Trouble!
What?
Trouble!
No.
Nando Lovers is able to take it on the last
Wow.
second. And nice job finding their way past enemy lines.
We gotta see the final seconds of that again. I was like, I thought West Coast had it right there. Shine's gonna get some damage right there. Brock's gonna get hit. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next one. Shine's gonna go aggressive, fully open up that right side. Charles is gonna do the same thing with the
Yep.
walls on the left. And then again, open it up. So this time they're kind of changing up their game. They're like, okay, we're gonna quickly destroy these walls immediately, put the map in our favor, and it's exactly what they're doing. Let's try a different approach.
Well, I'm sure we'll get a second look at the ending of game number 1 in the highlights a little bit later. Now that one, Charles is feeling himself. A little bit of swag out there with the pin. As has the super available, thinking about it. Does he bust the wall?
Yep.
Or does he bust down a player? First, it's going to be all the players. There it is.
Wow.
Piper goes the way of the dodo. And now heavy, heavy damage into Nando Lovers. Save 30% done by West Coast. Still untouched on their side.
Yeah, and I feel like a big reason West Coast is doing so well right now is Chepo's ability to just dodge every single
Yep.
shot against that Piper. He hasn't taken a single hit from Piper. And that's what I
Incredible.
mean. If you're playing Piper as a mid here, you gotta hit your shots. If you're not hitting those shots, we saw it time and time again. There we go. There's the shots that I was talking about. Nando getting the kill on Chepo. But now they gotta be able to capitalize. You gotta double team the Colt and win that matchup as well before Chepo gets back in play. So kind of a missed opportunity.
Right side, Chepo and Shine combined, but Nando is able to combine in the mid. Finally, 8% done to West Coast's box, but Nando lovers know it's not enough. They want to stay aggressive, but they can't. As Charles respawns, fires damage into the abyss, but it's Emma on the good side as the Rico finds more damage. 15 turns into 19, turns into 21% here, dealt by Nando lovers. And Emma trying to find another way in. But it's all being dealt to the players. One shot will do it. And Rico opened the door but was killed before it could walk on through.
Yeah, that was an amazing effort by Emma right there. Again, Emma making her way through on the right side. Plenty of time for Nando lovers, especially if they can take out Charles. Nando's got to take out Charles. There's a kill on Colt, but Chepo's going to get the exchange, and that might do it because Chepo's going to get additional damage up there. That should do it.
With the death onto Rico right side, it absolutely will. Big damage coming out from West Coast. We will head to a game 3. Beautiful recovery here. Nando lovers in game number 1 took the rug out from under the opposition in the last moments.
Yep.
West Coast here having none of it, making sure to keep their defensive end up strong. Round 3.
Yeah, so again, if you're Nando here with your Piper, you can't let this Bell do this to you. He's constantly dodging shots and just overpowering you. Togi, though, doing a great job winning his side against the Brock, weaving left and right. Togi's been playing very well with Lola as he goes down to a double team.
Unfortunately, Lola's the character, like, it's not Togi's job to open the door. Piper needs to do the hard work, and then Togi can come on in and just kind of ego shoot the safe. Problem is the teammates aren't doing the heavy lifting. Charles certainly is. Big damage from West Coast so far.
Definitely. If I'm Emma, I don't really want to leave that Brock, though, because look, Shine can constantly shoot at your wall and just circle around it. So I'm not sure why Emma ignored it that time. Heavy fire by Charles. Now look at this huge lead, over 44%. So now, Nando lover, it's not over yet. They gotta get control, and that starts by getting a kill. So you know, if they can get Chepo down here, but Togi's gonna go down. You don't want to trade. You want to more so win.
Well, Shine not willing to body block here as Emma's piling damage into the box. That said, see you later. Chepo on fire here.
Yeah.
Another kill goes the way of Bell.
Yeah, Chepo's just been feeling it. He's been hitting so many shots, dodging so many shots. A big reason why West Coast has been able to hold on to their mid against the Piper. A big, like, just look at his moving, constantly dodging. It's really
disgusting.
Yeah. Oh man.
Chepo.
Nando's just having a really hard time hitting any shots right now.
Yeah.
Like heavy fire.
Chepo just they're full send right now, folks. West Coast, that is. 30 seconds left. Charles immune blocks a shot from Piper. Everything going West Coast's way. Nando lovers have been able to find a little bit more damage, but it's just not enough. A third already down for the count on the side of West Coast, but there's only 15% left for Nando lovers, so oh well.
Yeah, there we go. West Coast taking in second set as well. 2-0 right there. That was
done, son.
That's just done right there. I loved what they did with the draft process too. Like taking the Brock, taking the Colt, and what that puts your Rico in the hole. Now your Rico has no wall breaker.
Yep.
Right.
Again, though, it comes down to the Piper player. Does she have the hot hand or not? Nando absolutely did not. The counter, sharpshooter across the way in the Bell, which I use the word counter, but Bell usually counters Piper usually counters the Bell, but only if you hit your shots, homie.
Yeah, and here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, F-Dot. You only need to hit that Piper shot once against the Bell, because the next shot you can just homemade gadget, boom, you win.
Yep.
But he couldn't do it against Chepo. Chepo just wouldn't allow it, just constantly dodging those shots. Piper couldn't get a single shot, even though she has the same range as Bell with a faster projectile.
Just
look at the
outplayed.
Yeah, look at the kills. There's 15 more kills by West Coast, just showing you there how well as a team they played, and the accuracy that they played with, and how much longer they were able to survive as well.
Exactly. You know, this is, you really need to get those kills to open up the way to the safe. That's what we saw on the West Coast. Fantastic stuff. Palm trees certainly looking good. Let's take a look at game number 1. I believe that was taken away just towards the end. Yes, it was game 1. So West Coast are in the lead, but in these last seconds, Nando lovers take advantage.
Yeah, just look at it right here. This is where I think Emma might have, yeah, she got the kill on Shine, and then Nando, look at 60 health going through with those shots. That was insane.
It was huge. Also, left side, we saw the death go down, and so there was a player there from West Coast who was trying to body block the safe.
Right.
Pow, they died, and Rico was just like, I bet. And then full sended, and it was just enough to bring the percent down, I think 1 or 2.
Right.
And they were able to find the victory and eke it out there. But, oh well,
Yeah.
2-0 for West Coast. They are 1 set away from moving on out of the open into the challenge.
Yeah, you're feeling really good if you're West Coast. You just need 1 more. You got the golden ticket. Get into the round robin stage. This is looking good for them. Nando lovers first pick on Bell's Rock. Now we've seen this before. We've seen the story. Go with the Janet first pick. But if you're West Coast, you have another thrower as an option. Grom. Grom is super strong on Bell's Rock, and he's got a big buff recently, that 10% damage buff. So if I'm West Coast, I'm eyeing on that, bro. I want
And
that
Grom won on Bell's Rock earlier tonight. And so you've got kind of the proof in the pudding. You know that you kind of just need the thrower approach. A lot of things going Grom's way for sure.
I would be surprised if West Coast does not take Grom here, and if they give Nando lovers the Grom here. Let's see. You have Jean as an option, of course. You have Bo as an option here. You have Bell as an option here.
I want to see Grom Bo. That's my choice here. We saw West Coast look really, really strong on the long-range sharpshooters.
Or even Grom with Jean. So you have like the magic puffs, and then 1 more brawler that can, help you against those aggro brawlers, right? Like Fang or Mortis or Daryl, right?
Sure.
That's what they go with. They're definitely taking their time on this one.
Well, I mean, you gotta. This is the one where they could go ahead and find their way to that second stage. And of course, we've seen how important picks and bans has been in today's contests. We have seen. Listen, I am not the guy to sit here and be like, you lost that in the draft phase, but
Also,
couple of them were pretty close.
Yeah. Also, knowing West Coast and their Carl. Carl is a great brawler you can use on this map as well. I wouldn't be surprised not to see Carl as well. Carl would be a great pick here. Taking their time. I didn't know you could take this long in the draft.
Yeah, I like the Carl decision here. It might be a good look. I immediately definitely want to see at least the Grom selected here in this position. You have the choice to pick 2 characters, 2 brawlers, and I want at least one of them to be the Grom. I think the other one's a little bit more open-ended, but I want to take the Grom because the Grom does well on the other side as well.
Yep.
And so take it for us, see what happens.
Oh,
We're going to jump right in here.
They did take the Grom.
Beautiful choice. Grom and the Bell are going to go ahead and team up here on the left side, on the bottom side, excuse me, for West Coast. And they're going to go up against the Byron and the Jean teaming up with the Stunt Girl.
Yeah, and you just don't have anything against the Grom now. I feel like this is going to be a pretty easy matchup for West Coast, as they're going to exchange kills, Byron and Bell. Togi's low, but as long as you prevent Janet from getting hits and charging her super, you're going to be safe.
Charles not doing a great job of landing these Grom shots. Togi's able to heal up to full pretty much.
Yeah, Togi doing such a good job dodging those Grom shots. Now Charles does have his super. Grom has one of the strongest, deadliest supers in the game. Is he going to hold on to it, or is he going to use it? I don't know why he's not using it. You got to use it. He used it too late. Missed it. But now it's a 1v1. Shine should win this because he does have Togi pushed back. And there you go.
Tough one. A little bit of a nail biter
They
there.
had to work for it.
West Coast are able to win round 1. Grom, Charles, I don't know, man. You missed like 95% of your shots.
He's
I think
warming
you put
up.
your pin away.
He's warming up. That's the thing, though, about Grum. A lot of these competitive players, they haven't really played Grum much often because he just got a big buff. And there aren't that many maps where Grum is strong. This is one of the maps where Grum, this is actually the best map for Grum in the game. Because look, it was made for Grum. Look at the way the walls are placed. It's like as if you hit those shots, you're not supposed to miss. Because it's just, this map was made for you.
Well,
and there
Chap was able to go ahead and clean that one up. Round 1 went to West Coast. Round 2 goes to West Coast. And game 1 goes to West
I feel
Coast.
like this is just gonna be the same story for our final game here. It's gonna be so hard for Nano lovers to win this. And another thing we've seen in this match is like Janet is good, but when you pick her as a first pick and you give the other team a strong thrower like Sprout or Grum, you kind of put yourself in the hole. That's what we've been seeing over and over again. And I think a lot of these teams, right? A lot of these, if you're a pro team, you gotta watch every one of these games. There's so much you can learn in the draft process just by watching it and seeing what brawlers are successful. I think it's
very well said. That's part of the homework. You've got to keep it in mind, and you've got to learn from not just your mistakes, but your opponents. Trip up here for Nando's as they're already on to 2 players. And Nando kind of stuck in the middle.
Yeah.
Byron left alone. Shine just going to show up and corner him on the left-hand side.
Yeah, worst thing is, like, you're feeding that Grum. You're giving him hits because he's about to get another super coming into the next game. So I don't know if you really want to do that either. Nando almost won that exchange against Shine, but just not enough. And Charles is about to get his super, so that Gene's going to just back up and just die.
Good denial. Good denial there. You run into the poison to make sure that the opponents can't farm up their super for sure. But West Coast 1 round away here, folks. We have 3 teams already moving on to the challenge side. And, of course, 4 teams from open number 1. West Coast poised to join those 7. But they've got to finish off things here. Togi already gets their nonsense kind of shoved on back.
Charles missed the entire Grub super there. The Nando lovers, they can get this kill against Chepo. Get a 3v2. I know it's amounting to climb.
Nice.
But, the missed Gene pull opportunity, though. And now Togi's getting harassed by the Grub. And there's the super. That's going to do it.
That was beautiful play from Charles and Shine.
Yeah.
Togi did a great job on the airplane. But, boy, did that one go the other direction. Shine takes the round.
Wow.
Game, set, match, baby boy. And West Coast are headed to the challenge stage.
Guess what?
What?
Not a single match today went to 5th set.
Woo!
Not a single one.
We got some 4th sets. We did.
So many sweeps, but
Yep.
few 4 sets. But that's been the story of today. Is like the contrast in a lot of these teams.
Well, Team West Coast wins. You know who else wins, though? Team Caster, baby. Both of our squads made it to the end of it all. And so we're going to celebrate, but obviously ain't no party without Glitter Explosion. You ready to party, girl?
I'm glad that you said that because I was going to congratulate both of you on being right. At the end of the day, no matter how they got there, they're there now. And when we get the challenge, clean slate, right? Full reset. Everybody is a start from ground zero. And now that we have our set 4, that we know for a fact are going to be going up against the ones that we had from split 1, it's a stacked group of teams.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We have some real strong teams. We got a chance to see some of the big boys over in round 1 that you expect to kind of see. And then here in number 2, some surprises, but nobody's surprised about Chasmac. Nobody's surprised about Vanguard, etc. So I'm really excited to kind of see all of these teams bang around.
Absolutely. Now, before we close out this day, let's take a look at some highlights from the last match. I mean, it was quick and decisive, but we still gotta review a little.
Yeah, and looking at this match between West Coast and Nando lovers, West Coast just fully dominated pretty much every single time, winning the draft as well. Just put them ace card every single time with their final pick. I feel like that's been the story in this match.
Yeah, really, West Coast understood their draft a little bit more, I think, than the Nando lovers, able to kind of find the picks that they needed, take the picks away from the opposition, and then just tie it all in a bow and bring it home on the battlefield itself.
Yeah, definitely. Just going with the double wall breaker to prevent Rico from getting his, wall breaker. Just knowing the draft process. Nando lovers, don't get me wrong, amazing team, amazing chemistry, right? But definitely more to learn here, I feel like. More to learn, especially on the draft. Playing against such a great team in West Coast. And then, of course, we're talking about the Grum pick here. You're leaving the Grum open when both Sprout and Tick are banned. And that's what happens just every single time.
Beautiful
the right
stuff.
draft.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you need the right choices. The brawlers were correct. And it was funny. Grom didn't even do any of the heavy lifting in round one, but then was able to come back and do some cool stuff later on. You've got to have trust in your teammates to kind of drop the ball a little bit and then still pass it over to them in the late game. Grom looked fantastic.
Absolutely. And then you guys can see here for one final time a look back at the bracket. The teams all the way on the right, those are the 4 that qualified through to challenge. So congratulations to Chasmac Gaming, Vanguard Gaming, West Coast, and the real ones, because they are the ones that were able to battle it out tooth and nail and get the spot that was the most important part of this entire tournament. And you saw, you guys were talking about it, we had lots of 3-0s, a couple 3-1s, nothing made it to the full 5. I mean, it was just really solid performances all day, but now I'm interested to see if that was because of the teams they were up against specifically today, or if it's something they can repeat in the harder grouping of teams. Now that we've gotten everything done, okay, before we close out the show, it was awesome getting to listen to you cast in person. I thought super fun. Okay, Ash, you crushed it as always, but I want to get some final thoughts from the two of you before we sign off.
Listen, big deal. It's all about the brains here. I think that a lot of these teams won because of the picks and bans. I think a lot of these teams lost because of the picks and bans. And going into challenge, go home, break out the notebook, and do the pen work. You guys can play all the Brawl Stars in the world you want. But if you pick Sprout, when we saw you pick Sprout, you're just going to lose. So please, do the book work. That's the important part moving on.
And me, I'm really proud of this region. So many amazing teams. Kind of disappointed Obey didn't make it, Nando didn't make it. 2 teams that have showed what they're capable of. I feel like they have a lot more room to grow as well. Excited for real ones, of course, and West Coast who have also qualified. But they did get destroyed in that earlier upper bracket stage, so they know for themselves, hey, as well as we've played, we still have more to do. We still have more to work on, and I love the potential in all of these teams going forward.
I like it. The teams have a little bit of time to prepare themselves for the upcoming stage, so we'll have to see how they do. But our final 4 squads have punched their tickets, and our Snapdragon Mobile Challenge teams are set. Those 4 weeks are going to be intense, so make sure you keep tuning in with us to stay up to date with all of the action. Huge thanks to our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for making this whole thing possible. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes here at ESL Studios, thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the challenge.
it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal on another